And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to the nation's action track Winton Motor Raceway for the 2022 Formula Festival. The celebration of some of Australia's most iconic open wheel categories, including the Premier Junior Development category, Formula Ford, through all its various eras and incarnations. We've got the Formula V Nationals here this weekend as well, and also the Formula 5000s competing for the Rose City 10,000 trophy. Joining me in commentary for the Formula Vs this weekend will be Steve DeVries. And Steve, epic day yesterday, some fantastic racing across all of the categories, and obviously we've got the Formula 5000s, we've got the Formula Fords, but you're here calling the Formula V Nationals, first time that we've had the Formula V National Challenge for several years due to COVID, and it's a competitive field with front-running drivers from multiple Australian states all vying for glory.
Absolutely it is. Good morning, everybody, wherever you happen to be watching around the world. It might even be afternoon or it might even be evening. We are, of course, going around the world to everybody wherever you're tuning in from, and it's Championship Sunday. That's the most important thing I like to look at this. It is time to decide not only national champions in Formula V, but also to award, as you said, the Rose City 10,000 to the winner of the Formula F5000 that we're looking forward to a bit later on. There's your schedule on the right-hand side of your screen. It is jam-packed. There's no let-up. Formula Ford 1600 kicking it off in just a few minutes' time. You can see them starting to assemble in the lane. Then we get into the next of the rounds of the heat races for Formula V 1600. Then the Thunder shakes the ground with F5000 with another 10-lap race just after 10 o'clock. Formula V 1200 and Historic combined delivered some of the best racing, I think, that we saw yesterday. Some fantastic duels out the front between Max Bonney and Stephen Butcher. Then Formula Ford get another race, Historic Formula Ford as well, and then we repeat the cycle over again until just after lunch when we start getting into the Rose City 10,000, which is race number 3 on your schedule there at 5 minutes to 2. Then we've got the Historic Formula Fords and Formula Ford 1600s. And then just after 3:30, we'll have the 16-lap finals for both the Formula V 1600, the modern equivalent to the Historic 1200. And Historic guys have got their own final as well. But here they come. Here comes the Formula Ford 1600s to kick off proceedings for Championship Sunday here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Indeed. So 3 different classes of Formula Fords here at Winton this weekend. We've got the Formula Ford Duratec cars, the cars that currently participate in the Australian Formula Ford National Series. We've also got the modern Kent cars, so these are cars from 1990 onwards that are powered by the older model carburetted Kent engine that was the power plant of choice for Formula Ford up until the end of 2005 in the National Series. And we've also got Formula Ford Historics as well, with 3 separate classes for FA, FB and FC, depending on the eras of the cars. Let's check out our grid positions for this race. So it will be determined based on the finishing positions from race 1 yesterday, and it will be Tim Hamilton, Queenslander in the Spectrum 010, who will start on pole position. Luke Ellery out of grid position 2. It was a good battle between those two drivers yesterday. We saw that Luke Ellery actually got to the lead when Tim Hamilton made a mistake and ran wide at turn 7, but Hamilton was able to fight back and recapture the lead from Ellery. Will Liston in position 3 on the grid, back to Peter Fitzgerald. Jason Liddell in position 5, back to John Pereira. Jeff Senior in position 7. Byron Thomas, who had a spin yesterday, in 8th position. He'll be looking to fight his way forward today. And then Rob Rowe rounding out our 9-car field for the Formula Ford modern Kent cars, the cars from 1990 through until roughly 2005 or thereabouts. Although there are actually some newer Formula Ford chassis that are still powered by the carburetted Kent engine. It's an engine that started the Formula Ford category back in 1969, and it's an engine that was synonymous with a number of Ford road cars back in the 1960s and 70s, including Ford Escort, which was sold here in Australia, and over in the UK it powered Ford Anglias and other various types of smaller Ford passenger vehicles. Here come the cars down onto the starting grid. good performance from Tim Hamilton yesterday. Good performance as well from Luke Ellery. It's been a while since we've seen Luke Ellery behind the wheel of the Formula Ford, but he got up to the front running pace pretty much straight away. Will Liston in the distinctive Liztech chassis with the shark fin. He'll line up out of grid position number 3. Actually qualified on the front row of the grid, but didn't quite have the race pace yesterday. His dad, Paul Liston's here this weekend as well, working away, and we are set for a race start here at Winton. Lights out. Race is underway. Race number 2 for the Formula Ford 1600s. And it's a good start from Tim Hamilton from the front row. Not such a great start from Luke Ellery. Will Liston down on the inside of Ellery as they head through turns 1 and 2. And has to tuck back in behind Peter Fitzgerald, involved in that contest as well. And charging through for a bit further back in the pack. Watch out for Byron Thomas, because he was quick yesterday, but he had a spin that dropped him out of contention.
Tim Hamilton was very, very quick to the grid. He actually was sitting there waiting for an awful long time, but it's shown no signs of any ill effects for him. He's absolutely bolted off the start, absolutely nailed it, leaving all the others behind to really wonder what the hell they've done to lose so much ground.
So all of these Formula Fords are running on the Yokohama control tyres. They're treaded all-weather tyres, so unlike a lot of other open wheel categories where they have separate slick and wet weather tyres, in Formula Fords they run a treaded tyre for all of the conditions. Both the modern Kent cars and the Duratec cars run the Yokohama control tyres. The historic cars still run on the Avon tyre that was the control tyre for Formula Ford for many, many seasons. But Tim Hamilton, like you say there, Stephen, he is absolutely bolted out in front, got a terrific launch and left the rest of his rivals squabbling over second position.
On top of that, it's usually the opposite side of the grid, which is the more grippier side of the track and the more natural racing line that sort of tends to get the better start here. You can see as they're coming down the main straight, they're moving over to the right. By the time they cross the start-finish stripe, they're pretty much going right over the second grid position. So you would have thought that that side, naturally having the more grip, would have been the preferred part of the track that we've seen. Most of the cars on that side get the better start, but no, for Tim Hamilton, put power to the ground really nicely with those Yokohama AO48s and just loaded away nicely from the grid. I saw Andrew McCarthy from Traction Tyre Centre out in the paddock this morning. He's really happy to be here, and they've been a great supporter not only of all the grassroots racing here. Before we do that, that's not going to do those tyres any great amount of work. He's dropped them off the backside of the curb there at turn 4.
That was Jeff Senior there, just running a little bit wide, and it's going to make him vulnerable to Robert Rowe in the contest for 8th and 9th position. So Jeff Senior getting it all wrong coming out of turn number 4, and Robert Rowe up the inside through turn 7. I think that Jeff Senior might have got a bit of rubbish on his tyres there as a result of running wide. Rob Rowe has seen that opportunity and pounced. And I'm giggling a bit, Stephen, because you went there. It's been an age-old debate here at Winton Motor Raceway about what's the better side of the road to start on, and is it actually an advantage to be starting second on the grid rather than on pole position, because second on the grid you are on the racing line, which has a bit more grip. And the other thing as well is that, yes, pole position, being on the left-hand side of the road, it does give you the inside from turn 1, but if you can hang tough around the outside through turn 1, you're then on the inside for the next 3 corners in a row. So often at Winton, yes, we do say that the car starting second on the grid does have the advantage and will end up leading after the first few corners.
Yeah, spot on. And especially in open wheel racing as well, you have to allow somebody to have that space. If they decide they want to hang around the outside at turn 1, regardless whether it's lap 1 or lap 10, you're obligated to give your rival some space, because the last thing you want to be doing is tearing corners off cars. They're open wheel, as you can see already, and they do stick out a fair way, so it's a really obvious object that you don't want to lose off the corner of your wagon.
Good battles happening up and down the field. So we talked about Byron Thomas and the fact that he was going to be working his way up through the grid. He's in at the moment behind John Pereira. That's the battle for positions 6 and 7. And Byron Thomas looking for a good exit out of turn number 9. He pulls to the left-hand side And can he get alongside for the move? No, not quite able to get the overlap on the run into the braking zone for turn 10.
Forced a little bit of an error, though, from the driver in front of board, the number 77 in Pereira. He got a little bit taily out of turn 10, and that compromised him on the drive out of the corner and then straight up the inside. No second invitation required.
So Byron Thomas picks up another spot, moves on through into 6th position. Fastest lap of the race so far has been recorded by our race leader Tim Hamilton, 1 minute 32.0. Lap times so far are a little bit slower than they were yesterday. We saw Tim Hamilton get down to a 1 minute 30.9. Still fairly cool track conditions at Winton, and generally with the way that these drivers will set their cars up, we will see the faster lap times coming a bit closer to the end of the race as the fuel burns down and the car gets a bit lighter. By Formula Ford standards, these are reasonably long races, so they really started with fairly high fuel loads. It will take a bit of time for the fuels to burn down.
They're quite long, as we said yesterday, for a number of the categories compared to what they'd be used to running in a lot of the local state racing series, where your heat races tend to be about 7 or 8 laps, circuit dependent, and of course schedule dependent with how many categories they're running on the weekend. But given it's only a handful of open formula cars this weekend, they're getting plenty of lap time. So all the heat races, 10 and 11 laps respectively between Formula Fords and Formula Vs, and then getting upwards of sort of 14, 15, 16 laps for some of the finales. So especially later in the day, when we get to deciding round winners, points winners and championship cup holders, there's going to be some quite high fuel loads in these cars right at the end of the weekend. And again, that'll, as you said, it'll come down to, they'll set their cars up so when the fuel eventually is as low as it can possibly be in the tank, that's where we'll probably expect to see the lap times starting to come from. And again, in this one, that's what we expect to see right now. The lap time, ironically, just being lowered, or the fastest lap of the race being lowered again by Hamilton out in front. He's now down to a 1 minute 31.5. Previous lap around, he was actually quite well pegged by Luke Ellery. They were both on a 1 minute 32.0. So now just starting to pick the pace up a little bit out in front. He's got that margin out to nearly 4.3 seconds.
We're watching the battle between Peter Fitzgerald and Jason Liddell at the moment. Liddell driving down the middle of the road on the run into turn 7. We have seen, particularly yesterday when there was a fair bit of moisture here at Winton, that the drivers were taking a very narrow approach to turn number 7, and those drivers who took a slightly wider entry generally got caught out and ended up spinning off the track just because of the moisture and mud that was on the road up there.
On top of that as well, it's a very tricky braking zone at turn 7 as well, because you come through that really sort of awkward kink at turn 6 at quite a high rate of speed, and then you've got to try and settle the car and brake almost in a straight line. So you've got to go from the apex of 6, brake in a straight line out to the outside of turn 7, and then sweep the car through the corner, where a lot of drivers were trying to not target the outside of turn 7. They were trying to stay about 3 or 4 or 5 feet in some cases off the outside of the turn, and then try and brake in a sort of a different straight line without sort of exerting too much force on the car. And that's probably what caused a few drivers to have issues at that part of the circuit yesterday. And we are seeing some drivers in this 1600 race that are just taking that little bit of a gamble. They're just starting to explore and go a little bit wider at turn 7 and just see how much grip there actually is, if it actually feels a little bit better compared to yesterday. So we'll see here as Luke Ellery comes through the kink at turn 6, and he's taking that sort of very similar line to what we saw everybody else doing yesterday. And the battle we were looking a few moments ago between Fitzgerald and Liddell, one of them took the quite wide road through turn number 7, looking to try and sort of effect a switchback or try and run side by side through the top part of the course, which you affectionately referred to yesterday as the cleavage, which is, I think it's an unusual terminology. I think that is a lot of people, that's what we refer to it here, but technically it's the gum tree section of the circuit, because it goes around the gum tree that's up that part of the track. But it is a difficult part of the track if you do want to try and run side by side. It can be done, but you need to be in position fairly early to stay there all the way through to turn 9.
So Peter Fitzgerald's just managed to break away from Jason Liddell, and if anything on this lap, he's made up a bit of time on Will Liston, who's sitting in third position in that Listech Formula Ford with the big shark fin. Will Liston's dad, Paul Liston, also working on one of the Formula 5000s, the car that John Goss won the 1976 Australian Grand Prix aboard, and he's beautifully restored that car, and we'll be seeing Josh Buchan racing that a bit later on when we have the Formula 5000s out on track. Here is Byron Thomas, who started a bit further down the order, but has just punched out his personal best lap of the race in a 1 minute 35.6. He'll be looking to try and make up some time on the cars ahead of him on the racetrack. And a bit further back, John Pereira, who currently sits in position number 7, best lap time for him so far in the race, 1 minute 35.2, set on lap number 5. Tim Hamilton once again has lowered the fastest lap of the race to 1 minute 30.8, which is actually a tenth of a second quicker than his best lap time from yesterday. He's got the margin to Luke Ellery out to 6.9 seconds, so another pretty commanding performance so far from the Queenslander, Tim Hamilton.
Yeah, he's comfortably got control of this one with 3.5 laps to run in this opening 10-lap race. So got plenty of time in his back pocket, and he's going to probably cruise through to quite a comfortable win here, all barring a disaster. So he's across the line now to start lap 8.
And Formula Ford 1600s this weekend, sponsored by VHT, which stands for Very High Temperature. They make flame-proof and heat-proof paint that can withstand temperatures up to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and they offer everything that is needed for high heat applications, including motorsport, where VHT paint can be used for headers, exhaust systems, turbo housings, or other areas of the car that reach very high temperatures. And they're putting up some prize money for the feature race a bit later on. $1,000 for the winner, $700 for second place, and $300 for third place. So the Australian Formula Ford Association does thank VHT for their support of the Formula Ford Kent class. Here's Will Liston, currently sitting in third position aboard car number 43. It's been a pretty busy time for Will Liston. He works full-time for Neil Cropton's Airtime Media organisation as a content creator. Does a lot of video production work for the Airtime crew, which have a number of quite high-profile clients in Australian motorsport, including the Walkinshaw Andretti United Supercars team, and also the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 Series, which held its final round as part of the support category action at the Bathurst 1000 last weekend.
2 laps to go in this race, and everything looks like it's pretty well settled at the moment. The closest battle on track is still the battle between number 9 of Thomas and Pereira in the 77. They're battling over positions 6 and 7 at the moment. Thomas setting his fastest lap and personal best of the race so far, 1 minute 35.56 on the last tour. I was just keeping an eye to see whether or not Liddell managed to close in on the back of Peter Fitzgerald again. Here is Liddell aboard the number 80, just as we were mentioning, whether or not he can close in on Fitzgerald. He's brought the margin down a little bit on the last lap. It was actually a full 7/10 of a second quicker. Here's that other battle we were just referring to between the 77 of Pereira and Thomas aboard the number 9. This has closed up quite dramatically in the last lap and a half.
It sure has. So we saw Thomas getting ahead of Pereira a few laps ago, but Pereira has railed him back in, and that will be the contest for 6th position, which is going to go right down to the wire. Unfortunately, some problems for Jeff Senior aboard car number 76, the New South Welshman, who's been a long-time campaigner in and supporter of Formula Ford competition, very heavily involved in category management for the New South Wales Formula Ford Championship, but unfortunately he's had some mechanical problems in car number 76, which have forced him into the pits.
He's been there for about a minute and a half now, completing 6 of the 10 laps on the schedule. Just good strengths and weaknesses illustrated here as well. You see Pereira's a little bit slower through turns 7, 8 and 9. And then Thomas has got his measure through that part of the course. It looks like Pereira's a little bit stronger out of turn 10 all the way back around to the start-finish line. Last lap board on display now for the Formula Ford 1600 field for the opening race of Sunday's race running here at Winton Motor Raceway. Great way to open the proceedings for what is set to be a fantastic Sunday of racing. Here is your race leader, Hamilton aboard the number 87, and he's got a very, very comfortable margin. He's continued to eke this out by the tune of about a second a lap. He's now out to 11 seconds margin over Luke Ellery, and we did say probably about 3 or 4 laps ago he had about a 6.5 second advantage. He had quite the margin in his back pocket, and he's continued to punch out some times pretty solidly in the 1 minute 31 bracket for the back half of this race after setting his fastest lap of the race back on lap 6 at a 1 minute 30.84. He's going to cruise home to victory here in race number 2 of Formula Ford 1600s.
The decisive victory for Tim Hamilton. Smashed them in the end. It's going to be a huge margin back to Luke Ellery, and in fact Tim Hamilton just backing off the pace fractionally there on the last lap. Knew that he had a big margin in hand, so just eased off to conserve the car and protect the margin. Luke Ellery comes home in second position, 9.9 seconds the final margin, first to second. And it will be Will Liston in third position, another 7.2 seconds adrift of Luke Ellery. Peter Fitzgerald in fourth position, Jason Liddell in fifth. And then we turn our attention back to this contest between Byron Thomas and John Pereira, which will be resolved in favour of Byron Thomas, coming home in sixth position, Pereira in seventh, and Rob Rowe, the final finisher, bringing his number 4 Mondial Formula Ford chassis home in eighth position. Jeff Senior down in the pit lane. He will be classified as a non-finisher in that race.
Great opening contest. I did see that Byron Thomas did stick his hand out of the cockpit and just acknowledge not only the checkered flag but also the great challenge thrown down by Pereira behind, especially over those last couple of closing laps as well. So great camaraderie and great racing and a great way to open proceedings here for the Formula Festival up at Winton Motor Raceway. Short break here, and then coming up next, it's the next of the heat races for Formula V 1600. Heat 3 on the other side of this.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back, everybody. You are trackside at Winton Motor Raceway, or you're tuning into the live stream on Blendline TV for the Winton Formula Festival, encompassing Formula Ford, Formula 5000 and the Formula V National Challenge, which will see a number of heat races being contested before we build up to the finale a bit later on this afternoon. We had a couple of heat races yesterday. We've got more heat races in store for you today, and the way that the heat races are structured is the cars are divided up into groups based on their qualifying order. There's 6 heat races in total. Each driver will participate in 3 heat races as well as the final. So this will be the heat race for groups A versus C, Stephen, and we've got a couple of the fast drivers this weekend, Michael Kinsella and Reith McCarthy, starting on the front row of the grid.
They certainly are. So heat race number 3 grid is on the move, rounds form up for formation start. And it's a bit of an unusual way that they have to figure out who starts where, because if you get a heat race win, you get 50 points as part of the point structure. And in this case, we've got Michael Kinsella on pole and Reith McCarthy alongside, both with 50 points because they both won their respective heat races yesterday. So then the results go back to the qualifying orders and who had the fastest lap, and that was in favour of Michael Kinsella. So that's why he's got the pole on the left-hand side of the grid, and Reith McCarthy will be out of second. Then behind them, Heath Collinson and Andre Kieran out of the JRD stable. They had some fairly good runs yesterday as well. Collinson following McCarthy home into second place in the same heat, and then Kieran was locked in combat with Isaac Woodhouse, his JRD stablemate, for a good portion of their heat race yesterday as well. And he's been a revelation this year in the Vic State Series at age 19 in his first ever full-time Formula V campaign. Nick Jones, who we saw in the sand trap in qualifying yesterday, he's recovered and is going to start this one out of position 5 alongside Stuart Vaughan in the CXC liveried, or the same as Team Stinger branded Stealth number 22. Behind him, Dylan Thomas in the Stinger. Gary Ogden in the Corsica number 77 out of position 8. Darren Williams in 9th, and the Pierce Plumbing number 37 of Matthew Pierce out of 10th. Rounding out the field for this 18-car grid is Jeff Bennett, Rod Lisson from Western Australia, Darren Power aboard the Jacer, Benjamin Forgan, Morgan Fremantle, Claudia Lennox in the Sabre 01, Charlie Tracy Richardson out of 17th, and the heartbreak story from yesterday, Jake Rowe, who was running so well up until lap 6 when he had some sort of either electrical or mechanical gremlin occur, and he had to pull over at turn 5. And we alluded to this yesterday, Lockie, the big zero. The one thing you do not want in a point structured run of races is a 0 next to your name. So Rowe's got a bit of work to do here, and he's got probably, I'd say, at least a half a dozen or so cars he probably should be aiming to clear on this first lap to get himself back into contention for a good position come this afternoon.
Indeed, so he needs to charge through hard from the back of the field, but a couple of fast drivers, Michael Kinsella, the New South Welshman, Reith McCarthy, the Victorian, starting on the front row of the grid. A couple of Victorians on row 2 of the grid as we get ourselves set for a race start.
Here we go for Australian VW Performance Centre, who are putting the money up for the Nationals this year. We are away for heat race number 3, and what a real tardy start for Heath Collinson out of row 2. Looked like he was almost about to go into a stall. It bogged down very, very viciously, and he did not get away well at all. So Kinsella and McCarthy run side by side up through the first couple of corners. We've got a slow car up the back as well, which is the number 44 of Darren Power. Looks like it has very, very minimal drive at the moment. Great launch for Stuart Vaughan as well aboard the Stealth. He's moved up into 4th place, so he's gained 3 spots on the opening lap.
Reith McCarthy all over the back of Michael Kinsella. This is about the most pressure that Kinsella's been under all weekend long. McCarthy right on his tail as they head up through turn number 7. Andre Kieran, a decent start, moving up into 3rd position ahead of Stuart Vaughan, who, like you said, got a terrific jump and has moved up into position number 4. And confirmation as well that it's a retirement for car number 44. That car has been unfortunately forced to pull off into the old pit lane on the old pit straight here at Winton Motor Raceway. Darren Power is out of this one.
Yes, so sadly he's out of this one after just a couple of corners, but importantly he's out of harm's way and he's behind the concrete wall in safety in the old pit complex. McCarthy really giving Kinsella the hurry up here. I'm wondering if McCarthy's got the mentality here of maybe strike early, because they've had a little bit of a history, these two. They've come together once before at the 2020 event 2021 event we had here last year, and it was at this part of the course here where it happened. There was a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact that sent them ironically into the pit fence, or the old pit lane fence on their right-hand side, and retired them both from that particular encounter. So wondering whether McCarthy wants to try and effect a pass fairly early in this and then see if he can clear away from the 35 of Michael Kinsella. Andre Kieran's not letting these guys get out of sight all that easily either. And Stuart Vaughan's going with them. And they've got a fairly handy margin back to Nick Jones of around a second and a half to 2 seconds.
Oh, McCarthy having a big sniff down the inside at turn number 7, but Kinsella keeps the door shut. One driver who's not had a good start, Heath Collinson, he's fallen all the way back to 9th position. Remember, he started up on the second row of the grid, so it's not been an ideal start for him. There he is back there attacking the back of Darren Williams. In fact, that's a pretty frenetic battle at the moment.
Yeah,
so
he's just gotten past Williams.
Sorry,
he's now taken
Gary
to the back
Ogden.
of the Corsica of Gary Ogden. So Williams himself had a spin yesterday as well down at turn number 3 and actually had a pretty decent recovery drive to recover positions. Here goes Collinson with a fairly good exit out of turn 10. He's on the wrong side for turn 11, but we have seen the ability to pass here before. He's very, very late on the brakes, but very equally matched by Gary Ogden, who holds station, holds them up. Jake Rose joined this party now as well. He's now made up 7 spots at the beginning of this race. And this is going to get feisty, this pack. A pair of, actually a trio of Sabre O2 machinery, all wanting to get past the Corsica of Gary Ogden.
No, it's just about 3 wide then heading into turn number 1. Here is Jake Rowe looking for the switchback maneuver. Dylan Thomas back there as well in the number 68 car, going to come ranging up on the outside as they head into turn 3. He's not been happy with the way that his CXC Racing Sting has been performing. I caught up with him yesterday and he said that he was struggling pretty much across the entire circuit for everything. Drive out of the corners, low speed understeer, high speed understeer, and we saw him have a very scary moment coming out of turn 2 as well, where he looks like he was going to fire into the fence. I actually clarified with him, he managed to not touch the wall, he just managed to avoid glancing the wall on the exit of turn 2.
Yeah, we didn't have a great shot from up here from where that was to really see if he got it. It looked, because of the way the car reacted when it actually got close to that wall, it looked like he actually did tag it, but the exit curve over there is also quite vicious and it's a big disincentive to really spend a lot of time on it. There goes Rowe down the inside of Gary Ogden. He finally gets that pass done and he can set his sights now on the back of the 79 machine of Darren Williams. He's still a bit perplexed, Jake Rowe, as to what the actual cause of the failure was yesterday. All he said was he came out of turn 4 and then he heard some sort of bang in the car behind him. Wasn't sure if an engine had let go or whether there was an electrical gremlin that had caused a short and then sent a bit of a backfire through the system. But then all of a sudden the thing just completely lost power. He couldn't even restart the car. And then about a half an hour later in the pit lane, they were able to just flip the car back on again as if nothing had ever gone wrong. So they're a bit confused as to what exactly caused the loss of power yesterday. Here's Collinson on the recovery trail aboard the number 31 Sabre O2 after just picking up another spot on the number 37 of Matthew Pearce, who'd had a fairly handy start as well. He was up as high as 6th place until about 4 corners ago when Heath Collinson got down the inside. They're both chasing Nick Jones aboard the number 96 Jacer, who's about a second and a half up the road. Has he got some fluid coming out of the back of that car, or is that just a little bit of only when it seems to be turning one particular direction, which is right?
Oh yeah, a bit of smoke, isn't there, coming out of the back of that number 96 car, and in fact the officials have noticed that because that car's been given a mechanical black flag, the meatball flag, so unfortunately Nick Jones is going to have to come into the pits and surrender that top 5 position.
Doesn't look like it's losing fluid, that's the important thing. I think maybe it just looks like there's maybe something of the exhaust, maybe the headers are a little bit loose or something's there that's just emitting a little bit of smoke or something's rubbing on the inside of that car that's just not quite happy. So they're going to show him the mechanical black flag this time around. I didn't see him come into the pits just yet, so he'll be seeing that board for the first time right now. There it is. The officials doing a great job at the control line, letting Nick Jones know that you've got to come in on the next tour and address that problem. Collinson's closed that margin down, irrespective of the black flag. Jake Rowe is trying to get in touch with Pearce. Williams down the inside at turn 3. That's what the changes to this part of the circuit a couple of years ago was designed to do, open up the passing opportunities at turn 3. Somebody's off ahead as well. Is that, I was about to say, is that Collinson or is that...
I think that might be the smoke from the Nick Jones car that we saw there, so just a few telltale puffs there on the run up towards turn 5.
Fairly decent amount of smoke there. If that was the case, I actually thought that somebody had dropped their left side tyres off the back side of turn number 4, which we've seen a few drivers do this weekend. And Rowe looked for the switch. We'd seen that end in tears yesterday between Pearce and another of the Sabre O2s in the field this weekend in Ash Clifford. And there Nick Jones has realised he just needs to give that one up. There's actually a car on the inside of turn 10 as well. I'm just trying to see if I can pick up who that is. We're going to have a retirement out of this one. There it is. It's the number 71 of Rod Lisson. I did see there was a red car on the inside of the circuit there, so another mechanical failure for a car in this race. He just pulled over all of his own accord by the looks of things, so realised something was wrong, and we're going to need to get a recovery vehicle out there at the end of this. I can see Nick Jones is now obliged the meatball flag. He's come into the pit lane.
Here's a good battle. So this is the third position. So Stuart Vaughan's managed to get ahead of Andre Curran. Curran back down the inside though at turn number 3.
Great exchange between the seasoned campaigner and Stuart Vaughan and rookie and Andre Curran. Stuart Vaughan's been the iRacing Formula V Series champion for the Australians, put on by the Australian Series for the last 2 years, so 2020 and 2021. Hasn't got off the ground this year. I'm not sure if it's going to be another year of racing, but it was great through the COVID pandemic hit years of 2020 and 2021 that a number of the drivers in the series were able to just at least have a little bit of fun. It was open just to the Formula V members as well, so it was just great for the members of the clubs to come together from all over the country and not only have a race against each other, but spend a bit of time socialising with each other when we couldn't see each other at the track.
So Stuart Vaughan doing a good job to be up in position number 3. Done a bit of other racing as well, apart from Formula V. Stuart Vaughan, we've seen that he's run, of all things, a Mazda 6 diesel in the New South Wales Production Touring Car Championship, one of the ex-Australian Grand Prix Celebrity Challenge cars, which he ran in that series. But now driving for Dylan Thomas's CXC racing team in Formula V. Brand new engine in that car for this weekend as well. Dylan Thomas told me yesterday that they put that on the dyno during the week in preparation for this weekend, and they were very happy with the amount of horsepower that it was producing.
He's a very handy steerer as well, Dylan Thomas. As we've said a few times, he's spent a number of years in many different categories, everything from TA2 to Toyota 86s. So very much a seasoned campaigner. He's getting very close to that turn 2 exit wall again, maximising every part of this Winton Motor Raceway track to keep a pair of cars behind him in Jeff Bennett and Gary Ogden searching for a way through here. Bennett, a high line, looking to sweep in, got the turn-in point quite badly wrong for turn 5 as well. That's going to leave him vulnerable to Ogden, potentially for a pass down the inside here if he was close enough, but not on this occasion. Oh, with Jake Rowe. What on earth happened to Rowe? Did he have a spin all on his own? That's very strange. They all had to take evasive action very, very quickly. Rowe was up as high as 7th, so he'd made some great progress through the field, and that's now put him back down to 11th.
But a pretty rough start to the weekend so far. He's not really looking like he's going to score a huge number of points from these heat races, Jake Rowe, which means that he's potentially going to be starting a long way down the order for the feature race later on.
It's the only important thing. He's going to have some points in the bank. That's the only thing he can really sort of take out of this at the moment, is that he will finish the race. He will have some points. So it looks like there might have been some sort of undiagnosed mechanical gremlin that caused the spin for Jake Rowe. We're hearing on the wire that it definitely unexpected. Here goes Curran having a bit of a lunge down the inside of turn 3. Couldn't quite make the move stick. For the moment, Stuart Vaughan holds on. And this great exchange for the last step on the rostrum in the third heat race for Formula V 1600s. Going to the wire, very loose for Stuart Vaughan. Rear end wanted to get away from him through the sweeper, pushing extremely hard to keep the talented rookie behind.
They're pushing hard, both Stuart Vaughan and Andre Curran. However, their lap times are not all that flash at the moment. Both of them in the 1 minute 36s last time around. Heath Collinson, who's behind them on the racetrack, punched out a 1 minute 34.6. So Collinson was almost 2 seconds quicker than both of them. We can hear the controlled Dunlop tyres protesting on the road, particularly up around that Gumtree section of the circuit, where the drivers will be battling understeer and battling to get the front of their cars turned in for quick direction changes. Curran back down the inside of Vaughan at turn 11. They're going to run side by side through the final 2 corners on the racetrack, giving each other just enough for a really good respect being shown between both of these drivers. They've run side by side for a number of corners, but they've managed to avoid making contact with one another.
Tell you what, Kieran almost must have been watching the footage of Max Bonney and Steve Butcher yesterday to come from that far back and have a really big lunge at turn 11. That was great to watch. And then Stewie Vaughan saw him coming, left the gap, and then they ran side by side through the last couple of corners. Another look down at turn 3 for Andre Kieran. This is costing them time. They were in the 36s again, and Collinson again in the 34, so he's going to be right on them before the end of this race. And here's Rowe, who's caught up to the back of this 3-car scrap that's been going on for the last 2 or 3 laps. Bennett finally managing to clear Dylan Thomas and Gary Ogden. And there might be a little bit of sort of smoke coming from the back of Dylan Thomas's car on the right-hand turns as well. Yeah, I can see a little bit of smoke there. Not the same extent as Nick Jones's machine. The officials will definitely take a look at that. Big defensive move from Ogden. He's fighting for every position here as well to keep the faster 66 GR Electric's machine of Jake Rowe behind.
It's a fierce battle, this one. Jake Rowe desperately needing to get himself back up inside the top 10. He'd like to clear all 3 of these drivers and put some extra points in the bank. He pulls to the outside of Gary Ogden on the run down into turn number 10. Almost a little bit too wide on the entry there. He had his right rear tyre right out over the painted white line at the turning point.
He was looking for a high switch. He was looking to try and get the better run and beat Ogden back to the accelerator pedal out of turn 10. Didn't quite do that, but then he was in a good position there to have the lunge down the inside of turn 11 and get the pass done. So he was on the preferred line for turn 10, forced Ogden to take the tight approach, which slowed his speed up, and then Rowe was able to make good use of his drive off of turn 10. Here goes Dylan Thomas. He's trying to get past the 85 of Jeff Bennett with a couple of laps to go now, just 2 remaining in this heat race. And Rowe to the inside, to the outside. He's looking to side down either side or any way he can make that pass. He's got 2 cars ahead of him that he desperately wants to be back ahead of and score some more points. I'm not sure what Dylan Thomas was up to a couple of moments ago. He did have his finger out of the cockpit. I'm not sure if he was motioning for somebody to potentially make a pass or signalling an intent of some nature or wasn't happy with someone's driving. Nonetheless, he's got to focus on that battle that he's in right now. He's got a car in front and a car behind. Rowe looking to go the awkward way around at turn 9. Can he pull off the same sort of switch that he did a few moments ago? Here's the replay of what we're looking at. So keep your eye on the stinger of Dylan Thomas. Here's the car there. That's a bit unusual. I'm not sure what that's to do with. Maybe he was a bit unhappy with the pass that Bennett put on him at turn number 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's, like you say, a bit of a weird one, but anyway, he is going to lose another spot here. Jake Rowe down the inside at turn 11, so that will push Dylan Thomas back.
Oh, it's
spot,
a
and here we go,
scrap.
this is the contest, the 3rd position.
Collinson's going to get 2 in one go here, is he? He's got Andre Kieran. Will he get down the inside of Stuart Vaughan? This is the last lap. Oh, it's so close to sending it. Vaughan had to leave him a little bit of room there. I said Collinson would be on them by the last lap, and he is right there now. McCarthy's taken the lead away from Kinsella. He's made a massive mistake in the last couple of laps. He had that margin out to around 2.5 seconds, and McCarthy has managed to somehow claw his way onto the top spot in this race. What on earth has happened to Kinsella to give up the lead?
Wow, well, it's all happened, hasn't it, in this last lap? We've seen a change in position 4. We've also seen a change in position number 1. And like you were saying, Kinsella looks like he was cruising. He'd opened up the margin, but Reef McCarthy in the final lap has come from the clouds. Only has a couple of corners left to negotiate and on target to win his 2nd heat race of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a bit of a shock to the system. I was keeping an eye on that margin. The last lap for Kinsella was a 35.7 and McCarthy at 34.0. So that's a huge discrepancy in time at 1.7 seconds. That was pretty much half the advantage that Kinsella had had. Last time around as well, McCarthy 34.8 to Kinsella's 36.2. So he had a really, really rough couple of laps in this heat race. Collinson is going to get the Jockey Bickies and come home in third place. So he's managed to somehow find his way past Stuart Vaughan. What a great scrap for the last couple of spots in this race. So Collinson home for third, Stuart Vaughan for fourth, and Kieran fifth. So nothing to be frowned upon for those three gentlemen. They've had a fantastic battle for third, fourth, and fifth. And then Darren Williams home in sixth with Matt Pearce in seventh. Jake Rowe recovering to eighth. Thomas and Ogden the last couple of spots in the 10. Here's how McCarthy did it. Down the inside at 7. And that's fairly clean as well. So there was no sort of quarter given or no real fight put up by Kinsella out of all of that. And here's Jake Rowe managing to find a way past Jeff Bennett, and that's what happened to him. He got way, way, way wide at turn 7, dropped the left rear Dunlop on the gravel trap, and that's all it takes to rotate a Formula V.
I reckon there might have been some contacts between Heath Collinson and Stuart Vaughan as well, because I noticed that the nose cone of Stuart Vaughan's car was quite loose as he crossed the start-finish line to complete the race. So all unfolding. A fair bit of drama there in the last couple of laps of that one, but it's Reece McCarthy, the only driver who's undefeated so far this weekend. 2 heat race wins for him so far.
That's very, very important as well, because there was 2 drivers, as you said, that had come in with the maximum amount of points possible, and they just squared off in that first encounter this morning, and now there's only one who is currently undefeated in terms of race wins. We've got Heat 4 about to come up as well, and there is another one of our favourites for the weekend, the number 78 of Daniel Reynolds. We'll have a quick short break while they recover a couple of cars from the track, and we're back on the other side of this with Heat 4 of Formula V 1600.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back to the Winton Formula Festival for 2022 and the Australian VW Performance Centre National Formula V Challenge of 2022. There's the man who's going to be starting off of pole position for this 4th heat race, the 2nd heat race of the day in Daniel Reynolds. You've got Curtis Porter sitting behind him. He's travelled all the way from Queensland with the number 67 machine, and he'll be alongside him to start this next race. So some very, very fast drivers that will go toe-to-toe in this next race here. Great to see the number of drivers that have actually come down from all parts of the country, whether it be north or south or east or west, to make up the near 50 cars that are here this weekend. There's another one of the drivers that had a lonely run in race number 1 yesterday, the number 6 machine of Hayden Crossland. He was actually the first victim of some pretty substantial damage for this weekend. In practice on Friday, he actually did clout the fence out of turn 10. And another one of the revelations this year, there's been plenty of rookies in the Victorian State Series this year, and Adam Nicholson aboard the Stinger FV, number 95. I'm looking forward to see what he can do. He finished 5th in this year's Victorian Championship. And here's another one of the rookies out of position, number 5, Isaac Woodhouse, style print, number 12, Sabre 02, out of the JRD stable. They're really busy this weekend. They've got 6 cars that they're looking after down there. It's a very, very high number. David Casely from Western Australia, he had a massive recovery drive yesterday after a spin early on, and sorry, not with a spin early on, he actually toured the grass across the backside of turn 1 and 2. Brandon Taylor, the Gippy powder coating, number 29, Sabre 02, out of the Beecham stable. Now, he was getting a little bit naughty during the photo shoot yesterday, getting right up close to Gavin Stubbs' rear end and actually lifting the Spectre machine off the ground. Samuk Rudrapatna is aboard the Scorpion, number 60 for the Acura Motorsports stable. Then you've got John Casamati in the Beecham Sabre 02. He stepped into that car that has been driven by Claudia Lennox and also by Ken Philby from Queensland for a couple of years as well. Then you've got Matthew Bilayek in the number 3 Sabre out of 9th, and then Josh Munro was the orange number 76 machine just behind him. He'll be starting out of position number 10. Little bit of a drama with the timing at the moment here, Lockie. They're actually showing the Formula 5000 Race 2 schedule at the moment, so we're going to might have to call this one for a little bit just as we see it until they get that sorted. So that was the top 10 drivers that we just went through a few moments ago. Ash Clifford, number 17, Star Res Sabre 02. He's going to be out of 11th. He was involved in that late contact with Matthew Pearce toward the end of their heat race yesterday afternoon. That changed a couple of finishing positions for a handful of drivers. Behind him, you had Rob Vile in the number 7 Jacer in the Golf liveried colours. You can see it just coming towards your screen there, the number 7 machine, the very famous Golf colours we've seen in motor racing right around the world. Gavin Stubbs will be behind him, along with Nick Grigg, and then Malachi Windsor, Kathy Lisson, and Corey Ogden, who actually was a non-finisher in his heat race yesterday in the Checkmate, starting out of position 18. So good to see they've got that Paul Corcoran prepared car back out there after its dramas yesterday. It was a bit of a baptism of fire for him, 2 spins and a DNF, and he'll have to fight his way through from the back of the field. Got our timing correct up here now. Thank you very much to the timing team over in the control tower. They're in a complete opposite end of the Winton Motor Raceway compared to where we are in the commentary position. If you're looking at it from that camera there, they're all the way on the left-hand side of your shot. We're all the way on the right-hand side of your shot. We actually have to drive to get over there to see them. So great to see that they're listening out on the Blendline TV feed. I think they've actually got a television up there. They can see exactly what we see and hear what we speak. So great work for them to get that corrected pretty quickly, as cars are now starting to roll around to the grid for heat race number 4. Well, what do you think's going to happen out of this one, Lockie? We've seen some great battles already in the first heat race this morning. Daniel Reynolds probably is expected, I guess, to be the front runner in this one.
He is, but you know, by the same token, Michael Kinsella was probably expected to be the main front runner in the last one, and Pete Collinson took the fight right up to him and ultimately ended up beating him. So I reckon watch out for Curtis Porter, the Queenslander. We know that he's pretty speedy, and I've been impressed with Hayden Crosland as well. He and his brother Ben Crosland have been doing quite a lot of racing in various different categories. They both shared a production car in the Bathurst 6 Hour and in the Sydney 300 earlier in the year. And young Hayden has adapted pretty well to Formula V racing in the New South Wales State Championship. So I reckon he'll be pretty speedy starting out of position 3 as well.
And he's been pretty handy too at adapting to the dramas that they've had over the weekend as well, especially after the incident where they hit the wall on the exit of turn 10.
And I reckon Daniel Reynolds might be a bit outside his grid box there.
He's too far
front
forward.
wheels, yeah, so that might be something that'll catch the
borderline,
attention
actually.
of... Oh,
That's borderline.
yeah, race control. We'll have a look at that, no doubt about that. We are underway. Our fourth heat of the weekend, Formula V. Nice start from Curtis Porter from the outside of the front row, but Daniel Reynolds will have the preferred inside line when they get to turn number 1. And then we'll go through to take the lead of this fourth heat of the Formula V National Challenge.
Leads them down into turn 3. Crossland now going to have to defend from a very fast starting David Casely. He's going to go the long way around the outside at 3. Can he hang on to it at 4? Yes, he can. What a great start for Casely. He's wafted circuit, though. Gone well wide. He's got to be really careful with the rejoin. And he lets Crossland off the hook, and he lets Adam Nicholson off the hook as well. He had a ripping start, but he just couldn't hang on around the outside at 4. I was looking forward to seeing that battle unfold, actually, how it unfolded when it got up to here. And Corey Ogden, has he not been able to get away from the start? He's actually down at turn 3, so he's got through a couple of corners. He's off on the left-hand side at turn 3. Hopefully they'll be able to get that car off the circuit before they get around. He's actually right next door to a return road, so they should be able to clear him pretty quickly. Crossland now on the defence and on the attack at the same time. Down the inside of Curtis Porter at turn 10. Opening the door for Adam Nicholson to possibly go the long way around at turn 11. We've seen this pulled off. Oh, he's got 2 wheels in the dirt as well. And now leaving himself not only exposed to Casely, but also to Isaac Woodhouse. Great job by the recovery crews as well. They've gotten that car cleared very, very smartly.
Very, very good job from them indeed. They got that extracted so efficiently. Spectacular job from the recovery crews in the Ford Ranger Raptor recovery vehicle. It was a super wide moment coming out of turn number 2 for Nicholson. Manages to keep it off the wall, and not only that, he somehow managed to avoid losing any positions. Shades of Dylan Thomas's incident yesterday. Someone's well wide. Casamati in the 25 gets it all crossed up through turn 3. Maximum trying to attack through there as well. Looks like we've got another car that's had a bit of a drama too, which is Ash Clifford in the number 17 Sabre 02 at the same part of the track. He's dropped right back to the tail of the field, so I'm wondering whether there's either some contact between Casamati and Clifford, or one spun and the other had to take some evasive action. Jeez, it's all kicking off very, very early in the battles here in heat race number 4. Reynolds with a 2.1 second margin over Crossland, leaving this fantastic scrap at the moment for 3rd on back to 7th. And different states represented within this battle pack as well. Curtis Porter, the Queenslander, Adam Nicholson, the Victorian, and then David Casely, the West Australian, all absolutely nose to tail as they head down into turn 11. Nicholson up the inside of Porter, and Casely looking to try and take advantage as well.
What a great move by Adam Nicholson. I was looking forward to seeing how he would go. He's been quite a talent that's appeared out of the Acura Motorsport stable this year. When they tested him at the end of last year, he was so good that they decided to put him up into the car that's a little bit more difficult to drive, but if you can get it right, you can extract some really good pace out of it, and he's showing that in spades right now, showing no signs that he's only been in Formula V for less than 12 months. Same with Isaac Woodhouse. He's only been on the scene since the beginning of this year, but already showing that he can match it with people that have been in the category for much, much longer than he.
Curtis Porter hasn't quite had the pace in this race, has he? Started off the front row of the grid, but he's drifted back to 5th position, and under pressure from Isaac Woodhouse at the moment in the battle for 6th.
Wondering whether the number 67 driver's doing the same sort of thing that maybe McCarthy did in race number 1 this morning, where he's just setting his car up for the long haul, setting it up so it's a little bit better toward the end of the race rather than the beginning of the race. But the problem for Porter is he's lost so many spots off the start of this grid that he's got to make probably at least another 2 or 3 of those back, and he's got to have the car to be able to do it. Now, I'm not quite so sure. We'll have to probably give it at least maybe another 3 or so laps to unfold just to see what the driver of the number 67, Jace, has got underneath him. He hasn't got anything for Isaac Woodhouse now, although he's got him on the switch, so very attuned to the switchback with Isaac Woodhouse just going a little bit too deep under brakes. Dave with the board there for Hayden Crossland, sticking that out on the pit wall. Just coming back to that really unusual start for Daniel Reynolds in the number 78. It's customary, I guess, here that they're allowed to have some spotters to help guide them into the pit boxes at the grid boxes at the beginning of the race, but then they have to clear the walls. So I'd imagine with the crew that the Reynolds racing team have got down there, they would have got that absolutely nailed to a T. So it might have looked like he was over the line, but I think as long as his wheels were on that front line, he should have been okay. We haven't seen anything from race control yet that says that they're displeased about what was happening there on the front row of the grid.
And Daniel Reynolds is driving away at the front of this field as well. 3.2 seconds margin back to Hayden Crossland in second position. And I noticed that Adam Nicholson was able to get up the inside of David Casely at turn 3 as well. So Nicholson up to third.
Moves himself up onto the podium positions. A bit further behind, where's Kaffar, as Casely decided that he wants to drop back at the moment. He's still with Nicholson for the moment. And then you've still got Curtis Porter just ahead of Isaac Woodhouse, so still winning that battle for the moment. We were just keeping an eye there for a few moments on Samuk Rudrapatna and Brandon Taylor. Another one of the West Australian contingents. The difference with Brandon Taylor is he doesn't need to bring a car. The car actually lives over here in Victoria. He flies across. Same sort of way that Ken Philby did for many years with the Formula V coming down from Queensland. Beecham looking after his car. And he would fly down and race in Victoria and then head back to Queensland later in the week.
Oh, very close here. David Casely pitched right up on the inside curve at turn number 1 as he looks to try and get down the inside of Adam Nicholson.
Different schools of thought there as well. Nicholson not really wanting to use too much curb at turn 1 and 2. Casely quite happy to throw the car up over the corners in terms of trying to make some lap speed and keep the mid-corner speed up, try and be in position to slingshot past the Stinger down to turn 3. Depends on how you want to drive too. Sometimes that just upsets the balance of the car, but we've seen from people like Reece McCarthy that that's just the way that they want to drive. That's how they extract the pace out of the car. They prefer the car to be a little bit oversteering and a little bit loose and have the car pitch through the corner and be able to sort of slide the car and catch the car rather than have the car understeer and have to be rather hesitant on the throttle when trying to get through the corners and off corner exit. Here we go, we've got the number 72 machine of Gavin Stubbs in combat with the number 33 of Nick Grigg. Nick's returning to the categories, his second race after a pretty nasty shunt at Sandown at the beginning of the year. JRD having to do a lot of work to get that car race-worthy again. And took a little bit of time for Nick to find his feet. He was a bit timid and sort of a little bit scared when he got back in the car for Phillip Island. It was great to see him there, but he's gotten back on the horse, as they say, pretty quickly, and looks like he's up to pretty much almost back up to the same sort of speed that we've seen him for the times that we've been visiting Winton Motor Raceway.
And Brandon Taylor has been able to get past Subal Rudrapatna at turn number 1, so that's a change in 7th position. Brandon Taylor, incidentally, was the slowest qualifier in the faster 50% session yesterday, whereas Rudrapatna was the second fastest in the slower 50% session.
Correct.
So
yeah.
they both qualified in different sessions yesterday.
Yeah, Rudrapatna was about a tenth and a half away from Matthew Pearce's quick time in the lower 50%, and it was about half a second behind at one stage and couldn't quite just get that last tenth and a half to overhaul the Pearce Plumbing 37 machine. Just a great scrap. You've got Rob Vile in the Jacer holding off Matthew Bielek in the number 3 Stinger, and then Ash Clifford, who we saw off the road at turn number 3 from our commentary box position about 3 or 4 laps ago. He's on the recovery drive here and looking for another couple of spots. So this is down in the lower parts of the race order, 11th, 12th and 13th. Well, for Ash Clifford, that now becomes 12th position. Down the inside pretty decisively at turn 10. You should be able to drive that Sabre away quite easily and see just the gap just starting to enlarging out of the run out.
Oh,
We've got a car off.
off road there at turn 11.
Yeah, we've got somebody off that was down there on the outside of turn 11.
And that's Rudra Patna, who has come to grief there. So he was running in position 8 at the time, but he's going to fall back a couple of spots as a result of that off-track excursion.
Wondering if there was more than one car there as well, because it's elevated Josh Munro up into 9th, Rob Vile up into 10th, and now that's Ash Clifford back into 10th. So maybe just Rudra Patna on his own, actually, and I'm not sure if he's managed to get going again. Actually, yes, he has. He's managed to get going again, and he's actually behind this battle by the tune of about 3 or 4 seconds. A bit further back up the field, this battle has shown no signs of slowing down. Casely's just started to lose a little bit of touch with Adam Nicholson. It's not that far up the road. There he is in shot there. But Isaac Woodhouse is getting rather interested in the back of the number 10 Jacer right now.
And out of those 3 cars, Woodhouse was the fastest of them last time around, as we see Nicholson dropping right wheels off the road at turn 10. So this is a pretty hot 3-way dice at the moment.
It's very easy to do, to drop wheels off the backside of turn 10 as well. You have a look how wide the curb is on the outside here at turn 12, and then it sort of narrows up very quickly. It's the narrow part on the exit of turn 10. So a lot of drivers get a little bit greedy trying to get on the throttle too early, and that's what leads to them dropping wheels off the edge of the road, and Nicholson very wide at turn number 1. That leaves him vulnerable to Casely potentially down the inside. He has to cover. Not on this occasion. So a couple of moments in a couple of corners for Adam Nicholson. Is he starting to feel the heat being laid down by the West Australian? Through turn 5 they go. Some slightly different lines. Nicholson rather wide, looking to get a late apex through turn 5. Casely very tight at the early part of the track. Oh, massive protest. And Casely, did he overcommit? It looks like he maybe overcommitted in the braking zone just a little bit. And that was all that it took for Woodhouse to seize the next position ahead of Casely. So Woodhouse up into P4. Did Porter go through as well?
He did.
He did. So 2 spots lost for David Casely. So last lap between Nick Grigg and Gavin Stubbs. Where's this down? Down at turn 7 and up through the Gumtree section of the course. And great respect shown there.
Nice pass from Gavin Stubbs. He was slightly wider through turn number 7, but that allowed him to position the car on the inside for turn 8. And he picks up that spot.
A little bit of reshuffling in the order now, so Nicholson's still 3rd, but Casely drops down to 6th, with Woodhouse up to 4th and Porter up to 5th. So Porter's recovered 1 spot of the several that he lost since the drop of the green flag. What's his times like at the moment? 34.9 relative to the others around him in the 35. So again, sort of coming to that conclusion that we were drawing a little bit earlier, that maybe he had set his car up for a better second half of the race, but at the moment it might be a little bit too late.
So here's Ashley Clifford, who's up now into position number 9, just by virtue of staying out of trouble and avoiding some of the incidents that have unfolded on the track.
He's got himself back up into the top 10 now as well, so he's now up to 9th, having just passed Josh Munro in the last couple of corners. Munro having a fairly good run as well. Again, another relatively newcomer to Formula V racing. Started last year and did a couple of races this year. They've finally got the full complement of 5 rounds in the local state series. Bit of fresh engine put in the Logicalis number 76 this weekend, and showing some great pace, being able to hang with a number of the drivers in the midfield. Probably won't do Island Magic this year. He'll put the car away after this round, and then with an eye towards 2023. He's actually flying solo for the first time. He's usually got a pretty decent crew around him. Isaac Woodhouse.
Woodhouse, yeah, a mistake.
It's a mistake from him, and that looks like it's out of turn 11. Coming round the final couple of corners. So he was in 4th, so he's now gone back to 6th, and I think Brandon Taylor would be very, very interested now and see what he can do and maybe wrestle another spot away. Casely now and Porter, they've lost some touch with Adam Nicholson. He's marching away into the distance and got P3 on a string at the moment. Porter getting really interested in a very sideways Casely, throwing the car through turn 3 and 4.
David Casely's been very aggressive, hasn't he, in the way that he's been hustling that car around the circuit, attacking the curbs, attacking the ripple strips, really barreling into corners and being very aggressive with his braking and turning technique.
Yeah, it's a bit strange to see somebody so aggressive, like, throughout the whole entire race. It's not just been, the back end of the race or the front end of the race. He's been super aggressive throughout the race, just trying to find out where he can extract some time, where he's a little bit faster than somebody else, and just get that little advantage. All it takes is that 1 or 2% that you need to be quicker than someone else at a particular part of the course, and you'll be in position to strike. He's just getting a little bit out of control. He's just overstepping the boundary just a little bit too much at some parts of the track. But fortunately for him, Porter's not really in position to capitalise on some of these little awkward moments for Casely. We're on the last lap now as well, so if he's got to strike, he's got to strike now, Curtis Porter.
And he is nicely positioned in the toe, the opposite lock Caboolture entry. Is he close enough to go for a dive at turn number 1? Has to think about it, but Casely once again very strong under brakes into that first corner.
Both got the same sort of chaser chassis as well, so this is a great illustration of the same type of make and model car in two different hands as well, and just how closely they are matched. Lockstep through turn 4, now up through the sweeper. They've got slightly different lines. Porter a little bit later on the turn in. Casely very, very early and sort of hugs the apex. Does he throw it down the inside here at turn 7? No. The next opportunity comes at turn 10 and then turn 11. They'll be the spots that Porter's going to try and look for an opportunity to get past the number 10 from WA. The race leader, I think, is just coming up to the last couple of corners as well, so he's got a comfortable margin and he's pretty much dominated the race, but hasn't pulled away at any great rate of knots. 6.5 seconds the margin for Daniel Reynolds in cruise control. And he'll bank 50 points for his 11 laps of work in heat race number 4 for Formula V 1600. Ahead of Hayden Crossland. Across the line he goes, and the margin at the end of the day, 6.2 seconds. Nicholson home for third. Casely's managed to get it done and hang on to position number 4. So he's outlasted everything that Porter could throw at him in the closing laps for 4th position. Curtis Porter home in 5th. Woodhouse, from that moment we saw him off the track, will finish in 6th. Brandon Taylor 7th. Casamati into 8th. Clifford looks like he's in 9th. And this is the battle for the last position inside the top 10. Bilayek down the inside at turn number 11. And he's going to get Josh Munro on the drag out of turn 12, is he? It's going to be pretty close at the line. I think it's just going to be the Stinger driver in front by a car length.
Indeed it is. So Bialek just edging out Munro for the final spot inside the top 10. We go back to Vile. Rudrapatna in position number 13 after the spin that we saw at turn number 11 earlier on. Gavin Stubbs back to Nathan Drigg, and then Windsor rounding out our 16 finishers. We saw Corey Ogden having to get towed off the circuit with some mechanical problems in his Checkmate Formula V chassis. Really good job by the recovery crews to get him recovered from the circuit. And they're already pulling the number 71 of Rod Lisson in as well. So very quick work with the recovery crew as well there. So next on the agenda, we're going to get the ground shook, because here come the Formula 5000s. Short break, and then they'll be on track on the other side of this.
So I'm Tom Tweedy. I'm driving the Chevron B24 28 1973 Formula 5000. So the cars are obviously very light, 600 horsepower roughly coming out of the back of them. They weigh about 800 kilos, so obviously very quick. They accelerate extremely hard out of the corners, nothing like your road car, and there's a lot of grip on the back. So to say they're probably the ultimate racing machine is probably a fair way to put it. They're wild, they're quick, a lot of grip, bit of aero, so I know the guys in the day enjoyed it, so it's a lot of fun. With this car, I'd probably say they suit the faster, bigger tracks. Phillip Island, I mean, you'll never get a better driving experience in Formula 5000 at Phillip Island. They do, 1 minute 25s, which is super quick, but just wide open, throttle open, 280k an hour down the end of the straight there. It's just, there's no better feeling with that engine a few inches off your back, just the raw grunt of it while you're powering around there, and then the smooth billiard table surface that's the track's got. So it's a real pleasure to drive around there and a lot of fun. Today's been really good. I mean, we've had a heap of rain. The track was slippery. We've had rain on and off all day. In the wet this morning, ran some old intermediates and slid around, and it was a bit of fun. Still, car's reasonable to control. You've just got to make sure you don't hit 100% throttle too often down the straight because it'll wheel spin. But then just had the first dry run of the weekend, and yeah, everything's beaut. It's nice to driving them in the dry is a real art, and getting your eye in takes a couple of laps. So you want to have that dry running before the weekend just to get your brain into gear and get used to the speeds. From A to B, it's super quick. So so far, touch wood. So I think the rain's going away and we'll have a good weekend.
This is the Formula Festival at Winton Motor Raceway. Lockie Mansell in the commentary box as we get set for the second of our Formula 5000 races. And unfortunately, some problems for the number 2 car, which was due to start this race from the front of the grid in the hands of Josh Buchan. We'll come to that very, very shortly. I'm joined in commentary for this race by a driver who we're seeing in Formula Ford this weekend in the modern Kent class, Will Liston, whose father, Paul Liston, actually owns the car that we're seeing on screen at the moment of Josh Buchan. A bit of a shame for Josh yesterday. He was forced out of race 1. It looks like maybe some more drums, although they managed to get the car fired up, but no, he's heading back to the paddock area.
Well, it's certainly not the same problem we had yesterday. We got that resolved. Going to the dummy grid yesterday had a failure in the diaphragm in the fuel pump. So that's sorted out now. Let's pull up a chair here. That's unfortunate. Josh has been, we've only sort of done 7 laps this weekend, but Josh is just loving driving this car. It's so different to what he's used to. They're just unreal pieces of machinery.
And you've got full John Goss spec wearing your race suit in the commentary box, Will. How's your weekend gone so far in Formula Ford?
Yeah, well, absolutely. We're running the John Goss car this weekend, the blue car that you just saw on screen, so I figured this was
very appropriate.
It's not long till my 3rd race, but yeah, we've had a good weekend. We've had fun. And I've never been to Winton before, but the way we do our racing now is we just come as a family, we have fun. That's what it's about. So Josh was scheduled to go off P2. There was a bit of a promoter's choice kind of deal going on where they didn't want to put a car that fast right at the back and have to work through the traffic. But now it looks like we'll have Tweedy off the front row with Zazran.
Indeed, so it will be a couple of warm-up laps for these cars to allow them to get some temperature into their tyres, and a lot of historically significant vehicles in the field for Formula 5000. So Tom Tweedy on pole position. That's the car that him and his dad, Rob Tweedy, own. It's a car that was formerly owned and campaigned by David Kraft over in the UK, but it also was brought out here to Australia where it competed in the Tasman Series in the hands of Vern Schuppan, so it's a very historically significant vehicle. The car of Paul Zazran, that's a car that originated in the US, and in fact it competed in the first ever Long Beach Grand Prix. We saw that it also competed at Laguna Seca where Paul Zazran holds the fastest ever lap for a Formula 5000 car. And then we've got Tim Berryman back there as well. Tim Berryman, a driver who's had a lot of experience in various high downforce machinery here in Australia. We've seen him racing in Radical Cup. We've seen that he's competed in the Australian Formula 3 Championship and done some historic Formula 4 racing as well. We go back to Dean Cam and David Crabtree. Peter Brennan, who's put together a lot of the historical data that is available to us up here in the commentary box. We've got Frank Harris back there. Rob Splatt, the president of the Formula 5000 Association. And then in car number 11, we've got Bill Hemming. That's the sister car to the car that James Hunt drove to victory in the 1978 Rose City 10,000 Formula 5000 race. And starting out of position 11 on the grid, a driver who competed in that 1978 Rose City 10,000, Chaz Talbot. And then we go back to Jay Bondini, back to Rod Carroll, and unfortunately in car number 0, Jeff Walsers will not start. Some problems with the airbox for his car that have unfortunately forced him out of the race meeting.
Yeah, it's excellent to see a couple of makes up there. Obviously, the Lola and the Chevron so distinctively different. You know, you've got the big airbox on the Lolas, and the flat top on the Tweedy cars. They come to green now.
Getting set for a race start here. They're loud, they're fast, they're exciting, they're V8 powered, they're historic open wheelers, and they're set to make the ground shake here at Winton Motor Raceway. Good start from Tom Tweedy. We saw him march away from the field yesterday. Tim Berryman slots into second position. It looks like Paul Zazran into third spot there as well. And all of the drivers giving each other plenty of racing room and respect through the first couple of corners. These cars, they're obviously historically significant vehicles, but because they are historic cars, not a lot of spare parts available. And in fact, last night I was having a very interesting chat with Jay Bondini at dinner, and he said that because all of these cars were very unique in their design philosophy, these days you can't just buy spare parts for them off the shelf. If you want spares, you have to make them yourself or get them custom made.
Yeah, massive shout out actually has to go to Jay Bondini. He was the person who had the relevant diaphragm for the fuel pump that we fixed on the Matic yesterday. And that's one of the great things about F5000. Everyone's willing to lend a hand. They're willing to share parts for that exact reason, Lockie, because there's not a whole lot of parts around. And these cars are so unique, and it's just so good to see a field this big running around.
Most of these cars run Chevrolet-powered V8 engines, with the exception of your car, in fact, which is unfortunately back down in the pits. It runs a Repco Brabham engine with a flat plane crank, which has a very distinctive engine note compared to all of the other cars.
Yeah, it sounds excellent, doesn't it? You can pick it a mile away. You don't have to see it. The first lap done, Tom Tweedy, he's stretching his legs. He's very experienced in these cars, Tom. He's very experienced in a lot of cars, obviously Formula 3, Porsche, Super 2, Formula Ford. He's certainly a journeyman of Australian racing, and he's just driving away at the moment. And it looks like Berryman's opened up a similar gap back to Zazran.
Indeed, so Tom Tweedy, we saw yesterday he got down to a 1 minute 18 lap time. That was his fastest lap of the race. Really scorching pace when you consider that these cars are in many cases approaching 50 years old, in some cases even older. It really is very, very fast pace that they're able to achieve here at Winton when you compare them to other types of cars. Supercar lap times generally around the 1 minute 19 or 1 minute 20 bracket. The outright lap record here at Winton Motor Raceway set by Australian Formula 3 Championship cars is in the 1 minute 13 bracket, so we're talking about cars that are not that much slower than the outright lap record for cars that are over half a century old in some cases.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and there's more pace in them. I think you throw a set of tyres at them and you set them to kill, and you could do 16s around here, you could match Formula 3s, but we see on screen Rob Splatt, one of the category administrators, is having a crack around the outside.
Of Bill Hemming, yep, and makes the move stick. Nice move there from Rob Splatt at turn number 10 and picks up that position.
He's got the little hand up to say thank you, and then
Bill Hemming just
right
blasts
back
past him on the run down into turn number 11. This is a good, entertaining contest between these two drivers. Plenty of respect being shown between one another. And like I said, some interesting history, particularly for car number 11, the Bill Hemming-owned car, because it's an Elfin chassis, but it was built for Vern Schuppen, who drove the car in 3 races in 1977 at Sandown, where he took the pole and second place outright. But then Vern Schuppen took the car over to the USA and ran it over there as well, and it was the sister car to the one that was raced by James Hunt here. We also saw Elfin MR8 Formula 5000s raced by the likes of Larry Perkins and John Bowe. So cars with very distinguished history when it comes to Australian motorsport, that's for sure.
And that's what's so good about this category. Every single one of these cars has a story attached to it, and they're all of so much value. They're of more value than they're monetarily worth, because they're just of such significance to people. Tom Tweedy's just gone past our box again, and he's opened up that lead even further. So he's 6.8 seconds at the line. So he's driving away quite comfortably. That's a 17.5 last time by. So that's only a couple of tenths slower than what he was doing in qualifying trim. So
Yeah.
Tom Tweedy's really wringing that thing's neck.
So David Crabtree and Peter Brennan having a battle at the moment. The contest positions 4 and 5. David Crabtree, it's a March 73A chassis. As Peter Brennan has a bit of a look down the inside at turn number 1. The David Crabtree car, built in 1973, Jean-Pierre Giry won the European Formula 2 Championship in that car. As we see Brennan getting down the inside at turn number 3 to move the number 22 car up to position number 4. But back in the late 1960s, it was before it was Formula 5000, it was actually, the category was described as Formula A and Formula B. And Formula B cars ended up becoming Formula 2, Formula A cars ended up becoming Formula 5000.
This battle on screen's excellent. These are guys that have been around these cars quite a while, and almost everyone driving these cars is involved in some way in the administration of the category, in the running of it, just because everyone's so passionate about getting these cars out of sheds, on the track.
Exactly right. And again, it was a very interesting discussion at dinner that I had last night with a few of the people who are involved in the background in this category, including David Crabtree and Jay Bondini. And we've obviously got 9 cars out there on the track at the moment. There are more here this weekend, but some of them not able to run as a result of some mechanical issues. Hopefully we'll have a full field out there a bit later on for the Rose City 10,000 race that will be conducted over 15 laps. But by all reports, there's some 40 to 45 F5000 cars in Australia in various states of restoration. So hopefully we will see more of these amazing and spectacular cars out on the track in years to come. But again, coming back to that whole spare parts issue and the fact that you have to get parts custom made, and also the, I suppose, temperamental would be a word that you would use to describe these cars as well. Will, they can be a little bit finicky in terms of the tuning and just, getting them to start up and the proper pre-race ritual that you have to go through as well.
Yeah, absolutely, as we just see Tom starting to work his way through some of the lap traffic. But yeah, they're historic race cars. They choose when they want to run. The engineers don't, the mechanics don't, the drivers don't. The car decides when it wants to run. So we've had all sorts of just now limited experience with the Matic, all kinds of different things that can go wrong, and it's the tiniest things. So they're a bit temperamental. Obviously, the Tweedies have found something that makes that work consistently, and comes with spending a lot of time with the car. You've almost got to treat them like an animal. You train them, you learn what they do and don't like, and that's just part of the process. They were the best cars in their day, and they were that way because they were works of art.
So I have to ask the question, your dad, Paul, has obviously been very heavily involved in the restoration of that number 2 car that Josh is driving this weekend, but are there any plans for you to get behind the wheel?
No. That car's for race car drivers, No, but certainly it is great to see Josh in it. We had a bit of a plan. We don't own the car, first of all. It's privately owned. We just sort of look after it. But the owner wants the thing to go fast. So we've had an interest in putting good drivers in it, which started with Glenn Welch, and now it's Josh Buchan, who's obviously one of the absolute aces in Australian motorsport. But yeah, we're just interested in that car going fast. We want it to be as quick now as it was back in the day. And certainly we've had that pace in flashes. We just need to work out some of the mechanical quirks in it. Another car that's been doing this for quite a while, and another driver that's been doing it for quite a while on screen now, Tim Berryman in that Lola T332. He's done a bit in S5000 as well, and obviously very successful in a lot of forms of open wheel. But they're very comfortable with that car. Like the old Bill Patterson Racing and Teddy Yip on the side of it. And it's just an excellent car. Those Lolas with the big airbox, they're really synonymous with what Formula 5000 racing was.
And that car of Tim Berryman, it was raced by Alan Jones back in 1974.
Yep.
And then it was subsequently sold to the Davison family. So we saw John and Richard Davison doing some racing in it. And a bit later on, Alex Davison had a steer of it at some historic race meetings as well. But it's now been sold to Tim Berryman.
Yeah, and they sound fantastic with the Chev motor in them. They're fast cars. The short shoot that we just saw Tim in between the 2 last turns, is one of the places you really notice the speed, because it's a slow speed corner, but then they pick up the throttle and it just rockets through that little short chute. So it's fantastic to see these cars, because they're not that much quicker than, say, a Formula Ford through a corner, through a slow speed corner. But when they pick up the throttle, those things are gone.
And
it's just phenomenal.
From what I was told last night, top speed at the end of the main straight here at Winton before you break for turn 1 is around 240 kilometres an hour. And we know that the straight here at Winton is not particularly long by the standards of straights on racetracks here in Australia. So 240, that'd be one of the higher top speeds for any racing vehicles that we have here at Winton.
Absolutely. It's big acceleration, big deceleration. They're just such powerful machines. On screen now, it looks like
Paul Zazrin,
yeah,
just rounding up some laps cars.
Bondini's just waves them through as this battle goes on between Zazrin and... oh no, Brendan's a bit further back. But he's been very impressive this weekend. You know, he outpaced Berryman yesterday. He's really coming ahead in leaps and bounds.
So Bill Hemming and Jay Bondini are actually battling for position. They're dicing for 8th and 9th at the moment. They've just been elapsed by Paul Zazrin. We were hoping that the car that James Hunt drove's victory in 1978 would be making an appearance to at least do some parade laps here at Winton this weekend. It's owned by Mike Glynn, who lives not too far away from here, but unfortunately because of the flooding that we've had here in regional Victoria, he's not been able to actually get out of his property as far as I understand, so I'm not sure that we'll be seeing that ex-James Hunt car making an appearance.
So through the lap traffic here, just looking at the splits, it looks like Berryman's closed down to about 3.5 seconds behind Tom Tweedy.
Indeed he has.
Not
he was
entirely
6 seconds quicker than Tom Tweedy last time through, Will, so you're absolutely right.
Yeah, it looks like Tom's just getting through the lap traffic there. Obviously with these cars, you're not making a dive bomb. You're not doing a World Championship move. You're making sure they've seen you. You're making sure there's no chance anyone turns in on anyone, because these cars, they're priceless. So obviously Tom being very careful through the traffic. He'll know he has a big lead. He'll have seen Berryman sort of disappearing from his mirrors. But now as Berryman comes back to him a bit, hopefully see a bit of a race at the front, although Berryman's just caught, I believe, Crabtree in a very awkward position on the exit of the last corner.
Not too bad, actually. Here we go. So 1 lap to go. 1 minute 23.4 that time around for Tweedy. Plays a 21.1 for Berryman, and the margin's only 1.2 seconds. So it's going to be a good battle to the finish here. There will be another lapped car that they're going to have to negotiate, and Tom Tweedy was caught up to that at a bit of an awkward time. And here is Berryman's opportunity on the exit of turn 4. So shaping up for a grandstand finish here in the second race of the weekend for Formula 5000. Has Peter Brennan seen Tom Tweedy? Can he get up the inside at turn 7? Oh, that's tight there. Oh, this is very, very, very tight. It's an awkward position to be catching people on the run-up through that top-end complex of corners around the gum train. Tom Tweedy a little bit frustrated there, I think, to be balked by that lapped car of Peter Brennan, and it's allowed Tim Berryman to close right onto the back of Tom Tweedy with a few corners remaining.
That'll have gotten under their collar. There'll be a blow-up in the pits afterwards, I'm sure. But it's good to see them racing close. You know, Tom Tweedy's been doing this a long time, and he's had a lot of big winning margins, so it's good to see a bit of a battle developing. But as he comes through the last corner now, as it was in qualifying, as it was in race 1, Tom Tweedy on the gas, to the checkers. He is the winner.
Indeed he is, but good that Tim Berryman was able to make a race of it there at the end. Only 0.2 of a second the final margin of the finish line, so a good close finish there for our second race of the weekend for the Formula 5000s.
And the battles are still going on now. We've got Hemming still ahead of Bondini, but they are close as they've been all race. They're just coming back under the tree now. We've been treated to some magnificent battles in this second race of the weekend.
So Formula 5000s this weekend presented by Auto Action. Here is
got the run.
Bondini looking
Can
up
he get
the
outside? Hemming covers. No one's really too keen to throw one all the way down the inside in these things, which is the smart way to go about it.
Correct. The last thing you want to be doing is having contact with other cars. So the drivers giving each other plenty of racing room and showing respect for one another.
Yeah, and it looks like Hemming's going to get this done, although... Yeah, no, he gets the drive off the last corner. And it's another race without safety car. The cars that left the pit lane have all come back to the pit lane. You know, that's what you want from this kind of racing. You want cars that are still running. You want people that are enjoying getting laps in. It's what it's about at a historic level.
Fingers crossed that you and your dad and the rest of the crew down there can get Josh Buchan's car fixed and back out on the track for the Rose City 10,000 presented by Auto Action Magazine a bit later on in the day.
Yeah, thanks, Lockie. It's
All
good
right.
to join you. It's great to be here in regional Victoria after how it looked Friday. This is just an amazing weekend. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks,
Thank you
Will.
for Glenline.
And go well in your next Formula Ford race as well. There we go. Will Liston joining me in commentary for the Formula 5000s here at Winton Motor Raceway. Next on the program, we've got the Formula V 1200cc and historic cars. They're on track next. A quick break here on Blendline TV, and we'll be back with the Vs very soon.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back, everybody. You are tuned into Blendline TV for the Winton Formula Festival 2022 edition. And coming up next, we've got Formula V 1200cc and historic cars for their third race of the weekend. And it's been a good battle so far in the races that we've had between Stephen Butcher and Max Bonney at the front of the field. Stephen De Vries joining me in commentary once again, and I know that obviously a lot of the focus in Formula V land has been on the 1600cc cars this weekend, but the 1200cc cars and historics have had some fun battles as well.
Yes, as you're right, and especially out in front, we were just referring to the battles between Stephen Butcher and Max Bonney. Race 1 yesterday was probably the highlight, I think, of the day. The amount of passing that happened at the front, so clean, right up until the unfortunate coming together with the backmarker Michael Olsen with about 2 laps to go. In a very awkward situation. There is the man in question that was involved in that little collision yesterday afternoon, so he'll be looking to stay out of the way. He did a much better job in the second race. We're not blaming him for the collision. It was just an unfortunate and a very awkward situation where he found himself with 2 cars wanting to basically do the old Michael Schumacher and Mika Hakkinen at Spa on Ricardo Zonta back in the day, one wanting to go either side to get around the same car, and unfortunately not coming to fruition for Stephen Butcher. He did manage to recover to finish second in the second race yesterday afternoon. In terms of a point score, that actually set up a really interesting set of circumstances with 3 drivers then tied on points with 86 points apiece, and the crew down there in the administration garage, Brett Burden, Nick Kerr and Ash Clifford, all having to figure out and do the countback scenario to work out who starts where for this third race this morning. Engines are fired. Looks like they're about ready to head out onto track. That's the number 2 there of Peter George. He's unfortunately retired from at least one of the races so far this weekend. He's back out there starting toward the back of the field. There's the number 30 machine as well, belonging to Nathan Clifton. He actually missed the second race yesterday afternoon with the Mechanical Gremlins in race number 1. So let's have a look at how the grid's going to line up for this one. I was having a look yesterday afternoon just to work out where the positions were going to be set, and I actually thought there was going to be a bit of a change for how that was going to be set up, but I'm just seeing now that the timing doesn't look like it's quite exactly accurate. Tracy Richardson, or Charlie Tracy Richardson there, the number 14 on third place on the timing tree, she's actually in 1600s, so she's not in this particular race, so there might be a little bit of bad data coming through from the timing crew over there. But nonetheless, the grid, as per what we can see on the screen here, is Max Bonney and Stephen Butcher are going to resume their battle off of positions 1 and 2, with Miles Lockett and Dean Briggs out of position 3 and 4. Then April Welsh, Michael Olsen, Glenn Briggs, and then Callum Ross in the number 41 machine. Peter George and Nathan Clifton are your 10 starters for this race.
There's Daniel Reynolds down in the pits, winner of the last of our Formula V 1600cc heat races earlier on. Daniel Reynolds with his family here this weekend. His mother Robin, who's a big starter of, big supporter, I should say, of his racing program, is here. They've travelled down from Canberra. We've seen that Daniel Reynolds' brother Ryan Reynolds has been racing in the Aussie Racing Car Series this year as well. Ryan Reynolds, another former Formula V competitor who has stepped up through the Aussie motorsport hierarchy.
Yesterday afternoon, I was having a look at how the crew in the administration garage were trying to put together all the point score and work out who started where. They actually published a set of details late last night, and did have that Dean Briggs was possibly going to be starting on the front row. So I dare say they've gone back to some qualifying results as the tiebreaker. Maybe that was a little bit incorrect last night. So I was expecting Dean to be off the front row based on my discussions I'd had with him in the cabin across the way from where we're all staying down at the Benalla Tourist Park, Caravan Park last night. But nonetheless, he'll be off of position number 4. Miles Lockett's the one that I'm going to be interested in this one here, Lockie. Not only the battle out in front, but Lockett's been quite speedy toward the back end of the two races so far this weekend, and he's finished in third place in both those races, so that's why he's sort of up the pointy end of the field. Not the greatest qualifier by his own admission, but much, much better when it comes to racing. Very short form up as well, only the 10 cars, so a pretty quick form up, and we're set for a start here for race number 3 of the combined 1200 and historic class fields, and off we go yet again. Max Bonney with the jump off the front row of the grid. On the left-hand side, Stephen Butcher still there or thereabouts, just concedes the position into turn number 1 and 2. Doesn't want to challenge it too early. Still a long way to go, so they've got another 4th race. They've actually got 4 races for the weekend that they need to get through.
And down the inside straight away, Stephen Butcher on the attack at turn number 3. And he has elevated that Stinger Formula V chassis up into the race lead. And it should be noted that Stephen Butcher is in a modern 1200cc Formula V, whereas the car of Max Bonney is a historic car. And last night in the Stinger and CXC garage, where Stephen Butcher is garaged together with Dylan Thomas and also Stuart Vaughan, the crew was stirring up Stephen Butcher about the fact that he was beaten twice by a historic car yesterday, as we see that Dean Briggs up the inside of Miles Lockett, so that's Dean Briggs through into 3rd position.
There's more stirring up going on in that garage than actually what you think. I think they've both got some of these more modern timing things on their dashboards now, both Dylan Thomas and Stephen Butcher. They've got it's a Wi-Fi connection from their laptops to the car, and they don't have to plug them in anymore. And they're having a bit of fun with each other. And when Stephen Butcher got his one for the first time, it was a case of Dylan decided to make the Wi-Fi network. It said Dylan is faster. And then now that role's been reversed. Now Stephen's gone to Dylan's one and said, nah, Butcher is faster. So they're having, it's a bit of a gamesmanship and one-upsmanship that they have going on down in that garage there. Sad part is they're both not in 1600s anymore. Steve's gone his separate way and gone back to the 1200 in the last 2 years or so. So it's really not a fair comparison to say I'm faster than you, but nonetheless they're enjoying themselves down there this weekend, which is great to see.
So, Stephen Butcher with a 1 second lead after the first lap. Bonnie gets slotted back to second position. Briggs ahead of Lockett. April Welsh doing a good job on this opening lap today, not too far away from Briggs and Lockett. And then we go back to Glenn Briggs in position number 6, back to George, Clifton, Ross, and Michael Olsen has been slotted back to 10th position on the opening lap.
Just having a look down the field here, there was 11 drivers registered for the race weekend. I'm just trying to figure out who the one was that's actually missing from this list. Because we've got 10 runners out there, and there was 11 on the entry form when we started.
There is Peter George in car number 2. He's just behind Glenn Briggs at the moment. And just ahead of Nathan Clifton, who was a non-starter in race number 2 yesterday.
Yeah, the Mohammed entry number 30 there is still off the back of the field, up to 8th though, importantly. Actually just worked out who that last starter was that hasn't taken to the field. It's actually Stephen Normoyle, so he actually hasn't been here all weekend. So I think he may have been a late withdrawal from proceedings. So
it's a shame that we're not seeing Steve out there. Steve, of course, very heavily involved with Chevron Publishing, which publishes a lot of the motorsport magazines in Australia, including the pre-Bathurst magazine that comes out before the Bathurst 1000 every year. So a very experienced motoring journalist is Steve Normoyle, and it's a shame that he's not here this weekend.
It's a shame that the other driver that hasn't been able to partake in the 1200 and historics this weekend is actually Bruce Welsh, the father of April Welsh, who's the third car in this train at the moment. That was one of the things that April was looking forward to doing this weekend, is actually spending some time racing against her father. The car's actually here. It's out the back in the truck that came over with all of the WA contingent that made their way across the continent for this particular event. Unfortunately for Bruce, he actually was in hospital earlier in the week. Surgery down sort of in the lower abdomen area, around the intestines and stuff as well, and he's not quite medically fit to be able to subject himself to all the cornering forces and the lateral loads and G-forces that go with open wheel motor racing. Not only that, I think it would be probably a bit of a hard challenge getting in and out of the car, considering that when you sit in one of these Formula cars, your backside is pretty much 40-50 millimetres above the ground, and getting into the car and out of the car is the real challenge. But then you're sort of sitting in that really awkward position with your feet sort of partially elevated for a better part of 15 to 20 minutes, Lockie. So it probably can't be doing any good for that part of your body, especially if you've been in surgery. You're sitting there for that length of time for one race, let alone for the better part of 4 or 5 for the weekend, plus qualifying.
This is a good battle, this one. So April Welsh having her most competitive run of the weekend so far, as here comes Miles Lockett pulling to the outside of Dean Briggs on the run down into turn 1. Won't be on the right side of the road though, he'll be on the outside, so Dean Briggs manages to hold on to that position. April Welsh just maintaining a watching brief there in position 5.
Yeah, she's not going to do anything silly at the back of this queue, April Welsh. I said yesterday she's been one of the best ambassadors for Novo Nordisk and Medtronic for a number of years, because it's part of the things that she has to go through, even through her racing, as part of what keeps her alive, with being insulin and things like that. And she's the only female that's actually competed this year in the national series. She's normally run, as I said, the Sabre 02, and she's had for many, many years in the 1600s. Stepped back into 1200s this year and has decided to give the 1600 to a new home. She hasn't alluded to me who she's given it to. She wasn't sure she's allowed to say who she sold it to or not. I'm going to have to go and try and extract that information out of her sometime before the weekend. I'd like to know if it's coming to Victoria. I don't believe it is. I think it may have gone to a home in Queensland, but I'll try and get that information before the weekend's out. But that'll be another 1600 Sabre 02 somewhere in the country, hopefully in a good set of hands, and hopefully put to good use, and maybe winning some races and maybe some state championships somewhere along the line. So we're now 4 laps into the 11-lap duration for the third race of the weekend for the combined 1200 and historic class cars. Miles Lockett now trying to go the same way that he went at turn number 1. Same move, same result. Dean Briggs hanging on to position 3. He'll want to hang on to that third place. He won't want to be beaten by Lockett again, who's got the 2 third places on offer so far this weekend. Out in front, Stephen Butcher's starting to pull clear of Max Bonney in the number 86 machine at the moment. He's got that margin out to 4 seconds. It's growing roughly by around a second a lap as we stand right now. A couple of different lines down into turn number 7. No real pass offered from April Welsh this time on her WA counterpart in Miles Lockett. A bit further back in the order, we go down to the 41 of Callum Ross, who's in his first competitive weekend in a V, and well, it's in a historic class car, and what a way to debut in the series. And he's locked in combat here with the Elfin 500 of Michael Olsen. Round turn 5 they go. These cars don't have all the mod cons and sort of modern sort of suspension elements that all their 1200 counterparts have, and likewise with the 1600 class cars. So it takes a little bit of a different driving style. And this is the bit that I liked back in the day, Lockie, is that you could take the 1200 cylinder CC motor from a Formula V. From a Volkswagen. There was a set of regulations around what you had to do suspension wise and things like that, but there was a lot of freedoms around the tube construction and the different bodies that people did back in the day to put a car together. Similar sort of veins of what we saw in Formula Ford in the day with the Van Diemen's and all those different sort of looking cars. It made the fields very, very unique in terms of appearance, but it kept the racing close.
Indeed it did. I suppose it's the evolution of a lot of open wheel motorsport categories. It's similar in Formula Ford as well, where as time has gone on, there's been this convergence of design. So the more modern cars tend to look a bit more similar to one another, whereas the older cars different. There was a lot more, I suppose, variation and difference in the design philosophies of the different chassis manufacturers.
And we're seeing that now as well. It doesn't matter whether in the modern equivalent whether it's a Sabre 02 or whether it's a Jacer or any of those sorts of cars. The design philosophies are very, very different about how the airflow goes around the car, how you bring air into the cooling units for those engines, whether it's up high, down low, whether you want something that handles a little bit better over the bumps, or whether you want to ride curbs, or whether you're happy to try and keep the car relatively flat through some of the corners. You'll see here with the 1200s and the historic cars, they tend not to have a lot of curb use because the suspension over the years has not really been akin to really riding and being really, really aggressive through the turns. And some of these cars have been lovingly restored over the course of time as well, especially in the likes of Dean and Glenn Briggs, where they've spent quite a considerable amount of time doing it. Michael Olsen, the number 85 machine, off the road, and that looks like it's down at the top end of the course up near turn 8, turn 9.
And he was involved in a pretty good battle with Callum Ross, so that will just separate those cars. Speaking of battles, this one's been going on all race long, and again, Dean Briggs just having to run a slightly defensive line, moves it to the middle of the track, heading into turn number 3 to cover off any potential overtaking manoeuvre from Miles Lockett, who's still sitting there in position number 4. Speaking of curb use, I think the other thing as well was that it's just not the fastest way around the track in these cars. If you're taking too much of the curb, then generally you're losing momentum, and as we spoke about yesterday, because they don't produce a lot of power, you can't really afford to be giving away momentum on the exit of corners by dropping wheels off the edge of the racetrack.
No, definitely not. Exit curves is probably not so much the major drama, it's more the inside curves. So like here on the driver's right, they tend not to ride the curbs a bit too much. You can see that Miles Lockett just used a little bit of the exit curb there at turn number 9. Not very much, just enough to sort of maximise the amount of real estate that he was using on corner exit to keep that momentum up, keep the flow, keep the speed up. Here's a replay of what happened up at turn number 8, and did it all on his own.
So he actually managed to get ahead of Callum Ross, but having got ahead of Callum Ross, he then threw away that position with an unforced error.
Yeah, only brought a couple of stones and items back onto the track, so hasn't left a whole bunch of garbage up at turn 8 and 9. Now, this is the best opportunity Lockett's had to get past Briggs all race long so far. Start of lap number 8. He's in a much more commanding position this time. He's going to be entitled to some space around the outside, but Briggs goes extremely deep under brakes. Manages to hang on to it. Is the switchback on? Now down at turn number 3. Going to have to get his elbows out, be a little bit defensive, which he was, but not on this occasion. Great defence from Dean Briggs. Hangs on for another couple of corners.
For those of you who are wondering what's happening in the race leading battle, well, to be honest, not a lot, because Stephen Butcher's extended the margin out to 4.6 seconds over Max Bonney, so Butcher with a commanding margin over Bonney at this stage. Bonney was actually 0.3 of a second quicker on the previous lap, but the margin is still more than 4.5 seconds between positions 1 and 2.
It's actually started to stabilise a little bit as well. As of lap 4, it was around the 4 and a little bit second mark. It's only now out to 4.6, and their times are very close at the moment. They're only 0.3 of a second difference between the two of them last time around. So I think the margin is settled, or Stephen Butcher's maybe just taken the foot off the gas a little bit and just making sure he brings the car home from here. In terms of the round points, just the way the points are structured, Bonney still has the points lead over Stephen Butcher if they finished where they were. That'd be a 9-point margin, so that would then mean Bonney would still start on pole position for the final race before we get into the championship deciding race later this afternoon. There's the margin first to second. Butcher in the number 13 Team Stinger entry to Max Bonney in the number 86 Elfin NG. And then back to 3rd, 4th and 5th. So the margin first to second, 5.2 seconds. Margin from 2nd to 3rd, 15.
Margin from 3rd to 4th, though, was
nothing.
0.08 as they crossed the line the last time through. And in fact, there's only a few tenths of a second separating positions 3, 4 and 5. And this is the thing here for Miles Lockett. He can't afford to be too adventurous in trying to overtake Dean Briggs, because April Welsh is right there ready to pounce if those two drivers take each other wide of the ideal racing line.
And all narrow on the approach to turn number 7. Now this is pretty much a single file track. If you're not close enough, there's no real opportunity to stick your nose up the inside here. It's a one-line groove for most of the time through turn 7, 8 and 9, unless your opponent makes a mistake. And then it's all about the drive off out of turn 9 down to turn 10. On the right-hand side, this corner we've said it's more than 90 degrees. You can be patient till you get all the way through the corner to when you can pick the accelerator up. Lockett's in a good position here, closing the margin just inch by inch. And if he can get a good run through these last couple of corners, this seems to be where he's a little bit stronger than Dean Briggs aboard the number 5 machine. Gets a good run through the final corner. You can see it there. He gains some substantial ground, gets really good drive off of turn 12, and then pulls over to the right side extremely early and slingshots. Is Welsh thinking about a move down the inside here on Briggs? Is she going to get 2 for 1 or just the 1? Just the 1 spot for Welsh. So she picks her move at the beginning of lap 10. Looking for the switch now. Could be 2 positions in a couple of corners for the West Australian. And through she goes on her WA counterpart, on Miles Lockett. That's a very, very nice set of passes there for April Welsh. Timed them beautifully, made her move fairly early, very, very cleanly, and through to position 3.
Great racecraft as Briggs comes back up the inside of Lockett through turn 5. The sweep of the fastest corner on the racetrack. Lockett left the door open there, and Briggs now very deep under brakes into turn number 7 on the outside of April Welsh. This has been a good battle, and Briggs up the inside at turn 8. Welsh leaving the door fractionally ajar there. This battle has really become quite invigorated in the last lap or so. We're actually starting to see some positional changes and swaps happening at the moment.
Yeah, definitely some good racecraft between all 3 of them. They all missed a couple of apexes in there as well, and they all tried to stick their nose in there where there really wasn't an opportunity for it, but just enough to keep them entertained and remind the driver in front that they were still there. Welsh has got a bit of a margin at the moment now, a little bit of an insurance policy. Miles Lockett now thinks about the inside of turn 11. That's not what we've seen happen the last couple of times down here. Got to get the run off of 12. He's really strong off of turn 12, but just ultimately by the time he gets to that top end speed before they get to the braking zone for turn 1, Briggs has got the car positioned almost perfectly to fend off the advances of the number 14 AJ. Again, start of the last lap, Briggs holds station for the moment. So he's got to be probably consigned, I think, to hang on to 4th place, barring a mistake from Welsh. Unless Lockett's got anything to say about that. Down the inside, a little bit of a look at turn 3. Not quite close enough. He's still very interested in the back of the number 5 machine as Miles Lockett. He's just running out of time here, running out of opportunities. Maybe got to think about a move up here at turn 7, something that Briggs is not expecting him to do because he hasn't done that all race long. And here he goes. No, Briggs very wide, and he's missed the apex again, second time running at turn 7. And there he goes. There goes Lockett. Round the outside, and they'll run wheel to wheel through turn 8. Can he stay there for turn 9? Not quite. Not quite enough for the green and gold machine. We capture our race leader here, Stephen Butcher, with a very handy margin in his back pocket, and he will get his first win of the weekend. It comes in race 3 on Sunday morning.
Indeed it does, and in the end a pretty comprehensive margin as well, back to Max Bonney. The final difference between those two cars in positions 1 and 2, 9.7 seconds, so Stephen Butcher really cleared out in the second half of that race. April Welsh is going to come through and pick up her best race result of the weekend, 3rd place. And it will be a drag race to the line between Briggs and Lockett. This is going to be extremely close.
I reckon Lockett's got it.
Oh,
I reckon he got him on the line by maybe about half a cup, a nose, I reckon.
Oh, no. So Dean Briggs holding on.
No, you got the other way around.
Yeah.
Nothing in it.
0.01 of a second, the final margin.
Wow.
Between Briggs and Lockett there in positions 4 and 5.
Well, I said all race long that Lockett was strong off of turn 12, and I mean, it showed right there, but he probably just ran out of time, just ran another maybe 3 or 4 metres. 4th place would have been his. So close on the line. And I reckon maybe Dean Briggs might have got a little bit of a draft, just a sniff of a draft from April Welsh that kept him in the hunt and kept him up into 4th place. Good to see Nathan Clifton got the number 30 machine home as well after the gremlins that he had yesterday, not finishing race 1, not starting in race number 2. So he comes home for 7th place ahead of Peter George. And Callum Ross and Michael Olsen, they've managed to finish this race as well. So everybody finishing the 3rd race for the combined 1200 and historic cars. A short break here at Winton Motor Raceway. Formula Ford coming up for another tour of the Winton Motor Raceway in just a few moments.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Blendline TV's coverage of the Winton Formula Festival continuing here this morning. It's Lockie Mansell in the commentary box. We've got Formula Ford Duratec cars coming out onto the circuit in a couple of moments' time for their second race of the weekend. And joining me in commentary for this one, he's racing Formula 5000s this weekend, but he'll also be very familiar to a lot of you for his time in the TCR Australia Series, where he's a front runner. It's a very good morning to Josh Bucket. How are you going, Josh?
Hello, mate. I'm very good. Good to join you for this Ford race where I started my car racing career. So yeah, it's good. There we are on camera. Wow. And yeah, it should be a good one here. I think it's fairly tight between the front few. Pretty good race yesterday. So hopefully more of the same from these guys.
Yeah, unfortunately not a massive field of Formula Ford Duratec cars this weekend, and that's because it's not part of the national Formula Ford Series this weekend. In fact, the next round of the Australian Formula Ford Series will be at Sydney Motorsport Park in a couple of weeks. It's a very tight title contest between CHE racing driver Jimmy Pazik and Sonic Motor Racing pilot Valentino Astuti. There's only 11 points separating those two drivers heading into the final round. But before we talk Formula Ford, Josh, unfortunately another non-start for you in the Formula 5000 race. What's the issue?
Yeah, the issue is the car's more of a show and shine kind of thing. It prefers to be in the garage and have nice comments made about it as people walk by the looks of things. No, it's just it's a simple part that keeps failing. It's quite annoying, but it's one of those things, you know. The old cars, sometimes they choose when they want to run, and when it did run, it was quick, and so hopefully we can fix it up and rectify it and be out. But yeah, it's a very minor part, and it's a shame because yeah, hopefully we could battle at the front with some of the fast guys and put on a bit of a show in some pretty famous cars.
So Formula Ford, race number 2 for the Duratec cars. We've got Bailey Collins on pole position in the Ball and Racing Development Spectrum 015. Joe Fawcett in another Spectrum joining him on the front row of the grid, the Ballarat Bolts and Fasters entry. We've got Daniel Frugas out of position number 3. Edison Beswick, who's driving for the Justin Cotter-owned Synergy Motorsport squad, out of position number 4. Back then to Jack Clifford in 5th position and Fraser High rounding out our field of Duratec Formula Fords. Now, it might not be a massive field, Josh, but if you saw the race yesterday, they were pretty much nose to tail right throughout. We saw a lot of positional swaps and some really close battles, so looking forward to this one.
Yeah, hopefully it's more of the same. I mean, this sort of class lends itself to that really close wheel-to-wheel racing, and usually if you can have a few having a decent battle, it's fun to watch. So fingers crossed for more of the same.
And this weekend, the Duratec Formula Ford class is presented by VFS, Victorian Freight Specialists. We thank them for their support as we get ourselves set for a race start. The second race for the Formula Ford Duratec class here at the Winton Formula Festival. Away we go. Great start from Joe Fawcett from the outside of the front row. He gets the jump on Bailey Collins, and he should be clear by the time they get to turn 1. He'll swing across and move into the lead. Collins slots back to position number 2. Frugas up to 3rd position, but under some pressure from Eddie Beswick on the inside at turn number 3. Beswick down the inside. Frugas gives him racing room. And also Jack Clifford taking the opportunity to slip up the inside at turn 4. So Daniel Frugas getting relegated backwards a couple of spots in the first stages of this opening lap.
Quite fast Daniel was yesterday, so I know he's had a few issues of his own. Hopefully he can settle into a bit of a rhythm and start to make a bit of a race of it here. But Eddie Beswick there, I know, racing for Synergy with Justin Cotter. He's a pretty hard taskmaster and took me a couple of years to get a smile out of him. So he rates Eddie pretty highly. So here he is in 3rd. Obviously got a bit of pace, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes about his race and how he orchestrates his race. Because these tyres, they're not a tyre where you can just go 11 tenths for every lap. They're effectively a road tyre. So you kind of have to consider that in the background and not do your best work early on. As there's a big move here from a mile back on Eddie there. Holds it round, and this is where you can start to burn a lot of lap time fighting for these positions.
It's Jack Clifford getting up the inside of Eddie Beswick there at turn number 12. So Clifford, who copped a 5-second time penalty yesterday for jumping the start, making up a spot there through turns 11 and 12 and moving up into position number 3. Joe Fawcett will race later ahead of Bailey Collins. Jack Clifford up to 3rd position ahead of Eddie Beswick, and then Daniel Frugas, who punched out the fastest lap of the race yesterday, rounding out the top 5. It's going to gap back to Fraser High, who sits in 6th position at the moment. Now, as you said, Josh, you have raced these cars. You drove one of Paul Liston's Listec Formula Fords, and in terms of car setup, you talked there about the tyres. Tyre pressure, very important in Formula Ford, whether you set the car up with higher tyre pressures to make quick at the start, or maybe go for a lower tyre pressures, have a car that comes on a bit more strongly later in the race. It can make a fair difference to your performance over the course of a race.
Yeah, and look, this class is all about learning, and race management is a massive part of actually competing over a weekend. So stuff like that can really make a difference. How you actually set the car up, whether you want a car that's going to be quick over a lap or over 10, it's all part of it, and that's what these guys are here doing. This is where you learn. It's still, for me, the best class to learn in.
And we've actually got a bird that's found its way into the commentary box. That's going to be potentially a bit of a distraction. We're trying to get some windows open up here to allow that bird to find its way out. There we go. It was a welcome swallow. All right, awesome. We've managed to get that bird out of the commentary box.
That's left of centre. I haven't had that before. Just commentating on a production car race at our last round, and that was pretty wild, but there were certainly no birds in the commentary box.
That's a new one for me as well. I have to say that I have been distracted by massive European wasps in the commentary box here.
In this commentary box?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this will be my last race commentating. I don't need any wasp action this afternoon. Back to what we were mentioning earlier. This is a class for learning, and these guys are all. So far, there hasn't been any off-track incidents. No one's been touching wheels, so it's all been very cleanly run so far. Fraser High, it's his actual first race weekend in a car. I can very much resonate with that. Same thing for me a couple of years ago. So, pretty cool experience. When you're in karting, Formula Ford is pretty much Formula One for us as young go-karters. So. Very exciting for him and his family down there watching into turn 3, and he's putting on a good show, getting quicker every time he circulates. So you can only see green boxes next to his name for lap time, so that's really cool there. And then further towards the front, Eddie Beswick, he's got all the pace, but unfortunately can't do much with it just yet. It's only halfway through. If he can just get in some clear air like he has, he should be able to stitch together a few laps and get closer towards the front. He's not too far back.
And he just made a move there on Jack Clifford as well at turn 3 to move up to 3rd spot. He has punched out the fastest lap of the race, Eddie Beswick, so good pace at the moment, and now has a bit of a clear track to work with. Fastest lap, 1 minute 26.9. The best lap that we saw yesterday at 26.5 for Daniel Frugas, who's still part of this battle as well, but we've got a couple of distinct groups forming up here, Josh. So we've got the 2 race leaders, Fawcett and Collins, and then it's a bit of a gap back to this battle for positions 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, and you'll find this is that you might be fast, but if your opening lap or so in a fast group isn't the best, or you find yourself out of position, all of a sudden you've lost track position, you're 100 metres back, and in this class, if it's competitive like it seems to be in the front few, it's very hard to get that back, and if you were the front 3 guys, you'd see that, and you just wouldn't bother fighting for a little while and just pull away and sort yourselves out towards the end. And again, that's all about a bit of race management and learning how to go about things.
We talked before about Justin Cotter and the fact that he's a bit of a hard taskmaster. Mick Ritter at Sonic Motor Racing, another example of a hard taskmaster in Formula Ford. It does seem to be one of the attributes of Formula Ford, as it does attract team owners who are quite tough taskmasters, and I suppose that's because it is a junior development category. You do need to have team owners who are not backwards in coming forwards when it comes to educating young up-and-coming drivers.
Certainly no lack of that. And you're right. I mean, there's a lot of good teams, and I think they really set the tone at this level moving forward. If you're trying to make a bit of a career out of car racing, it's a pretty cutthroat game, I can tell you that. So they set them up, they show them what it's like, and they're just as professional in Formula Ford as they are in a lot of other categories. So again, not only on track but off track, it's a great place to start and learn how the world works in motor racing.
And we're hearing that Fraser High in car number 11 had a bit of an issue, stopped on the circuit but has been able to continue on. Teams that run at the front of Formula Ford, we've talked about Synergy, we've talked about Sonic Motor Racing, Mike Borland with the Borland Racing Development Squad, another team that's had a long and distinguished history in this category. BF Racing, the Brett Francis own team up in Queensland, another team that's had a fair bit of success. More recently, we've seen that the Canberra-based CHE racing team, Cameron Hill and his dad Colin Hill, have had a lot of Formula Ford success. Tom Sargent winning the national title for that team last year. And James Pazik, our current points leader in the National Series, also part of the CHE racing squad.
Well, speaking of taskmasters, I guess Mike's kind of the opposite. I don't think I've ever seen him frown. So he's a very chilled out guy. And he gets fully crossed up here. And this is no good for their aspirations for anything higher. So it looks like they're going to be fighting for third for the rest of the race. So about this time, when you realise that you might not be getting to the front pack, you'll start to get the elbows up and try and hold on to what you've got, which at this point is what these guys look like they're doing.
One of the attributes of Formula Ford, and this goes right back to when the category first started here in Australia in 1969, is the adjustability of these cars, the fact that you can make lots of suspension changes and other adjustments. Even the gear ratios are adjustable, and these days it's one of the few categories where you do have adjustable gear ratios. From your perspective as a driver, being able to make all of those adjustments, how important is that for your development as a driver and understanding car setup?
Well, for me, as we've got a bit of a move here, he's pinched the inside front. Your classic over-under. We'll have the inside.
Oh no,
huge
contact coming out of turn number 2. They lock wheels, Eddie Beswick and Jack Clifford. And you know what? I think that both of the drivers are going to be able to continue on. That's a lucky escape for both of those competitors. They locked wheels coming out of turn number 2. It was Clifford trying to go around the outside. Eddie Beswick came in a bit hot into turn number 1, ran wide, missed the apex. Clifford saw it as an opportunity to try and go around the outside on the exit of turn number 2, but on the exit of that corner they locked wheels, and both of them ended up spearing across to the right-hand side of the racetrack. Amazing that both of those cars have been able to continue. Let's have a look at this replay, Josh.
So Eddie's just pinched inside front there, given the orange. There we go. Yeah, it's one of those ones, isn't it? It's just a bit of an unfortunate incident. It looks like it was coming for a little while, though. Those guys were racing pretty hard for that third spot. So, I mean, their last lap, they were a fair bit slower than the leaders there. And just came to fruition a bit. Hopefully nothing amounts of it. If the cars are all good, play on and deal with it on the next one.
Here is the battle between first and second position, Joe Fawcett and Bailey Collins. I reckon Bailey Collins might have made a mistake that time through because he was 7/10 slower than Joe Fawcett. 1.5 seconds, the margin first to second. Daniel Frugas taking advantage of that contretemps between Clifford and Beswick to move up into what is a pretty safe and secure third position at this stage. Unfortunately for us up here in the commentary box, let's just spread things out a bit at the moment. But
yeah, and Fawcett here, I mean, his last lap was, only a few hundredths off his best lap. He's got a break now, 1.5 seconds. That's enough that really, if you work it out, they're not going to pull it in unless you make a mistake. So you probably roll off the gas just a little bit, conserve the tyres as much as you can for one last hit this afternoon, and just bring it home straight. You can really tell the good operators when they start thinking of those sort of things. And I'd say over the next remaining 3 laps, his times probably aren't going to improve too much. If he knocks a few tenths off it, takes care of the car, it's probably a smart thing to do at this point in the race. sure if he's on the radio, his team will tell him that it's just fairly spread out. Probably not much to risk here, mate, so just cruise home.
A lot of discussion about where Formula Ford might be heading in the future. There has been talk about potentially a new chassis design with a halo. Where would you like to see this category heading in the future, Josh?
It's a difficult one. I mean, technology now is going at such a rate where road cars are more developed in the last 5 years than they have the last 100 years. And so Formula Ford survived for a long time in its similar format, even to the point now where Kent's still relevant. Out in Australia, the scene's a little bit different than the rest of the world, so I'd like to see the category continue on doing what it's doing. If that means that there needs to be a bit of growth and some new cars, then I guess that's what the category needs. But it's certainly produced a lot of talent over the years, and it's still, as I say, probably the best spot to start in if you want a career out in this country, or at least, as a young guy from karting, young guy or girl, starting there. And then if you want to move overseas, if you want to continue in this class, it teaches you everything you need to know. And the cars are sensitive. You can make changes. You can certainly learn a lot about a car's dynamics, which will hold you in good stead for other categories, or even if you continue in this one. Yeah, it's a difficult question. I'm a bit old school. I like Formula Ford. I like what it is. Probably a bit set in my ways, but yeah, if it means by throwing a halo at it, throwing a bit more power, throwing a bigger tyre, then as long as it doesn't lose its identity, then I don't think it can be a bad thing.
Yeah, I think the fundamentals of this category are very strong. It's actually the second longest standing national category in Australia, behind the Australian Touring Car Championship, so it's definitely had that longevity in the Australian motorsport landscape, that's for sure.
So speaking of the lead, Fawcett has. He's rolled off 3/10 on that last lap. Probably a good sign. Daniel Frugas, though, with some clear air, he's picked up the pace. He's just done his best lap. So to be able to do your best lap, as has Fraser Hyde back there, done his personal best by some margin. If you can do your best lap towards the end of the race, probably means a few things. It either means you've been caught up in a bit of a battle, or perhaps your car's set up to be strong at the end, and if it is, then you need to make sure that those opening laps are clean, and so that you do not find yourselves in situations where you're losing time battling in packs, so that you've got a good car at the end, because at the moment he's the fastest guy on the circuit.
Joe Fawcett, though, great performance, was able to relieve Bailey Collins of the race lead with a great start, and he's going to take a decisive victory in this one. Race number 2 for the Formula Ford Durotex here at the Winton Formula Festival. The final margin back to Bailey Collins just on 2 seconds. Daniel Frugas coming home in 3rd position. His lap time's not that much slower really compared to the leaders, so setting himself up for a good battle there. Jack Clifford, clearly no damage to his car because he's done the very fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 1 minute 26.7.
Yeah, and that it's weird, that one. You'll see that on the dash, and you'll see you had the fastest lap by 2/10, which is a fair margin in Formula Ford. But you found yourself in an incident, so it's going to be a bit of a tale of what if. Although, luckily with the field size, he's off the second row for the next race, so he's well in for a shot. That's for sure.
Time for us to grab a quick break here in commentary on Blendline TV. Up next, we've got some more Formula 4s of the historic variety. They're coming your way next.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
You are trackside at Winton Motor Raceway or tuned into our live coverage on Blendline TV for the Winton Formula Festival. Lockie Mansell in the commentary box with you, covering all of the action right throughout the day. And we just had the modern Formula Ford Duratec cars, the cars that currently run in the National Formula Ford Series. Up next, though, we've got our third race of the weekend for the Formula Ford Historic category cars from 1969 through until 1989, and three different classes. We've got Class FA for the cars from 1969 through to 1977, FB cars from 1978 to 82, and FC class cars 1983 to 89, and Formula Ford Historics this weekend being supported by Lock and Load tie-down systems. Grant Walker Parts, the distributor of Lock and Load transport tie-down systems, which includes retractable ratchet straps, trailer tie-down tracks, and general-purpose straps that have a lot of great applications, not just in motorsport, but also footing, boating, fishing, and other recreational sports, to ensure that items are properly and securely tied down to your vehicle. And Lock and Load tie-down systems, they'll be putting up prize money for the winners of each of our historic Formula Ford classes. $600 for the winners of classes FA, FB and FC. As we have a look at the grid positions, Andrew Reid, our race 2 winner from yesterday afternoon, he'll be on pole position for this one, ahead of Andrew McGuinness and Andy Nethercote. Those three cars all had a really good battle in race 2 yesterday. We saw that McGuinness took out race 1. Reid was able to fight through to win race number 2. Back then to Ian Edgar out of position 4. Trevor Schumack in 5th position on the grid. Back to Grant Walker, Phil Marinon, Craig Degatardi out of 8th position. Warwick Folletta in 9th. And then it's Matt Scott, Ewan Gales, Richard McQuire and Graham Degatardi rounding out our field. And Josh, we've seen that you've done some racing in the historic Formula 5000. How'd you like to have a go in the historic Formula Ford?
Probably be a bit of an easier day at the office. The cars, I've driven quite a few historic Formula Fords and some old Lotuses. And I'll tell you what, they are such good things to drive. So no surprise here why there's a fairly good turnout for these guys, because the cars still stack up in terms of feel and how good they are to operate. Some of them, I know one of the old ones I drove sounded like an old Formula 1 car, just with how the pipes worked and all the rest of it. Super, super cool cars. And usually in this class, as the name suggests, a lot of history behind a lot of the cars themselves. So should be interesting to see how these guys operate. I haven't been able to see any of the racing so far, just with my 5,000 duties. So I'm looking forward to being a spectator.
So speaking of the history of these cars, one car that does have some quite distinguished history, the car starting out of 2nd position on the grid with Andrew McGuinness. That car was formerly owned and raced by Russell Ingall.
I did see that name on the door, the old Enforcer. He, tell you what, if you don't know much about Russell Ingall's junior career, go and look it up. Very, very interesting. He was a good operator in open wheelers, probably better, to his own admission, in an open wheeler than he was in a tin top. So storied career both here and overseas, and famously was never the same age. So one of the greats, old Russell Ingall.
And was also the National Formula Ford champion in 1990 aboard a Van Diemen RF90. So not the exact car that Andrew McGuinness is driving. And we're hearing that car number 4 is going to receive, and that's Richard McQuire, a 5-second time penalty for a blend line infringement. So that must have been exiting the pits, crossing the blend line. That's a no-no. The officials have spotted it, so they're going to hand him a 5-second penalty at the end of this race. As we get ourselves set for a race start, red lights are out. The race is underway. And it's a fairly even start from both the drivers on the front row of the grid. Andrew Reid will lead them into turn 1. Andrew McGuinness slots into position number 2.
It's good seeing a bit of smoke off the start. It's like the proper old school racing. Light them up, send them into turn 1.
And Nethercote got beaten off the line there by Ian Edgar, but was able to fight back on the inside to reclaim 3rd position. And in fact, Edgar's lost another spot because Trevor Schumacher slipped up the inside into turn 3. So Schumacher, the importer for Michelin tyres here in Australia, moving up into 4th position.
Great tyres, the old Michelin tyre. I was actually speaking to Trevor just before about the tyres for our category in TCR. I was complimenting him on the current tyres. So, yeah, they're good guys. Both, all the tyre importers, they do such a good job. And it's been so hard recently, in recent times, to get actual stock here. So, stressful times for them. Starting to return to normal somewhat, but yeah, good product, the old Michelin.
Indeed, but these particular cars, they run on Avon control tyres. In fact, there's different tyres, so the modern Kent and Duratec cars run on Yokohama control tyres, but the historic Formula Fords still run the Avon rubber. Here is Craig Degatati, involved in a battle at the moment and being passed, in fact, on the run down to turn 11 by Warwick Coletta. Like I said, there's subclasses within this historic category, so the newer cars compete in the FC class, that's the cars up to 1989, but there's the older FA and FB class cars as well. So at the moment, Trevor Schumacher, the highest place of the FB runners, and Grant Walker in position 6 outright was the best of our FA class runners. There is Craig Degatati in at the 117 car. That is the Elford 600 Formula Ford chassis, and in car number 111 we've got Matt Scott, and that's also an Elford 600. So lots of different Formula Ford chassis manufacturers, and in fact, Josh, it's gone through a few different eras, hasn't it, when you look at the dominant chassis. So back in the late 60s and early 70s, when Formula Ford first started, there were chassis manufacturers like Elford, Walmer, Reynard that were the predominant manufacturers, but then once we got into the 1980s, it was the Van Diemen that became very popular, and then into the 90s and certainly the 2000s, it's been the Australian-built Spectrums and the French-built Mégane chassis that have been the chassis of choice in Formula Ford. There's been the odd other brand as well, such as the Liztech chassis that you drove.
Yep. Yeah, there's an array, and looking at the cars on screen at the moment, you can see the different eras just in how they're built and put together, and it makes quite a difference to the lap time. They're effectively still, a Kent engine 4-speed, and there's not too much you can do with them, but certainly just the bodies and the suspension setup and whatnot through the years makes a significant difference to lap time. So at the front, you've got Reed doing 32s, and then Schumacher a little further back, only a second and a half off, but that could be the limit of the car. And you're not driving any worse, it's just that the modern cars are inherently quicker with technology, and you get in a car that was made in the late 60s. I actually drove the first ever Formula Ford made, which was a Lotus 51.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was built in the late 60s, and it was a dream to drive, but you look at the lap time and all of a sudden it's not very good. You jump in a car that's 20 years newer, it might not be so flash to drive, but it's a lot faster, and then you jump in a modern car and it's a lot faster again. So it's amazing how through the years, even though they are so similar at their core, they developed lap time just through technology, and that obviously funneled down from some of the higher up open wheel classes like your Formula 1s, your 2s, your 3s, and down all the way into Formula Ford, and eventually the road cars. So very interesting history, and again, that's why I think Formula Ford still holds such a cool place, particularly out in this country.
Indeed, and the fact that obviously you've got the young up-and-coming talents who are racing in the National Series, but then because the category's been around for so long and there is an abundance of historic cars, there's still very much a place for the older recreational racers to race their historic cars in this category as well, and that's what we're seeing this weekend, the complete spectrum, pun unintended, of Formula Fords, both chassis and drivers.
And a lot of these guys, they would have seen these cars race when they were younger. That's often what the historic field's made up of, guys who were younger when these cars raced. They saw them, they liked them, and they want to race them themselves. I know certainly in the 5000 that's what most of the field is made up of, and that's super cool. It's basically like me seeing current car from another category, pinching it in 20 years and then racing it myself. So certainly has a place.
A bit of an interesting stat for you as well. If you go back through the the Bathurst winners, right? So this year, Bathurst winners, Shane Van Gisbergen and Garth Tander. Garth Tander, former National Formula Ford champion.
Big move here.
Oh, up the inside. That's side by side. They will go around turn.
Here we go. That's
number
Formula
8
Ford.
and a bit of
hip and
wheel bang
shoulder.
there in the historic cars, getting their elbows out. Phil Marinon and Warwick Folletta getting stuck into it. Phil Marinon getting bundled out of the way
That's
there.
what we like to see. A bit more of that.
We saw it in the Durotex before, but the historic guys getting stuck into it as well.
They play for keeps. Don't get it twisted. They play for keeps.
Last year, Chaz Mostert and Leigh Holdsworth. Chaz Mostert, National Formula Ford champion. Year before, 2020, Van Gisbergen and Tander again. 2019, Scott McLaughlin and Alex Premer. Neither of those drivers won a National Formula Ford title, but Scott McLaughlin certainly did time in Formula Ford in the Victorian State Series. So we have a look at a bit of a replay of this incident between Warwick Folletta and Phil Marinon. They were side by side on the run up into turn number 8. Bang! Front right-hand wheel of Phil Marinon's car making contact with the left rear wheel of Warwick Folletta's car.
That's good, yeah. You like to see that. There's nothing in that. Play on. I did notice, though, in the number 70 there from Phil, no opposite lock on after he got the tap in the front. So looks like the curb kind of dragged him back around the corner. So, yeah, it's good to see a bit of wheel banging. And honestly, that's what perhaps not historics are, but certainly in Formula Ford, when these were the modern cars, I'm sure this is the 10th or 15th pair of wishbones that most of these cars has been on through the years. So they are pretty robust, as you can see there. That was a decent hit, and there wouldn't be much damage at all. Probably hasn't even knocked the toe out of it. So yeah, awesome cars.
But yes, so coming back to my point, before 2019, you had to go all the way back to 2005 before finding a Bathurst winning car that didn't have at least one Australian Formula Ford champion on board. And
Who won in 05?
Mark Scaife and Todd Kelly.
Scaife didn't do Formula Ford. He did Lasers and Formula Holden. And
No, Todd Kelly did Formula Ford but didn't win the national title. But after that, like Lowndes and Whincup, both national Formula Ford champions. Tander and Percat, Tander and Davison.
Yep.
These are all national Formula Ford champions. Chaz Mostert, Stephen Richards, Craig Lowndes.
So you're saying I've got
all
no hope
national
to win the
Formula
Bathurst
Ford
1000?
champions. Well, actually, I was talking to Cameron Hill about this. So, Cameron Hill was the third driver to have won both the Australian Formula Ford Championship and the Porsche Carrera Cup Championship. The other two are David Reynolds and Stephen Richards. Both of those drivers went on to win Bathurst. So, for Cameron Hill, it's a good omen.
That's right. Well, Cameron Hill, good friend of ours. Did a bit of work for him back before he was too good for us. So, yeah, extremely talented driver. And I guess the interesting thing with Hilly is that those guys did it all on their own. They didn't have any help from any big teams, which makes it certainly doesn't say it on the trophy, but certainly, in my eyes, a very, very impressive feat.
So it really is the premier development category in Australia. And I was talking yesterday, I alluded to the fact that I've been keeping a database going of all of the Formula Ford race winners from way back when the National Championship started in 1969 here in Australia.
Wow. Well, at least I'll make that list of yours.
So all of the drivers who've won races in... You haven't won a race in the Australian Formula Ford series?
Yeah, in Kent.
No, this is only in the outright or the Duratec class,
okay.
I'm sorry.
So don't make your list again.
No, so
You're killing me, mate.
The most successful driver in National Formula Ford, Nick Percat, 22 race victories for him.
Wow. How long did he do Ford for?
He was in it for 3 seasons.
Tom Sargent had come close. He'd be up there.
He's in the top 10.
Yeah, because he did about 25 seasons of Formula Ford before moving to Carrera Cup this year.
Well, he was, a bit unlucky for him in that he was affected by COVID and
Yeah, very much so.
had to probably spend a bit longer in Formula Ford than he would have been planning. But Nick Percat, 22 race wins. Stephen Richards and Ashley Walsh, each with 17 race victories. Steve Owen, 16. Chaz Mostert and Jack LeBrock and Hunter McElray.
Hunter, man,
15.
he got to work when he was in Formula Ford. He did not mess about. He would have done the least amount of seasons out of that to the group as well.
So, yeah, he got 13 race victories in 2018 alone.
Wow.
2 in 2017. Cameron Hill with 12 race victories, which all came in his title-winning season 2015. Tom Sargent, 11, and then the other drivers in the top 10 on the list, Will Davison, John Martin, Anton De Pasquale, and Tim Blanchard, all with 10 race wins.
It's a lot of wins. It's a lot of winning. And in such a tough category in all those guys' eras, very, very, very impressive feat.
So there are the stats of the all-time Australian Formula 4 Championship race winners. We haven't seen so many drivers moving up the list this year because the wins have been very spread out. There's been quite a lot of drivers sharing the wins between themselves. So James Pazik, Valentino Astudillo's won some races. We've also seen the likes of Cameron McLeod and Ryder Quinn win races as well. And in fact, in this year's National Formula Ford Series, out of the 6 rounds that we've had so far, there's been a different driver on pole position for every single round.
Wow, it's like the 2012 Formula 1 season. And how many races deep we can go.
Just shows how competitive it's been.
Yeah, and that's good for those guys. I mean, I know each of them would want to be in the category and just destroying everyone and winning every race, fastest lap, all that sort of stuff, but actually having those fights, having the competition is much better for them in the long run. I'm sure they won't enjoy it in the short term, but they'll look back with certainly fond memories.
So this battle is continuing. It's the battle for third position between Andy Nethercote and Trevor Schumack. Trevor Schumack looks really racy today, more so, I think, than he was yesterday. We saw that Nethercote was up challenging for the lead with McGuinness and Reid, but today Nethercote hasn't quite had the pace of the front runners, and in fact he's been under some pressure from Trevor Schumack, who just feints to the inside at turn number 3, not quite able to get down there, unfortunately.
Car looks good. He's using all of the road. It's got a bit of attitude about it, and he's just done his best lap by some margin and a lot quicker than Nethercote in front of him. So with 2 laps to go, lap and a half really, all he needs is probably one shot. Nethercote starts to block, so that kind of shows you that he's probably at the limit of what his car's doing. Trevor's got a lot more pace, so he has to kind of set this move up, and this is classic Formula Ford, setting the move up, not just thinking, yep, I'll do it here, but set the move up, get it done where you're good, and where you can pull a gap from there. So this should be interesting to the line.
And that's a demonstration of the fact that this category teaches you not just about how to be fast, but also about racecraft. You can't just go dive bombing people, because if you lock wheels, you will ultimately tear a corner off the car. Here he comes. Trevor Schumack moved to third position. And does he get it stopped at turn 11? He does.
Good move.
Nicely done.
Yeah, he had a distinct pace advantage. He looked racy. Car in front looked like it didn't have much left in the tank, and yeah, it shows even there.
Oh, Nethercote wants to recapture the spot back down the inside at turn 1. It's almost a bit too easy there, but no, contact on the exit of turn 2, and glancing the wall, Ian Edgar as well coming out of turn number 2.
He would have missed a gear there. I'm fairly sure that's probably what would have happened, because he just pretty much parked it on the exit there. I'd say he's missed the gate, unless I'm mistaken, but that can happen.
Let's have a look at the replay here. So coming out of turn number 2, he actually got a bit sideways, didn't he, Andy?
So that'd be compression lock from getting it back into the gear. So he certainly missed a gear there, and Trev's run up the back of him. And thankfully, no obvious damage again. Cars being quite robust, no obvious damage to the cars. Nethercote holds on to the spot. Again, play on. Good times.
What it has done, though, is it has allowed Andy Nethercote just to pull away in that battle, so Trevor Schumack will be a little bit too far back. Out in front, though, here is Andrew Reid, who has led this race from the outset and pulled 7 seconds, almost 8 seconds clear of Andrew McGuinness. So it was a close battle yesterday, but much more comprehensive margin of victory in favour of Andrew Reid today. He will take the win ahead of McGuinness and head the coat home in third position. This has been a good contest in the mid-pack. Warwick Folletta and Phil Maradon, we saw them making contact earlier on in the race. Matt Scott and Craig Degatardi involved in that one as well. So Trevor Schumack will be the first of the FB class cars coming home in fourth position outright, just as he did yesterday. Grant Walker, the winner in FA class. He finishes up sixth outright in this one. And Warwick Folletta will manage to hold out Phil Maradon in the run to the line. And they finish in positions 7 and 8 respectively, just ahead of Matt Scott, with Craig Degatardi completing the top 10.
Very close between the two in FB class, with only half a second separating them after that incident with Trevor getting up on two wheels. So, nearly cost him a spot in this class. So, did well to hang on there.
So that is historic Formula Ford race number 3 complete. They will have a feature race a bit later on today. We've got one more Formula Ford race that we're going to keep you up here in the commentary box for Josh. And that will be the next race for the Formula Ford modern Kent cars. We'll grab a quick break here in commentary, and we'll be back with those cars on the track very soon.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
This is the Winton Formula Festival, coming to you live on Blendline TV right around the world on Facebook, YouTube, your preferred live streaming platform. Getting set for race 3 for the Formula Ford 1600s, the modern Kent-powered cars. Tim Hamilton has been the winner in both of the races that we've had so far, and he will start on pole position for this one ahead of Luke Ellery. We've got Will Liston out of position number 3 in the Liz Tech. Very distinctive shark fin on the back of that car. Peter Fitzgerald out of 4th position, back to Jason Liddell, Byron Thomas, John Pereira, Rob Rowe, and then Jeff Senior, who chalked up a DNF in the previous race. He will start at the rear of the field. And Josh, this is a good class for you to be commentating with me, because your circuit racing career basically
this is my class.
started,
this is
a
it.
Formula Ford Kent car.
That's right. So
and a Liz Tech, to be precise.
The actual car that Will's in at the moment is the car that we did a lot of good stuff in. It's a car we won at Bathurst in, won the Australian round in, that you so thankfully told me it wasn't an outright. And it is, all honesty, still to this day one of the best cars I've ever driven. So very, very fast car.
So confirmation of your grid there on screen with Hamilton and Ellery on the front row of the grid. And I mean, I obviously stir you up a bit about the fact that it's not an outright race win. It was a class win in the Kent car. But
it's all fun. I take no offence.
We have seen, though, drivers like yourself, and also Scott Andrews was another one who did it on a few occasions, in the wet, getting Kent cars up amongst the Duratec's when the horsepower advantage of the Duratec's became a bit less of a factor in wet weather conditions.
Yeah, that happened a few times. We went to Phillip Island where it's mandatory for it to rain at some point. And yeah, did a practice session, and I think there were 30 of us or so, 20 were Duratecs, and I was 4th or 5th outright, which was kind of cool. I'll give the car all the credit there, but if you want to give me some, that's fine as well. But look, these guys, a lot of guys, Jeff Senior, Rob Rowe, all the way back there, Jason Liddell, Tim, even Luke. Luke's a team owner, runs cars. All of these guys at some point I actually raced against. So it's good to see they're still running around and, you know, supporting the category. This is kind of as quick as Kent cars can get, this category. So this was kind of where they got to before the engine change in the mid 2000s, and the cars are extremely good to drive. They're pretty raw, really have to hustle them, and they are very different to Duratecs. As Tim in the lead there at the moment, had a quick outlap last time around. He spent a lot of time sitting on the grid. Obviously didn't hurt him at all, but I wonder if it's a little bit of gamesmanship from Luke, just doing his own thing there on the way to the grid.
Once again, it seems like Tim Hamilton's doing quite a fast outlap. He's broken away from the rest of the field on this formational lap. While we're on the formational lap, just give us a bit of a sense, Josh, of the differences in the driving technique between the Duratec and the Kent cars.
Well, the Duratec, easiest way to put it, and without sounding like I'm taking anything away from the Kents, is the Duratecs are a little bit more like a race car, whereas the Kents feel like a go-kart to a degree where you're constantly just trying for that big mid-corner speed. You just want to flow the car, whereas the Duratec, they've got a lot more horsepower, so you're kind of more focused on, you know, getting off the corner properly rather than just carrying immense entry and immense mid-corner speed, where the Kents, you don't struggle with wheel spin or anything like that, so you can pretty much be in all sorts, smack the gas and get yourself out of trouble, whereas the Duratec, you'll get wheel spin and whatnot, so that's probably the biggest difference.
Judicious with the throttle.
Yeah, that's right, yep. That's right. And, you know, and that's what I enjoyed so much about the Kent cars, was that you just never felt like you could drive them fast enough when you were on it, so they were really, really rewarding as a driver to drive and just wring their neck. So I know that's why the Kent class still gets a massive field on a regular basis.
How's Will going in the Listec this weekend?
Really good. He sells himself short, but he's doing a great job. He was fast in qualifying, and it's just stitching a race together for him, getting off the line as well. He doesn't do many starts, but let's see how he goes in this one.
So getting ourselves set for a race start. Race number 3 for the Formula Ford, the 1600s, the modern Kent class here at Winton Motor Raceway, in the hands of the starters and underway. Nice even start once again from both of our drivers on the front row. Tim Hamilton will have the preferred line into turn 1, and Will Liston looking up the inside of Luke Ellery, not quite able to make the move through at turn number 1, so he tucks back into position number 3. Hamilton, though, once again, the Queensland drive with a very good start in the spectrum. Ellery slots into second position ahead of Liston, who tucks him just ahead there of Peter Fitzgerald. And Jason Liddell rounding out the top 5. The Peter Fitzgerald that we see in Formula Ford is not the same Peter Fitzgerald who you might be familiar with as former production car at Porsche Carrera Cup racing. This is a different Peter Fitzgerald, one who's had a fair bit of experience racing Formula Fords predominantly in the Victorian State Championship. So
good, pretty clean opening the first lap. I know in the last race there was a fair bit going on. A little bit of wheel rubbing there, that's all good. But fairly clean first lap. Orders stayed relatively similar. They all got quite good jumps, so it'd be interesting to see, because they're not quite so close to one another at the front there. They'll be pushing hard at this point.
And that was Byron Thomas going very wide at turn 10, locking a brake on entry, and I think that's made him a bit vulnerable to John Pereira to potentially slip up the inside and take that position away from him. Oh, and in fact, they've come together, John Pereira and Byron Thomas, and that's
he's got a flat tyre.
Yeah, flat right rear tyre for the John Pereira car. So that all started back at turn 10 when it was Thomas who went wide, and oh dear, so
He didn't know he
Carrera
had it.
didn't know he had the flat tyre, and he's trying to continue on. He'll discover pretty quickly that that car's not going to handle or turn like it should. And
You'd nearly want to park that as it is because you don't want to lose a tyre. You can easily tear one with how flat it is. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see if he actually parks this, because he wouldn't know either what it is. You can't actually see too well your rear tyre in these cars.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of damage to Byron Thomas's car as well. They've obviously come together at turn 11, and both of them are going to limp around very slowly on this lap. Here we go, turning our attention back to the contest for third position between Will Liston and Peter Fitzgerald. The shark fin on the back of the Listec, does it actually do anything noticeable, Josh? Is it good for stability through the corners, or is it just something that Paul Liston has put on there as a distinguishing feature?
Depends what day you ask Paul what answer he'll give you to that. But we did mess around with the fin a little bit setup-wise. I don't know if you remember, but it used to have a much larger fin than that. We came to a bit of a medium, but the car you see on screen that Will's driving, when I started with them, the original plan was to go over to the US with the chassis that Paul was making in USF 1600, which, again, our friend Scott Andrews went and did. And that was basically, that car there was our test dummy for, suspension components, different versions of uprights, different bodywork. And I was very lucky. That was my upbringing in car racing, was testing out all new bits from Paul and Joe, who design and build the cars themselves in Sydney. And it was very good for my development. There's Tim there at the front. This sounds like he pinched an inside front going into there, and he doesn't need to do anything spectacular here to maintain this lead. He's obviously got a fast car. He's driving it well. He probably doesn't need to wring its neck too much, because you never know what Luke, who's a very experienced campaigner, has. And I know he hasn't done much recently, but he certainly was a very fast driver in this category over the years. So don't count him out just yet.
He certainly was a very fast Formula 4 driver, Luke, and he did a bit of racing overseas in the US as well. So another driver with international experience. We've seen a bit of that, haven't we, over the years? Drivers who've gone well in Formula 4 here in Australia and have then headed overseas. People like Scott Andrews, like you said, they've gone over and done the US F2000 series. More recently, Hunter McElrea, we saw that was part of his victory in the Australian Formula 4 series in 2018. He won the Mazda Roads Indy Scholarship Shootout, which basically propelled him into an opportunity to race in US categories on the path to IndyCar.
Yeah, doing very well at the
still
moment too.
Very much part of that framework.
Yeah, he's racing for Andretti, isn't he, over in Indy Lights?
Correct,
So that's pretty special to be racing over there for that team in that category. That's a pretty big deal. And he's doing well. He's a very talented guy. Surprised he fit in a Formula 4. He's about 7 foot tall, is Hunter.
He is, yes.
But he's a good guy. We stay in touch, actually. We used to do some driving events together before he went overseas. So, yeah, he's a great guy. Deserves every bit of success that comes to him, and a super fast, talented driver. So,
and there was actually an announcement that was made during the week that you might have seen, that Hunter's dad, Andy McElrea, who's very well known here in Australia as a team owner of a very successful Porsche team that runs cars in Carrera Cup and Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, they're actually setting up a US arm to their operation, and they're going to be competing in the American Carrera Cup Championship starting next year, which is very exciting. Andy's obviously a very successful team owner. He's done a lot to support not just young driving talents, but a lot of the older gentleman drivers who have raced as customers with his team. We talk about people like Tim Miles, very successful business people who've driven for the McElrea Racing squad. So really looking forward to seeing what Andy and his team can achieve over in the US. But turning our attention back to Formula 4, obviously there's the US pathway, but there's the UK pathway as well, and we've seen drivers like Tim Blanchard who have moved from the Australian Formula Ford Championship over to the British Series, and even you look back to the days of Mark Webber, who went well in Australian Formula Ford and went and competed over at the British Formula Ford Festival. Marcus Ambrose, another one who went down that route as well, and competing overseas. And
well, Will Lowing recently, who has been driving, my old car and the car that Will's in at the moment, the Listec, he's obviously going over to compete in the Walter Hayes and the festival as well. Just noticing on screen too, Ellery has kind of pulled it out here, and he's actually only 2/10 off, which is, I think that's the closest he's been for quite a while. And just noticed as well that Pereira, is he still running around with that flat tyre?
Yeah, he is. He's not come into the pits.
Fair play.
So he's pressed on, but Byron Thomas has come into the pits, so damage unfortunately to the number 9 car. We're watching on screen at the moment the battle between Jeff Senior, who is one of the senior competitors.
And exactly surely, as I was talking about, that tyre has let go. So
surely you'll have to head into the pits now.
You have to. And this creates a few issues in the class, because he'll have to put either an old tyre on that right rear, or he'll have to get a brand new tyre, put it on, start at the back because of it. So yeah, pretty disappointing, and it's one of those things, if your car's not driving straight, chances are there's something wrong with it. So I'm surprised he hasn't come in, but fair play to him for trying to get it to the end, get some points, and keep himself on the path there. But yeah, that's done, that car.
And we just saw Rob Rowe overtaking Jeff Senior as well, so that's a move for 6th position. Like I was saying, Jeff Senior these days is one of the senior figures in particularly in New South Wales Formula Ford competition. He's been around this category for a long, long time. He's been very actively involved in the administration and the organisation of the New South Wales Formula Ford Championship.
Yeah, and it's guys like those who really keep the category alive and really keep it going locally. We need people like Jeff to do the work they do in the background to keep the category in the state that it's in, and it's very healthy at the moment. So obviously whatever he's doing is working.
One of the best years. Oh, there we go. So yeah, John
and an
Pereira,
awkward spot to pull over too.
Having some Dodge cars at turn number 7. One of the best years for the New South Wales Formula Ford Championship was actually the 2020 season, when the National Series didn't happen due to the border restrictions as a result of COVID, but a lot of the front-running national competitors ended up running in the State Series. So you had drivers like Tom Sargent and Jude Bargwana and a lot of those national front-runners all competing.
Yeah, I think I actually even had to go that year.
You did.
Yeah, that's right. So, luckily New South Wales, we weren't too locked down. Look at that right rear. That is cooked. That's certainly not going back on any car. And that's a shame. Luckily, he has done a good job, I will say, of getting it into a spot where I don't even know if there's local yellows.
He's actually got off to a very safe position up there.
I thought that was going to be a safety car. So well done to him for that.
Yep.
That's eyes up. That's good thinking. So not costing any of his competitors laps, which can often be frustrating sometimes in categories like this.
That wouldn't have done the suspension components or the axle a whole lot of good though, running around on the flat tyre for a couple of laps.
Well, I'm hoping he hasn't damaged the rim either, because that's what cut the tyre up. So as soon as the tyre is cut, then all of a sudden you're driving on your rim basically. So it can turn from a simple flat tyre to, just replace it all the way to
it's really not good. It reminds me of some of those videos that you sometimes see on the internet of police chases where the police have used road spikes and the offenders, let's use that terminology, in their desperation to get away from the police have ended up driving on rims.
Full Grand Theft Auto. Unfortunately, there's no cheat code to reset your health in the car this time by, as Will and Pete here very, very close together. For someone like Will, who isn't, he's been around for a long time, but not in the driving sense. This is good for him. Someone in the mirrors, keeping him sharp, keeping him honest. If Will makes a mistake, he's going to lose a spot. So this is really what kind of makes your, ticker and bottle in a situation, holding onto a car, not making any mistakes, and particularly for someone who doesn't do it very regularly, this is good. like as well. Tim at the front, I mean, he's within a tenth of his best lap.
And he's opened up the margin to 7.3 seconds over
Pretty comprehensive.
Hillary. So, yep.
The rest have dropped off quite a fair bit, actually, looking at the times. So, yeah, some questions to ask when they're back in the pits. Why can Tim do the same lap time every lap, and how come we're falling off a bit? Is it the car? Is it the tyre pressures like you alluded to earlier? Is it other things? Is it potentially spending a night too long at Wangaratta's finest hotels? Maybe.
There were a few people that actually had to evacuate from their accommodation on Friday night because there was a flood evacuation in place for Wangaratta, but thankfully the waters receded last night and people were able to stay at their accommodation. Now, Peter Fitzgerald's about as close as he's been heading into turn number 1. We've got 2 laps remaining here.
And there's nothing worse than this, when you're in Will's shoes. You know, you don't know how long there are to go. We don't have a radio in that car. The boys just get you to get on with it. So you actually don't know how many laps you've got until you see the last lap board. He'll get that next time by. And you know that you're kind of at the end of your car's grip and you're just holding on. So
is that a deliberate decision to not have a radio in that car?
For me, it probably was, so that they couldn't hear me complain. But no, it does have a radio system in it. But in all honesty, I still don't like the radio unless there's something I really need to know. Just get on with it. Oh, big slide for Will. He's just getting a little bit eager on the power now, trying to carry corner speed that the car can't carry at this late stage of the race. It's important here you just focus on getting off the corner correctly, because unless you make an error out of the corner, no one's going to have a run on you. So that's what he should be doing here. I have spoken to him about it, so if he doesn't, then I'm not taking any blame for it. But it doesn't help that Fitzgerald on the last lap set his best lap of the race. So he's obviously pretty racy towards the end. Let's see as they come across the line here with 1 to go, how much they've got left in the tank.
The slipstream here at Winton doesn't play as much of a role as it does at tracks with the longer straights, such as Sydney Motorsport Park or Phillip Island, but if you can get in the tow heading onto the main straightaway here at Winton, there is still a bit of a gain to be had. Will Liston's pushed hard through turns 1 and 2 and just been able to ease out a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, this is
final lap.
This is good for him. At this point in the race as a driver, you see that in the first half of the lap you've opened up a bit of a gap. So you don't have to lean on the car too much in the high-low corners like this one and risk the car, whereas the car behind is obviously going to do that. So by the time you get to the end of the lap, you've got that little bit in the tank so that you can just get on the gas a bit sooner. You've got tyres that might be a degree cooler, and it all makes a difference.
Here is Tim Hamilton.
Absolutely cleaned up.
Yep, so another very strong performance, much like what we saw in races 1 and 2. So he's going to continue his domination of the Formula Ford Modern Kent class here at Winton this weekend. And that will ensure that he will start on pole position for the final feature race. The race where there's some prize money on the line thanks to VHT. A bit later on this afternoon.
Might have to put Will's helmet on for the last race if there's cash up for grabs.
There is.
That sounds all right.
Grabs, yep.
Oh well.
You notice Will. Yep, top 3 finishes all get prize money.
Oh, he's going to get some cash then, finishing in the top 3.
Well, not yet. He has to do it in the feature race.
We'll give him a tune up. How close that? The last lap between Will and Pete. Literally
6/10,000th of a second between their lap times. 1 minute 33.4419 for Liston plays, 1 minute 33.4413 for Fitzgerald. So super close, their lap times in that final lap.
It's a good race. Hopefully Pereira gets a new tyre on that as well for the last race, and it doesn't hurt him too much.
Yep, so that'll be a job for our recovery crews here at Winton to retrieve John Pereira's car to pit lane so that the crew can get to work on it ahead of the final feature race for the Formula Ford 1600s a bit later on. Thanks for your company up here in the commentary box. Josh will welcome you back here a bit later on this afternoon when we've got Formula Fords back on track for a couple more races, but we'll let you go and get ready for the F5000 race that you've got in it's probably about 90 minutes time before you have to be ready to go. But in the meantime, we've got our final 2 heat races for the Formula V National Challenge coming your way here at Winton Motor Raceway. Quick break and back with the Vs back on the circuit very shortly.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
The action rolling on here at Winton Motor Raceway at the Formula Festival. Great to have you tuning in on Blendline TV, whether you're on Facebook Live or on YouTube or your trackside here at Winton Motor Raceway. Hope you're enjoying all of the action. Getting set for the final 2 heat races for the Formula V National Challenge. They're up next. Then we've got race number 3 for the Formula 4 Duratex, race number 4 for the Formula V 1200cc and historic cars, and then at 1:55 we have got the Rose City 10,000, the 15-lap feature race for the Formula 5000s. We'll round out the weekend's proceedings with the feature races for historic Formula Ford 1600, and then our national title race for the Formula V 1600s and the Formula V 1200cc's and historics, and the final feature race will be the Formula 4 Duratec cars at 4:40 this afternoon. Stephen DeVries back alongside myself, Lockie Mansell in commentary once again. We've got 2 more heat races to get through, Steve, for the Formula Vs to set our grid positions for the final feature race.
We certainly do. We have groups A and D, which is heat race number 5, about to come out onto track in the next few minutes, and then it will be the B and C groups to complete heat number 6. 11 laps the duration in each of these next 2 heats, with thanks to Australian VW Performance Centre. They've been great this year, not only to come on board as a sponsor, the title sponsor for the Formula V National Challenge this year. They've also put some money down for the club sponsorship and the local state racing level on a couple of occasions this year as well. So really reaffirming their commitment to grassroots motorsport and especially to Formula V racing here in Victoria this year. Here we are getting ready to roll as the cars come out of dummy grid and to the holding position in pit lane. We've got Michael Kinsella will be off the pole for this one. We were a bit perplexed as to how Reef McCarthy was able to reel in such a reasonable deficit of about 2.5 or so seconds in 2 laps on the previous heat race, and it all came down to a long brake pedal for Michael Kinsella, which explains why he wasn't sort of really interested in fighting McCarthy when he made the move for the lead at turn 7 on the last lap. So hopefully he's got that rectified. I did see him down there trying to thread some bolts onto a fitting that was in like a brake reservoir, and hopefully cleaning it all out. So with a bit of luck, car number 35 is good to go, and he's going to have Adam Nicholson alongside him in the number 95 Stinger on the front row of the grid. Just coming back to that point as well about McCarthy getting that win in his first heat race this morning. He's actually the only remaining driver on maximum possible points, because you get 50 points for a heat race win. The heat race we saw yesterday, it was Kinsella defeating Daniel Reynolds, so he took the maximum that one. McCarthy won race 2 yesterday, or heat race 2, and McCarthy's also won his other heat race this morning ahead of Kinsella, with Reynolds taking his first heat race win in the other heat. So therefore, by the logic of that, he's the only man still remaining on the maximum amount of points, which puts him in a very, very nice position for the next heat race, of which Reynolds and McCarthy will square off on the front row.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. It's going to be Michael Kinsella and Adam Nicholson on the front row for this one. Curtis Porter and David Casely. We saw a great battle between them in the previous heat race. The drivers from Queensland and Western Australia. Andre Curran, he's been an excitement machine for us this weekend, always been right in the thick of the action. And Darren Williams out of position number 6 ahead of Ashley Clifford.
Yeah, Ash Clifford having had a couple of spins and some recovery moments this weekend, ahead of Matthew Bielek from South Australia. Jeff Bennett and Samuk Rudrapatna round out the top 10. Nick Jones, who got that meatball flag in the first race, and we're led to believe that maybe did leave a little bit of oil on track at a couple of spots. It didn't look obvious from where we were sitting up here, but that might have been the cause of Jake Rowe having a bit of a moment in the same heat, having slipped on some oil up at turn number 7. So Jones will start alongside Rob Vile in the number 7 Jacer, Morgan Fremantle and Nick Grigg, Claudia Lennox and Rod Lisson, Kathy Lisson, and it's got Dylan Thomas at the back of the field here in position number 18. I was doing the math just to work out where everybody was starting, because of course this is all set by how the point structure is set up. And it did have Dylan Thomas at the bottom, but he has quite a number of points compared to a lot of other people. So that's a little bit of a mystery to me, as why he's starting so far down.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
So according to our math, he's actually got 66 points, and that would have been good enough to be starting him in 8th place for this particular race. So I'll have to query that one there. He's got his hands up there as well in the cockpit. So has he got a mechanical gremlin? Maybe he's asked to start at the back of the grid for a deliberate reason. That part, we'll have to figure that one out in between races, I think. Okay, so we're getting some word through that possibly was called in for scrutineering at pit lane for Dylan Thomas, and may have missed the opportunity to go in and get that scrutineering task done. They do pull the cars off the track right as they come into pit lane, and the scrutineering bay is right there. Sometimes I'll wave you on through and say we don't want to see you. Sometimes I'll say, no, please come over here, and we'll have a look at your car, and it's either a scrutineering infringement or it's going to be he missed the scrutineering bay when asked to come in. So that's the word on the wire that's just coming through on the radio just now as to why the 68 of Dylan Thomas has been positioned at the rear of this field. Not an ideal situation, Lockie.
No, well, it hasn't really been an ideal weekend for Dylan Thomas altogether, has it? Just hasn't had the pace. He's been involved in a few well, let's just say interesting incidents, particularly yesterday afternoon coming out of turn number 2 where he ran up extremely close to the wall. But for a driver who was a former New South Wales Formula V champion and who we normally see running right up the front of whatever national category he happens to be racing, and it's not been a very competitive showing for the driver of car number 68 so far this weekend.
No, definitely not. Not the kind of result, I guess, that he would be expecting, but we've just got to see what happens with regards to the point score for him. How many more points can he attain from his 18th spot starting grid? We saw Jake Rowe managed to work his way through the field up as high as 6th place at one point before he ultimately fell back in the earlier heat races this morning. And I dare say Dylan Thomas will probably be able to get a decent couple of positions in the opening few laps, probably work his way maybe onto the back of the top 10. It might get a little bit more challenging from there as the field not only starts to string out, but as everybody starts to battle and to fight over those placings. So here we come to the grid. Kinsella and Nicholson, Porter and Casely, followed by Kieran and Williams. So a number of drivers that have been up the front of the heat races so far this weekend still find themselves up the pointy end of the grids throughout the heat races, but of course we've got to mash all of the point scores together after these 2 heat races to determine our feature race grid. And right now, this grid is underway for heat race number 5 of Formula V 1600.
Good start from our pole sitter Michael Kinsella. David Casely straight down the inside and into second position with a very good start off the second row of the grid. Gets ahead of Adam Nicholson through turns 1 and 2.
Much better start for Curtis Porter as well. He's managed to hang on to 3rd place actually 4th place it is for him now for the moment. So same sort of row. Hasn't had the awkward start that he had in the last race so far where he lost several spots at the beginning. Word on the wire was they actually decided to try and throw a new set of tyres, or a newish set of tyres, at car 67, and it didn't quite behave the way they were expecting it to behave. So they've actually gone back to an older set of tyres for the next heat race. The cycle that the tyres had gone through in the last race for Curtis Porter, they'd already done a run in Friday practice with, but a lot of the Friday practice was meaningless because of the rain showers that kept hitting the Winton circuit. So they thought they might have had a good thing underneath them with a reasonably good set of tyres, but according to a lot of their other competitors, the older tyres are the way to go right now.
Interesting, isn't it, how the tyres behave? And you were talking yesterday about the fact that you want to have a heat cycle through the tyres to get their optimum performance.
Yeah, you've got to, almost like heat treating, I think is probably the best sort of terminology for it. You've got to spend some time, run them at a certain pressure, do a couple of laps, and then do some pressure adjustments, or you've got to then put those tyres away. So it means that the heat up properties when you get into a race trim, the tyre gets to its working temperature as quickly as it possibly can. Already a couple of moves being made here. Down the inside comes Darren Williams in the number 79 machine. Ahead of Curtis Porter now. Very decisive move. Porter looking for the over and under on the switch out of turn 2. And maybe to hold position down here at turn 3. But thinks better of it. Pulls back into line behind the 79 machine.
Andre Cura just in behind those two. And then you've got Ashley Clifford back then to Jeff Bennett. Matt Bielek was fighting with Nicholas Jones as well for positions 9 and 10. We saw Jones having to come into the pits with that mechanical black flag in the previous race.
Oh, sideways. Big moment. Kicked really sideways off the curb for David Casely. And then Nicholson, who was right there, he was literally under the rear gearbox linkage of car number 10. He was right there to pounce the minute that Casely went too far wide. So that's great racecraft from Nicholson, just to seize the opportunity the minute it was presented. And even Casely said to me when they were looking at the car after the last heat race and realised that they think they may have had a little bit of a brake drama as well, his style is just to throw it up over the curbs. That's just what he likes to do. And he's got a bit of a nickname in the WA field. I couldn't quite catch what it was. It's not like Dangerous Dave or anything like that, but he's got a bit of a reputation for being quite aggressive over those curbs. And again, coming back to the whole debate about whether or not you can throw it over the curb and gain time, or whether you're happier just to stay on the blacktop and not use the curbs so much, all comes down to what sort of driving style you prefer. Some people prefer the car to be quite loose, and some people prefer the car to be rather neutral. Oh, very close contact further ahead, and there's some contact here as well between Williams and Curran. I think it was it Nicholson and Casey, I think, a little bit further up, had a bit of maybe off coming together as well, because Casey's had to two of the grass out of 1 and 2.
So a couple of separate incidents happening there. Casey did well to gather that up. That's not the first time that we've seen him off the road there at turns 1 and 2. We saw it in one of the heat races yesterday as well, but he was on the outside of Adam Nicholson as they headed into turn 1, and we only just caught it at the top of the camera shot, and I think he might have just got squeezed out of road there and ended up forced to take to the grass.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was contact. I think you're probably right there. Maybe just they got a little bit spooked by how close Nicholson actually got to him, and then just forced him into an error where he had to have no choice, basically, but to two of the infield. It's put him back behind Curtis Porter, not quite within passing distance for the number 79 machine of Darren Williams and Andre Kieran aboard the Aussie Boat Sales number 32. But they're right there now. They'll get a little bit of a second win now with having the number 10 machine of David Casey not too far ahead of their nose cones. A bit further back in the field, here's Matthew Bielek, the number 3 Stinger, and Samuk Rudrapatna in the number 60 machine. Here's a replay. So there's two separate incidents here. So up the front, there's Nicholson and Casey. No, not quite a touch, but just got spooked. And then from the opposite angle, a little bit further behind, there's the other incident that went through there at turn 1. So if the contact was there, Lockie, it was extremely minor.
It was, but it was enough to force Casey's tour of the grass between turns 1 and 2, and he's fallen back to position 4 just ahead of Darren Williams, who's still embroiled in this battle with Andre Kieran. Ashley Clifford not too far away there either. Dylan Thomas, incidentally, having started at the rear of the field, has moved up into position 12, just in behind Sumuk Rudrapatna.
Yeah, he's right with him at the moment. When they crossed the line, it was only 0.2 of a second margin between the men in 11th and 12th place. Looking at the battle right now between 5th and 6th and 7th, I guess, if you could include Ash Clifford in the number 17 machine, just a couple of car lengths behind. Doesn't seem like Casey's been able to really get that speed back that he had shown in the opening couple of laps before the coming together, or the little incident between himself and Adam Nicholson. He hasn't really been able to catch Curtis Porter, and he hasn't been able to break away decisively from the 3 cars that are bearing down on him from behind. Looking at the lap times as well, just to see, they're all pretty well matched at the moment. A number of them in the 36s, Clifford in the 37s, he's the one at the back of the queue. Casey's 38.8, of course, that was from the off-track excursion. We'll get a better read on it this time around with a more indicative lap from David Casey. I expect that'll probably be in the 36s, same as the 2 drivers that are directly behind him. Actually did a 35.4 for Casey, 35.4 for Williams, 35.2 for Kieran, 35.1 for Ash Clifford. Well, a little bit sideways for Williams there out of the second corner. That might be enough for Kieran to have a little bit of a nibble down into turn number 3. He hasn't been able to get it done, though. Nick Jones has been able to get the job done on Jeff Bennett at turn 3, though. And some protesting tyres in the background. It looks like Dylan Thomas may have been able to clear. He's cleared Samuk Rudrapatna. I think he may have also cleared Matthew Bielek as well, just in the last couple of corners. On the Sabre 01 of Claudia Lennox, the number 16 machine has come to a stop, and that's at pit entrance. They may have to throw the safety car for this one. It'd be a bit of a shame if they do, because it sort of is, it's half in the firing line, I think. It's in a bit of an awkward spot. I don't think race control will probably be quite comfortable with leaving that car there.
We've been safety car free right throughout the weekend. We've not had a single appearance in any of the races this weekend from the safety car. But yeah, with that car in that position, I do agree. It is a hazardous position, and just as I made that comment, the clerk of the course, Richard Weston, has decided that yes, the safety car is going to be required, and here it is, the Hyundai Kona N safety car coming out onto the circuit to pick up the race leader, Michael Kinsella, who had opened up an advantage of 4.5 seconds over Adam Nicholson.
Smart call. I think it's the right call to put the safety car out. I can actually see the Winton recovery crews in the Ford Ranger Raptor moving into position to pull that car in. So I dare say we're only going to be under a very, very short safety car of just the one lap. They probably won't need to dock any laps or any time off the field. it'll only be a very, very small recovery. Bit of a shame that Claudia wasn't able to quite roll that car into pit lane. We haven't seen what the incident was in question, whether it was a contact situation or a mechanical. We have had a few gremlins across the course of the season for the Victorian racing in the Sabre 01, and actually was talking to her down in the paddock a bit earlier. She feels that she's gone from being at the back end of the mid-pack to being sort of like a bit further down the order than where she was compared to the 2021 season. So she's got to find a little bit more in her reserve tank to sort of get back up to the kind of position she was battling over in the 2021 season. Good time to take some stock of where all the movers and shakers are out of this one as well, as they're pulling the Sabre 01 in. So Dylan Thomas, we've mentioned that he started the rear of the grid. He's managed to pick off 8 cars. He's got himself up to position 10. This will be to his benefit, I think, as well, Lockie, because he's actually now right under the gearbox of Jeff Bennett at the start of this race. There's probably going to be maybe another 1 or 2 positions that he should be able to grab within the first couple of laps at the restart.
And what this safety car has done as well is it's closed up some of the other margins as well. So some of those battles are going to be reignited by this safety car and field compression. We're hearing from race control that the safety car will be back in the pits at the end of this lap. Once again, big thumbs up to our volunteer officials here at Winton Motor Raceway, our rescue and recovery crews with their Ford Ranger Raptors. They've done an extremely efficient job of recovering stranded vehicles, and that's one of the reasons why we haven't had any safety car interventions to this point. We saw with Corey Ogden in one of the earlier heat races that he came to rest at turn number 3, and the officials were able to tow his car out of harm's way before the field had even come past. So we do thank all of our volunteer officials here at Winton Motor Raceway. As we say, the safety car lights are out. It's headed back into the pits, and it will be up to the race leader, Michael Kinsella, to maintain speed and control the pace of the field at this safety car restart.
He's gone early too, so I was about to touch on the safety car restart procedures because we haven't had them happen all weekend long so far until this point, and that's a really good restart for Michael Kinsella. It was the leader's prerogative to go as soon as the green flag was shown, or he could have held them all the way down to the control line. He opted to go early, but he's under attack immediately from Adam Nicholson here, and Curtis Porter's getting quite interested in the back of the number 95 Stinger as well. As you said, Lockie, this has reignited some of these battles. The margin before the safety car came out was about 6 seconds in favour of Kinsella. The safety cars have eroded that, but it's also brought Curtis Porter closer to the back of Nicholson, who had about a 1.5 second advantage before the safety car as well.
Indeed, and we know that Curtis Porter's car's been set up to come on strongly, and Michael Kinsella locks the brake at turn number 7, completely misses the apex. He's managed to gather it up, but he left the door wide open. It was just as well for him that Nicholson wasn't a fraction closer, or Nicholson would have been diving up the inside and potentially moving through to the race lead. Unusual mistake there from Michael Kinsella. Could be a combination of tyres that have cooled out after this restart, and possibly we heard that he had a long brake pedal in the previous race. Maybe the brakes not being quite as predictable and giving him the feedback that he'd like at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully it's an issue that's been rectified, but I guess the next few laps will be rather telling as well if they've managed to fix that issue or not. He was working feverishly down in the paddock to try and get that brake reservoir and all the fittings and that back into the car in time, because it's only a short turnaround this morning. It's actually just gone 12:30 here local time, so they've only had about 60 to 70 minutes to change around between races. Here's David Casely. We mentioned it was a bit further up the order, apart from his off-track excursion by virtue of battling with Adam Nicholson. He's got Darren Williams for company in the number 79 machine. Kieran just dropping off the back of the gearbox of Darren Williams for the moment. Where's Dylan Thomas and all of this? Has he managed to snaffle another position or two? He's managed to get... he's just managed to maintain where he is. He hasn't had the pace to go with Jeff Bennett and Nick Jones and Ash Clifford at the restart here. So I'm not sure if he missed the start or if he's made a mistake somewhere and dropped off the back, but he's actually quite a substantial way in arrears of the number 17 machine of Ash Clifford.
He lost a lot of ground, Dylan Thomas, to Jeff Bennett on the first lap after that safety car restart, so you're right, whether it was a mistake or whether he just hasn't had the pace, I'm not quite sure, but either way, he's not really in a position to be challenging to make up any more spots before the end of this race. Kinsella has now pulled clear, so we saw that he was a bit vulnerable on the first lap after the safety car restart, but he's put his head down on this lap and has extended a nice margin back to Adam Nicholson.
Yeah, it was a half a second across the line at the beginning. He's actually pulled that out some more. Now visually we can see it's definitely increased. He's leaving Porter to keep Adam Nicholson entertained while he makes hay while the sun shines, which it is doing here at Winton Motor Raceway. We started the day with beautiful clear blue skies. It has started to cloud over a little bit now. You did see the temperature on the broadcast a few moments ago. It's about 17 or so degrees. It feels a little bit warmer than that. There it is, 17.1. A bit of a threat of rain around and the wind coming from the west at about 7.9 kilometres an hour. So that's a very, very slight breeze blowing up the main straight into the faces of the competitors. So they've got a headwind going into turn 1 and 2, headwind going into turn 3, and then they've got a tailwind coming out of turn 10 down to turn 11. Nicholson almost on the ragged edge, pushing really hard up through the sweeper. Porter gets interested down the inside at turn 7, and I think that'll be enough to make the move stick, and he does, and he clears the number 95 comfortably before they get to turn 8. Beautiful move.
And massive understeer you could see for Adam Nicholson heading into turn number 7. That was enough for Porter to complete the move by the time they got to turn 8. So Curtis Porter back up into second position.
So back to front row starting position for Curtis Porter. Got a fair margin to erase to get any closer to Michael Kinsella. It was 1.8 when they crossed the line from Kinsella to Nicholson. It'll be a little bit more than that this time around. 2 laps to run. So here's Jeffrey Bennett. It is Jeffrey Bennett. He's latched onto the back of Nick Jones in the number 96 Jason. It looks like they've managed to fix whatever the drama was in the earlier heat race where the car was losing a little bit of oil and was mechanically black flagged. Nicholson again goes a long way around Porter and some contact and off. Is he going to make the fence? Oh, I can't see from that angle. That was clumsy. That was very, very clumsy. The beneficiary is going to be Darren Williams. He's going to get down the inside of not only David Casely but also down the inside of Porter into turn 3. Can't hold on to it though through turn 4. High speed contact, and it looks like he may have survived from hitting the fence there, Adam Nicholson, but geez, he went the long way. It was really brave for him to do that. I'd like a second look at that just to see how that unfolded, because that initially I thought that might have been a little bit clumsy, but now I think it's maybe a bit closer and a bit more maybe a lack of room or something there. I'd like to see it again.
It was definitely an ambitious manoeuvre from Nicholson trying to go around the outside. Porter covered to the inside. Generally, in a situation like that, the onus is on the overtaking car to successfully complete the manoeuvre.
Yeah,
I'm not going to try and call that one. I'm going to leave that up to the officials and the stewards because, yeah, it was Nicholson definitely turned in quite aggressively. Porter was squeezed up onto the curb on the inside, which unsettled the car and had the effect of firing him towards the outside of the racetrack. But what's not in any dispute is that Nicholson's definitely the one who's come off second best out of that.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. I mean, when I look at that one again as well, I think Porter was generous enough to give Nicholson as much space as he could on the right-hand side. Here goes Williams down the inside at the same corner. That's how you get it done. I think Porter gave Nicholson plenty of room there, and maybe Nicholson just moved over a fraction too much, trying to open up the next turn, because obviously your turn-in point for turn 2 is compromised, and it's a very tight line if you're on the right-hand side going through turn number 1. And probably just left it a little bit too late and gave a little bit too much room. Casely drops the wheels off the backside of turn number 4. That loses the spot to Kieran. Nick Jones looking to go the long way around the sweeper. You're going to run out of room pretty quickly if you try and do that. Porter wants position number 2 back. He tries to move down the inside at turn 7. There's no space there. That puts him back in touch with Kieran and with Casely and the chasing pack. This is a really angry pack of about 6 or 7 cars now, all scrapping over second and third.
Sure is Darren Williams positioning his car where he needs to ensure that Curtis Porter can't get up the inside, but Andre Kieran's in there, so too David Casely and Nick Jones. It's become an absolute freight train of cars battling over position 2, but one driver who doesn't have to worry about that is our race leader, Michael Kinsella. He is 6 seconds clear of the field. Here he comes out of turn number 12 in car number 35. He was defeated by Reef McCarthy in the heat race earlier on this morning, but he makes amends in this one and picks up his second heat race win of the weekend. And another good haul of points. 50 more points in the bank for Michael Kinsella.
Darren Williams gets second place. He outlasts Curtis Porter, holds off the attacks and manages to get second place. Great drive from him. Porter into third. Curran manages to get ahead of Casely for fourth and holds on to it by the line. Casely fifth. Nick Jones home in the number 96 machine in sixth place from Ash Clifford. And then the number 85 machine of Jeffrey Bennett. Dylan Thomas finishes in ninth, so we said that he managed to get inside the top 10, but he couldn't make any further inroads after the safety car restart. Samuk Rudrapatna in the number 60 Sabre 01 for Akira Motorsport gets home in 10th place. There is the number 95 machine of Adam Nicholson. He's managed to extract that out of the gravel trap at turn 2 of his own volition. He's going to finish. Is he a lap down? Actually, no, he's going to finish on the lead lap. So the lead lap's the part that's not important. The important thing is he's not going to get the 0 next to his name for not finishing the race. So that's extremely important from a point standing for the number 95 Akira Motorsport driver. And I think he might be lucky to have not escaped with too much damage there. Maybe a little bit of bent steering and might be about it.
Very lucky. No doubt the team will have a thorough look over that car before the finale, but he does manage to get the number 95 car to the finish line. Adam Nicholson in position number 16. So like you said, he gets classified as a finisher. He gets at least some points in the bank and he minimises the potential damage to his starting position for the finale later on. Let's check out another replay of the incident between Adam Nicholson and Curtis Porter. This was the most controversial moment of the penultimate heat race.
We've got the wrong replay here. Whoops. The Blendlow crew are queuing up the wrong thing. Look, to be honest, fair to them, they've had as busy a day and a busier weekend as we have with all the replays and that are going on. The action's been plenty, and we can forgive them for things like that. Here we go. So my call on this is maybe Nicholson just tried to open up the next corner a little bit too early and probably didn't leave enough room. But as you said, the stewards will take a look at that one, and if there's anything to come out of it, then that will be whatever the verdict is they hand down. It's interesting as well now, Lockie, because we're getting to the last couple of heat races. After this one, it's going to be the final, and the stakes are slowly starting to get raised. And I guess the contact down at turn 1 and 2 between Curtis Porter and Adam Nicholson is a bit of an explanation as to, well, everyone's starting to get a little bit more desperate and a little bit more interested in doing better than they have been so far at the weekend, because there's a lot at stake.
Indeed there is, so all to play for in this last Formula V heat race. And the interesting thing for me here is that we are going to see Reef McCarthy and Daniel Reynolds starting on the front row. If Reef McCarthy can chalk up another race win, that will be maximum points for him for the weekend, which will secure pole position for him heading into the final. However, if Daniel Reynolds beats him, then it will mean that Reef McCarthy and Michael Kinsella are tied on points, each with 2 race wins and a second place finish from their 3 heat races. So there's a lot to play for in this final heat race, and Reef McCarthy, he'll be doing everything that he can to try and get the win ahead of Daniel Reynolds. Should be a cracker.
Well, it'll actually be worse than that, because if McCarthy manages to finish second behind Daniel Reynolds will also have 2 wins as well, because they've all driven in 3 heat races. So they've got 2 wins and a second place in each one. So it'll actually put all 3 of them tied on points. So what's actually going to happen then is it's going to go back to the qualifying results of who starts where. And it'll be a case of it'll be Kinsella, then Reynolds, and then McCarthy, if the situation was to arise in that nature. So this is one of the really interesting permutations about how all the point structures and everything work in Formula V National Challenge. I'd imagine the structure's fairly similar in a number of categories as well. We had improved production with a similar heat structure up at Morgan Park a couple of weeks ago, following the same sort of format. So this will be interesting. This will be a real interesting race between McCarthy and Reynolds. And they've got some history here as well. They've duked it out quite hard for race wins in the Australian Series and Victorian Series combined events that have been held here in the past. So I don't know if I want to be leaving anything on the table for this one. You want that pole position. You want to be starting off the front row, but at the same time, you don't want to ruin the race car because you've not got very long to turn it around. The race this afternoon is at 3:30 or scheduled for 3:30 p.m. It's currently now 12:40 local time. So by the time the race is over, you're going to have 2.5 hours to turn the car around, get some food into you, get yourself hydrated, and get yourself back in the mindset to contest the 15-lap finale.
So car's not too far away from coming out, so we'll grab a quick break here on Blendline TV. The final Formula V heat race coming up for you next.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back to Winton Motor Raceway. Again, Formula V and National Challenge time with thanks to Australian VW Performance Centre. Heat race number 6, the last of the heat races for the day and for the weekend. Because after this, it's all the grids will be sorted out for the finale a bit later this afternoon. So heat groups B and C getting together for an 18-car grid. We said before the break that it'll be Reef McCarthy and Daniel Reynolds to renew hostilities off the first row of the grid. There's the Beecham number 61 Sabre going through the shot, followed by the number 78 Sabre 02. Hayden Crossland in the Jacer out of position number 3, alongside Heath Collinson out of the JRD stable. Isaac Woodhouse and Stuart Vaughan will be on the third row of the grid. There was actually a little bit of contact between Stuart Vaughan and Heath Collinson in the heat race earlier this morning that dislodged the nose on the number 22 Stealth. Thankfully, no major damage, and the nose has been able to be repaired and put back on the car, albeit with not the same hockey straps that they use, but they've had to use a cable tie to hang that one onto the left-hand side of the car. Brandon Taylor in the Gippy powder coating, number 29, Sabre 02. And then Matthew Pearce in the number 37 Jacer on position 8. Then you've got Gary Ogden in the 77 Corsica, and then John Casamati out of position 10 in the number 25 Sabre 02. Josh Munro and Benjamin Forgan on the 6th row of the grid. And the last 6 cars are Gavin Stubbs, Charlie Tracy Richardson, Jake Rowe, Malachi Windsor, Darren Power and Corey Ogden. Those last 2 names were notable non-finishers in the earlier race this morning. Darren Power pulling over into the old pit complex opposite the commentary box between turns 2 and 3. And then Corey Ogden was the one that the recovery crews very swiftly pulled in from the exit of turn 3 and kept the heat race green flag.
Corey Ogden's had a shocker of a weekend so far with 2 DNFs out of the 2 heat races that he's contested, so he really needs to try and get a finish on the board here, but either way, he'll be starting near the tail end of the field for the finale.
Well, I found out it's actually there was a braided clutch line actually that sort of gave way. It had been in the car since day dot, and actually it rubbed away to the point where it actually snapped, so Paul Corcoran was very quickly onto that one to try and repair that car and get him out there onto the grid. Here we go for the final heat race for Formula V 1600s to set the points. Was there somebody back there that jumped the start?
Hayden
Crosland potentially jumped the start. Either that or the front row didn't anticipate the lights going out. We'll have to check that one out with race control. That was a little bit unusual. Either way, McCarthy's got the whole shot from pole and into turn 1 and 2 with the lead.
That was weird because it seemed like both the drivers on the second row of the grid potentially jumped prematurely. We'll wait on confirmation from race control to see if there's any penalties with that one.
Jake Rowe was off at the back of the field as well. He started well down the order and actually went onto the grass on the outside of turn 1, rejoined on the other side of turn 2. So not the great start from Jake Rowe, starting out of what was 15th place on the grid. He's now all the way at the very back. Here's Brandon Taylor chasing the number 22 is Stuart Vaughan, and then directly ahead of him Matthew Pearce in the number 37 machine. A couple of electrical gremlins we saw in qualifying yesterday, where the number 37 machine had a bit of an issue with the distributor, pulled over to the side of the track on the opposite side of turn 5 and did a very great job of getting it out of the way and make sure that the session didn't get interrupted. He's had a pretty handy recovery through the field. He's in good position to be starting in the mid-pack. We've got 2 jump start penalties being levied by race control. The number 6 of Hayden Crossland and the number 12 of Isaac Woodhouse. There on screen, the third car in the queue. Both are judged to have jumped the start, both being handed a 5-second post-race time penalty.
It's on here, so Daniel Reynolds pulling up to the outside of Reith McCarthy on the run into turn 1. Hayden Crossland in the tow of Daniel Reynolds as well. And he gets around the outside. Nice move. Daniel Reynolds late under brakes into turn 1, and the number 78 car goes through to the front. Oh, and a big spin there. There's been big contact. That's Stuart Vaughan's in that one, and I think Gary Ogden as well has ended up in the fence.
And look at the third car in the
Corey Ogden. The bad luck, the miserable run continues for Corey Ogden.
Yep, that
but this will be a safety
anywhere.
car because that is big damage, unfortunately, to the CXC racing machine of Stuart Vaughan, and he is having an absolute sense of humour failure behind the wheel of car number 22.
Yeah, he's absolutely filthy with what's just happened as well. This is going to take, I think, and Isaac Woodhouse, who had the penalty over his head. The safety car boards have been shown. Where's he gone off? He's gone off up near turn 7. He's almost got as far as Ash Clifford did the other day when we saw him out in the weeds as well. Yeah, that's big damage. That's going to be an awful lot of fixing for Stuart Vaughan. And then Charlie Tracy Richardson, they've had nothing but gearbox dramas with that car all weekend long. She hasn't even made it back to the start-finish line to complete the first lap yet. So Vaughan sits forlorn in his car, and they're going to need a flatbed to pick this up and a crane because they're not going to be able to tow that car off the circuit or flat tow it. But thankfully, the flatbed truck is actually about 200 metres, or actually less than 100 metres away in the old pit complex, just off to the left a shot there.
Look at Stuart Vaughan. He is absolutely disgusted. He's already got the helmet off. He's walking away from the scene of the accident because that car's been quick all weekend. He's been solidly in the top 6 or 7 or thereabouts pretty much throughout all of the heat races. With the amount of damage to that car, that could be his Formula V National Challenge campaign over and out. Now, here's a look at what happened up at turn number 7.
Did he make contact with McCarthy there? That really late. It just looked really strange that the safety car boards had come out. I reckon there was some front right to rear left wheel contact there. That's extremely odd, with the safety car boards having been shown. So, and the hard part for Isaac Woodhouse now is not only has he still got the 5-second penalty over his head, he's now back down to 10th place on the road just ahead of Jake Rowe. So that just compounds the 5-second penalty that he's going to get on the other side of this and actually makes it worse in terms of the points he's going to accrue. Unfortunately, we haven't got a really good replay at this stage of what happened at turn 1 and 2 between Stuart Vaughan and the other car involved, Gary Ogden. I'm wondering whether the number 38 machine of Corey Ogden was just caught up in the incident by accident, maybe had to take some evasive action. I don't think he's got any damage on that car at all.
No, and Gary Ogden's also been able to resume as well. So the only car that's actually been forced to retire from the race as a result of what happened down there at turn 2 is Stuart Vaughan, and the recovery crews are down there working away to retrieve that car, but also to make sure the circuit is clear of any debris before we get a resumption of play in this Formula V heat race.
All right, so we might actually have another replay look from the other side of the track. So let's have a look here. So look at the top of your shot. Oh, so Vaughan's... Oh, it's 2 separate incidents. Okay, so that's a little bit more. There's a little bit more to that than I thought. So Vaughan was actually off the circuit and has bounced back on and lost his nose. There goes Casamati through the grass as well. So there's a few cars that had to take some evasive action. It looks like maybe that's why Stuart Vaughan, as you said, Lockie, looks absolutely disgusted. He won't be disgusted with the driving. He'll be disgusted with himself.
Yep, he'll be kicking himself. So the big question for me is, can they get that car fixed?
2.5 hours. It's a big ask. Here's Isaac Woodhouse again. Other angle. Yeah, there's contact there. McCarthy's car was partially sideways going into the corner as well. So I could just see as Woodhouse approached McCarthy and made the contact, McCarthy had to counter steer to keep the car straight. So some really weird accidents happening on the opening couple of laps of this final heat race. And I said the stakes were getting raised because everybody's getting a little bit desperate. Well, that's a little bit too high a raising of the stakes, I think. One car out, confirmed, in the Stuart Vaughan machine. Looks like Charlie Tracy Richardson and Darren Power don't look like they're registering on timing anymore. So I'm wondering whether we've actually lost 3 cars overall from this race. We'll have to see them as they come past the scene of the accident. Safety cars bringing them through right now. Just have a look at the tail end of the field and just see who's actually on there. Darren Power in the 44, he had some dramas early on this morning, so he's not out there at the moment. The only orange machines that I can see out there at the moment are that of Daniel Reynolds. Actually, Charlie Tracy Richardson actually is first in the queue behind the safety car, so she's actually lapped traffic to the race leaders. There she is, the number 14 Jacer, sitting right there. Daniel Reynolds right behind, followed by Reef McCarthy. So at the safety car restart, that's going to be a little bit of an awkward issue because technically Charlie's the leader of the pack, but she's a lap down.
Well, I would suggest that once they've got the situation rectified at turn number 2, which it looks like they are very close to having that work completed, they'll probably wave Charlie Tracy Richardson past the safety car because it's a standard procedure that you have the race leader behind the safety car before the race restarts.
I'm actually just having a quick look in the regulations now just to see if there's anything of that nature that talks about cars potentially being waved through. I believe there was something that was potentially spoken about in the driver's briefing that they may be able to either wave drivers through or they may have to sort of come into the pit lane and, you know, sort of tour the pit lane while the restart happens. I'm not quite sure how they're going to manage to do that, but first and foremost, we've got to get this incident at turn number 2 cleared up.
They have waved it through. They've waved Charlie Tracy Richardson through, so there you go.
All right, perfect. So she's got to get a wriggle on here and catch up to the back of the field. Now, I'm a bit worried because they've had the gearbox dramas all weekend long, if she'll be able to get away at any great rate. So here we go. We're going to have a bit of a look at the start here as well because we've got 2 drivers that have jumped the start. Hayden Crossland and Isaac Woodhouse. They're both on the left of shot here. Second and third cars in the queue.
So watch the lights on the start gantry. That's the key thing. So red lights on. And
that's pretty clear for
yeah,
Crossland.
Pretty clear cut, wasn't it?
Crossland was pretty clear cut. Isaac Woodhouse probably was just a fraction too early, but Crossland was probably a good half a second too early, I think, there. So fair call and well judged by the crew in the control tower. And the best thing for them is they are in a prime position to do it because they look down on the start-finish grid. They've got an absolute bird's-eye view of everything. Safety car lights are out. We're about to go back to green flag running. So 4 laps will have been completed by the time we take the restart. 3 of them under the safety car. Great clean-up work from the crew down here opposite the pit complex, the old pit complex in turns 2 and 3. And how's this restart? When does Reynolds elect to go? He goes now. He goes between turns 11 and 12. It's his prerogative to go, and he goes a little bit later than Michael Kinsella did at the safety car restart in the previous heat. Good restart for the top half a dozen cars, all fairly tightly bunched together. The draft really doesn't play much effect here with the restart. So you've got the top 5 with Reynolds from McCarthy, Crossland with the 5-second penalty, Collinson, and then Matthew Pearce has done really well at the restart there. And you've got another couple of cars a bit further behind, Benjamin Forgan and the number 29 of Brandon Taylor. Isaac Woodhouse recovering through after his off at turn 7. Here goes Jake Rowe down the inside of Josh Munro, a bit further back as well. Looks like he got that move done in time. and he can set his sights on the back of this trio of Sabre O2 machinery.
Jake Rowe, another driver who's had strong pace at various stages throughout the weekend, but hasn't really had the results in the heat races to be representative of the speed that he's shown.
No, he's had a bit of an awkward weekend by his standards. There's been a few little issues and a couple of other dramas that they've had to manage throughout the weekend. One bit that I was really happy to see this weekend is just on the sides of the cockpit next door to where the helmet is. He's actually got a logo for mental health. Actually, it's okay to not be okay slogan, which is great to see. Him supporting a great cause. And there's the number 14 of Charlie Tracy Richardson again. I suspect maybe some further driveline dramas there. And she's fairly slow getting through turn 10 at the moment, so expecting to see that car in pit lane in a few minutes. Woodhouse down the inside of Brandon Taylor at turn 11. Jake Rowe down the inside of Brandon Taylor at turn 12. So he loses 2 spots in 2 corners in the number 29 machine. So for Woodhouse, this is fairly important. Every position that he can get is vitally important with the 5-second penalty still hanging over his head. He needs to get 5 seconds up the road of this chasing pack to try and keep his spot. Right now, he currently sits in the 6th position, ahead of Forgan, with Jake Rowe looking pretty racy. Is he going to go the long way round here at the sweeper? And we've seen time and time again that it's a little bit ambitious. He's hanging in there. He's hanging in there, but he's a bit too wide. He's going to fire across the road, right across the nose of Brandon Taylor, and keeps it out of the fence. So a little bit of desperation, tried to hang around the outside and maybe have the inside line for turn 6, but it's come to naught.
And the news has just got worse as well for Isaac Woodhouse. So we saw that he got penalised 5 seconds for the jump start. We saw that he was off the road at turn 7 after glancing the back of Reith McCarthy. He's now also got another 5-second penalty for overlapping before the start-finish line at the safety car restart. So it's a total of 10 seconds worth of penalties that will be applied to Isaac Woodhouse at the end of this race.
Big no-no. That was in the driver's briefing yesterday as well. They spoke about no overlapping before the line. So here we go. We've got Corey Ogden and Gary Ogden, son and father, down the inside. Gavin Stubbs in the Spectre machine at turn number 11. Through they go, chasing the number 25 Beecham racing machine of John Casamati. Here's a replay of what happened through turn 5. Car just got loose, and then the car got the right rear tyre got on the ripple strip at the beginning of turn 6.
Brandon Taylor did a really good job not to collect Jake Rowe as he was spinning back across the track there.
It's just that the margin, I think, between the cars was just enough that he just like that gap, he just shot straight through without any contact whatsoever. Right, Corey Ogden's got a second win here after that little incident. And we've got a car off. We've got Josh Munro off. He's off at turn 3. He's backed it into 3. Will he be able to get out of there? We saw Nick Jones become beached yesterday at the end of qualifying, but Munro's managed to keep that one going. So the sand has been quite well packed now by the look of it, with all the rain over the course of the last couple of days, and seems to have solidified to a point where drivers are able to extract themselves.
It's actually started to rain here at Winton. There's a few spots of drizzle out there at the moment, so that's going to present a bit of a challenge for the drivers as well.
Yeah, it's getting toward the end of the race here as well. They were sort of kind of hoping that they'd be home and hosed by now, that they would be only on the last lap. They'd probably be avoiding some of this as well. Just trying to see where that's coming down. I think it's coming down at our end of the circuit here at the moment. Yeah, we've got a few drops just in turns, between turns 2 and 3 right now. I'm not sure if it's across the entire circuit, but if it's not very far away from migrating up towards the start-finish straight. And this will be something the drivers probably weren't expecting, but it has been clouding over very, very slowly over the last couple of minutes. And McCarthy now loses a spot to Crossland.
You can see that all of the drivers have just backed off the pace a bit. McCarthy back down the inside of Crossland.
You can see it on the broadcast now. You can see that it's coming down quite... Well, it's obvious to the drivers that it's coming down, especially through the opening couple of corners of the lap. There's Casamati's off the road at turn number 1 and 2, and so too Benjamin Forgan. So maybe a few drivers, maybe it's starting to rain and it's starting to migrate further up the complex. There's another car I've just seen go through the runoff area at turn 10, and a second one too. Munro and Malachi Windsor have both just been through the grass at turns 1 and 2. So the rain's pushing up towards the start-finish straight. So it's not going to be too long before the whole track starts to get greasy.
It's actually coming down quite heavily just in front of our commentary position here. The drivers are going to have to be very, very careful. They are, of course, on treaded tyres, but there'll be some sections of the circuit where the grip levels will deteriorate more quickly than others. It's going to be a corner-by-corner proposition for these drivers at the moment. These are really, really tricky conditions.
Move your braking zone further back. You've got to brake a little bit earlier. You've got to be a little bit more tentative into some of the corners because you don't know where the grip is in these conditions. I can't see from that shot, it looks like it's just starting to hit the pit straight, but most of the issues are going to be at turn 1 and 2. So you can see here there's I was looking for a replay there to see if we could see what's happening. How do Reynolds, McCarthy and Crossland all approach turn 1? Oh, look at that. Reynolds skates it in, and he's very nearly off the road. He's sideways. It's super, super slippery coming through turns 1 and 2. McCarthy's going to try and pounce down the inside here at turn number 3, and he gets the job done. But does Reynolds get him on the switchback? Now McCarthy parks it in the middle of the road. There's a little bit of overlap here. He's got to leave some space. Very tentative through the 4th corner as well. You're right, it's really starting to hammer down here at the first couple of corners of the circuit. Everybody's super, super cautious getting through the opening couple of corners.
That was good driving there from Reef McCarthy, because even though Daniel Reynolds was on the inside, McCarthy squeezed him onto the ripple strip, which was ultra slippery, and it meant that Reynolds was not able to get on the accelerators earlier as he would have liked. And here's the replay of the incident where we saw 2 cars firing off the road at turns 1 and 2.
For Malachi Windsor, that was firing off into retirement as well. He's actually in the old pit complex at the moment. This part of the track looks fairly dry. It actually almost bone dry from turn 7 and 8 all the way down to turn 10. So it's quite localised at the minute, just to one side of the circuit. So sort of the early part of the pit straight all the way down to turn 3 and 4. And then from about turn 7 onwards, it's relatively dry up until about this point here, where it starts to get a little bit wet. So they've got 2 different conditions at 2 different parts of the circuit, much the same way we see at places like Bathurst. Oh, look at that. It's absolutely been chucking it down at the final corner. You're getting excited here, Lockie.
Yeah.
This is getting really, really interesting and really tense.
Well, it's when you know it gets really wet is when you start to see plumes of spray being thrown up by the cars, and especially through this section of the track here, turns 1 and 2 down to turn 3. The road's getting very, very shiny. You can see here on the exit of turn number 2 that there are plumes of spray that are starting to get thrown up by the cars as those treaded Dunlop tyres have to channel away some water that's sitting on the road.
Yeah, it's got to be careful here too, because when the water has started to come down over the last couple of days, especially on Friday, it did leave a little bit of standing water at some parts of the track, mainly on the curbs, so sitting backside of the ripple strips of the curbs and in all the little channels there as well, as they're fighting and squirming as they try to apply the power to get through some of these turns. There's not enough rain coming down to make any real puddles just yet, but you've got to stay off those painted curbs. Well, bit of drama for the Beecham stable. That's John Casamati. He is stranded at turn number 1. He's managed to get it going and find a gear, so he's been caught out by the conditions as well. And we will stay green, thank goodness, that Casamati can get the number 25 machine up and running. This has really changed the complex of this Formula V National Challenge. A little bit of rain always spices up the racing. And for McCarthy, he's got the lead. He's got one more lap to do, though. For him, this is vitally important, because if he gets this race win, he maintains that 100% finishing record of being in first place, and he will be on pole for the feature race in about 2.5 hours' time. It is absolutely soaked at turns 11 and 12 as they tiptoe through the last couple of corners and they get the last lap board. And here we go. Has Reynolds got anything left to throw at McCarthy through the last couple of kilometres?
Just having a look at the weather radar, and it's a very localised, isolated showers that's just passing over the circuit, so I don't think it's going to stick around for that long, but just enough to throw in a bit of drama into this final Formula V heat race.
Yeah, I think it's just petering out from our position at the moment and down towards turn 11 and 12 is sort of where it seems to be raining the most at the moment, and it'll probably pass in the next few minutes. And then we've got the Formula Fords coming out on track, I think, in a few minutes' time. That'll probably help to start to clean up the circuit a little bit between races. But this is the one that's of real interest at the moment. McCarthy still hanging on to the lead grimly, and they're both still pushing extremely hard as they dare through every turn. Now, importantly for Hayden Crossland, he's third at the moment. He's behind this two pair, but on top of that, he's got that 5-second penalty, but he's insulated from it. McCarthy over and under, Reynolds down the inside. McCarthy makes the mistake at turn 8, cedes the lead to Reynolds, who'll take the defensive line down towards turn 10 for as long as he can. McCarthy now back down the inside at 10. Block pass. Gets the job done. And now needs to stick to the inside here. Has Reynolds got the drive off the final corner? There's overlap. Does Reynolds go deep under brakes? Does he want to risk the car this close to the final feature race? He decides better of it and pulls out of the move. McCarthy now down to the final couple of corners, and I think he's going to get the win here. I think he's just going to hold on. We just briefly lost the picture for a second. Here's your start-finish line camera, and victory goes to McCarthy. McCarthy by about a car length.
What a race. 0.1 of a second, the final margin there between Reece McCarthy and Daniel Reynolds. That race had everything in it.
Great exchange.
What a great curve race for our finale, our national title race a bit later on this afternoon. 0.1 of a second, the margin between Reece McCarthy and Daniel Reynolds at the line. Hayden Crossland comes home in third position, and he's far enough ahead of Matt Pearce that the 5-second penalty will not affect his finishing position. Heath Collinson through in position number 5. Isaac Woodhouse crosses the line in 6th position, but he will have a 10-second time penalty, and that's going to push him back down to position number 9. So there's a positions lost there for Isaac Woodhouse, but Reece McCarthy, 3 wins from 3 heat races. He will secure pole position for the Formula V finale later on this afternoon.
Very rare feat to be able to get all 3 heat race wins in your particular group, so job well done for Reece McCarthy. So just looking at the figures there, it's not illustrated on the side of your timing tower, but Isaac Woodhouse there in 6th place. He will drop 3 spots. So Brandon Taylor will move up to 7th, Corey Ogden up to 8th, Gary Ogden up to from 9th to 8th, and then Woodhouse will be classified as 9th. So yes, it'll be, the final order will be McCarthy, Reynolds and Crossland from Pearce and Collinson. That's your top 5. Then it'll be Brandon Taylor, Corey Ogden, Gary Ogden, Isaac Woodhouse after his penalties applied, and Jake Rowe will finish in 10th place. Actually, great recovery from Corey Ogden after all the dramas that they've been through as well. Not only the dramas they've had in the first 2 heat races, but being innocently caught up in the incident when the safety car was thrown, and he's managed to drive the car into the top 10 to an 8th place finish. So I'm pretty sure he'll be pretty happy with that.
So next time we see the Formula V 1600cc cars on track will be for their feature race, the finale, where we'll crown our Formula V national champion a bit later on this afternoon, 3:30pm to be precise. Up next here at Winton Motor Raceway, we've got race number 3 for the Formula Ford Duratec cars. Quick break here in commentary, and we'll get the Formula Fords out on the track for you very soon.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back, everybody. You are trackside at Winton Motor Raceway for the Winton Formula Festival. We've got a shower of rain passing over the circuit. It's only a very small, localised shower, but it's just enough to soak the track and make conditions extremely treacherous for all of our drivers. We've got the Formula Ford Duratec cars about to come out onto the circuit. That's not too far away. I can see the Formula Ford's getting ready down in pit lane at the moment. And confirmation of your starting grid, it will be Joe Fawcett, your race 2 winner, who will be on pole position ahead of Bailey Collins, back to Daniel Frugas, Jack Clifford and Eddie Beswick. We saw those two cars coming together on the exit of turn 2 in the previous race. And then it's Fraser High rounding out our 6-car field for this race. A smaller field than what we're used to seeing for Formula Ford Duratec cars, but that's as a result of this not actually being a round of the National Series. But still great that we've got some support this weekend from sponsors for all of our Formula Ford categories, and it's VFS, Victorian Freight Specialists, who are sponsoring the Formula Ford Duratec class. They've been delivering to regional Victoria and southern New South Wales since 1998. Their owners have 154 years combined experience in the transport industry. They've got depots in Dandenong, Altona and Wodonga. And they've got an extensive van fleet that allows them to deliver goods. They'll be putting up some prize money for the feature race of the Formula Ford Duratec cars, which is the last race of the day here at Winton. $1,000 for first, $700 for second place, and $300 for third place. So we do very much thank VFS, Victorian Freight Specialists, the sponsor of the Formula Ford Duratec class. And a bit of a spin on this formational lap for Jack Clifford in car number 61. He has found the grip limits on this damp track, and he has rotated. Probably better to do it on the formational lap than to do it in race conditions. So here's a replay of what happened to Jack Clifford, and just on the exit of turn number 7 on the way up to turn number 8. Lost the rear end of car number 61 and ended up rotating. No damage done. He'll be able to rejoin, but the rain is still falling here at Winton, so it's going to be very greasy conditions that these drivers are going to have to deal with. Just having a look at the weather radar to see what's happening. So there's an isolated shower that's just coming up from the southwest of the circuit. It's a very small shower, and it's not going to last particularly long, but it's lasting just long enough to saturate the circuit and make for a bit of entertainment for all of us spectators and commentators, and really making the drivers thinking very carefully about how they approach this race. We saw that it created absolute havoc on track in the previous race, which was the final heat race for the Formula V 1600s. And these Formula Ford drivers are going to have to be very careful as well. Set for a race start. We're in the hands of the starters. Lights are on, and it's lights out, and away we go for Formula Ford Duratec race number 3. Good start from the outside of the front row from Bailey Collins. He gets the jump on Joe Fawcett, and brilliant start as well from Eddie Beswick, and contact with Fawcett on the slippery surface between turns 1 and 2, and it's Fawcett who gets rotated and will fall to the back of the pack. Rain's actually quite heavy down at turn number 3. And you can see the drivers just having to tippy-toe their way through that section of the circuit. Bailey Collins with a very handy lead over the rest of the field. Eddie Beswick up to second position ahead of Jack Clifford, who had that spin on the formational lap. Wow, it's absolutely pouring through turn number 5. Daniel Frugas has gone very wide, and here's a replay of what happened at turn 1. So it was a brilliant start from Eddie Beswick in the Synergy Motorsport Spectrum. But coming into turn number 1, he got into the back of our race 1 winner, Joe Fawcett, and just turned Fawcett around. Be interesting to see what the officials think about that one, as the rain has actually got considerably heavier in the last 30 seconds or so. So the track is now very wet and very greasy. And you would have to say at the moment it's Bailey Collins who is taking full advantage of that. He's got a handy margin over the rest of the field, down to turn number 10. That is Jack Clifford looking to the outside and looking to do the switchback manoeuvre on Eddie Beswick, not quite able to get the traction out of turn number 10. It is absolutely bucketing down here at Winton Motor Raceway. It might only be a localised isolated shower, but it's quite a heavy one. And wide goes Eddie Beswick at turn number 11. Jack Clifford says thank you very much and slips through on the inside. And you can now start to see plumes of water being thrown up by the cars, which is a clear indication that the track is wet. It's wet enough that this is actually going to now create a bit of an issue in terms of car setup choices for the next couple of races, because it'll take a while for this to dry now after that very heavy shower of rain. Look at the amount of spray that these cars are throwing up at turn number 3. Collins your race leader by 4.2 seconds ahead of Clifford. Beswick third, then it's Frugus and High. Joe Fawcett is at the back of the field after being turfed into that spin at turn number 1. So this will be an interesting race. I don't think that the drivers and teams will set their cars up for a wet track, so I would imagine that the drivers and teams will be out there in cars with essentially a dry setup, but on a circuit that's now extremely wet, and you can see that they're exploring for grip. They're taking all different racing lines. Very often when you do get wet conditions such as what we're seeing at the moment, you want to stay off the racing line because the water sits on top of the rubber on the racing line and it makes it more slippery. So around corners, you'll often see the drivers completely miss the apex and drive around the outside of the circuit because there's a bit more grip to be found through there. The lap times are obviously going to be considerably slower than what we saw in the dry conditions. The fastest lap of the race in race number 2 was 1 minute 26.7, achieved by Jack Clifford. Let's have a look at what sort of lap times they do. So it's 1 minute 50.4 for our race leader Bailey Collins, 1 minute 50.0 for Jack Clifford in second position, 51.9 for Beswick, 51.6 for Frugus, a 56.1 for High, and a 51.0 for Fawcett. So Clifford currently the fastest driver on the racetrack. He was 0.4 of a second quicker than our race leader Bailey Collins that time around. And there is Clifford in the number 61 car, heading up towards the sweep at turn number 5. Still big plumes of spray being thrown up by these cars. It will take, like I said, a while for the circuit to dry now because of just how heavy that rain shower was. It's mostly eased off now. It is still sprinkling a bit out there, but it's not as heavy as it was a couple of minutes ago. See the amount of water on the camera lenses on the Blendline TV coverage. We are looking at Fraser High, who has actually just been overtaken by the recovering Joe Fawcett. So High relegated back to position 6. And once the rain stops, which it has actually pretty much stopped at this point, the track will get drier and drier as the race progresses. So that's the other thing as well. The drivers started on a damp track, it then became completely wet, and it's now going to get drier and drier as the laps tick down. So it'll be a real test of these young drivers' abilities. Oh, and a mistake for car number 27, Daniel Frugus. That's in turn 11. And that will allow Joe Fawcett to pick up another position. Minute 49.9 that time around for our race leader Bailey Collins. 50.1 for Clifford, 50.0 for Beswick, 50.9 for Fawcett, and a 56.3 for Frugus, who made that mistake at turn 11 and lost some time as a result. So like I said, with the variation in the grip levels and the fact that as the track dries, the grip levels will increase, that'll be a test of these drivers' abilities as well. having just to understand how the grip evolves as the race progresses. So really good experience for these drivers, getting experience in mixed conditions. We're hearing at the moment that the rain has stopped at turns 2 and 3, but it's still raining over the back part of the circuit around turns 7, 8 and 9. It's a bit like Bathurst, where we're getting different weather in different sections of the racetrack. You can see it is still extremely wet up there through the top end complex. Fawcett in the number 23 car there, just you can see struggling for a bit of traction on the exit of turn 9 on the slippery surface. Down to the braking zone for turn number 10. Here is Eddie Beswick, who currently sits in position 3. And let's have a look at the lap times this time around. Our leaders come up, so it's 1 minute 49.0 for Bailey Collins, 49.5 for Jack Cliff at that time around, a 49.3 for Eddie Beswick, and a 48.9, fastest lap of the race for Joe Fawcett in position 4, 49.8 for Daniel Frugas, and a 52.5 for Fraser High. So the lap times are getting quicker, and Eddie Beswick 10-second penalty we're hearing from race control. I have a feeling that might be for the contretemps that we saw at turn number 1. Yes, it is. It's a 10-second penalty for driving infringement for Eddie Beswick, so that'll be from the incident between him and Joe Fawcett. So at the moment that would cost Eddie Beswick a couple of positions. It's a fairly reasonable decision from race control, you would have to say, based on the incident that we saw at turn 1 on the opening lap where Beswick came down the inside, tags Joe Fawcett, who ended up spinning off the track. So the lap times will get quicker as the track gets less wet, and also as the drivers just gain confidence in these conditions. 4.6 seconds the margin first to second. 2.2 seconds the margin second to third at the moment. Let's see if the lap times improve once again on this lap. This is lap number 5, so we'll reach half race distance this time around. 1 minute 48.9 for Bailey Collins, a 49.0 for Clifford, a 48.0 for Beswick. So Beswick's got pace. He was 9/10 of a second quicker than the race leader and an entire second quicker than Cliff at that time around. A 48.1 for Fawcett. So Fawcett's got good pace as well. 49.5 for Frugas and a 51.3 for High. So once again, all 6 drivers in the field achieving their personal best laps that time around as the track conditions get less wet. Based on the amount of water on the circuit though, you'd still definitely want to be on wet tyres at this stage because of the plume of spray that's being thrown up. You don't get tyre choice in Formula Ford though. They will run the all-weather Yokohama control tyres. And Eddie Beswick now right on the tail of Jack Clifford as they negotiate their way up through turns 7, 8 and 9. So he's shown very good pace the last couple of laps, Eddie Beswick. He's closed right onto the tail of Jack Clifford, but he does of course have that 10-second time penalty to be applied after the race. So this section of the circuit here, heading into turns 11 and 12, actually looks a fair bit less wet than a lot of the other parts of the track. You're not seeing the big plumes of spray being thrown up through those particular corners. It's still pretty damp, but you're not seeing all the spray that we're seeing from the other cars. 48.6 that time around for Collins, 48.0 for Clifford, 47.2 for Beswick. So again, Beswick considerably quicker than the other cars on the racetrack, and it's this section through here. So turns 1 and 2 up to turn 3, and also around the back part of the circuit. That seems to be the wettest part of the track at the moment. So some sections of the track will dry more quickly than others. Even a bit of sunlight starting to peek out from behind the clouds now. That's the other thing that will dry the track out. 3.5 laps remaining in this Formula 4 Duratec race. So Beswick has caught Clifford, but has not been able to find a way past. In these wet conditions, when you do get up behind the preceding car, you will start to cop the spray being thrown up, and that will affect visibility. It makes it quite tricky to follow another car closely. I reckon, if anything as well, Jack Clifford has responded, so under some pressure from Beswick, but he's been able to just maintain that margin back to the third place car. So 3 laps remaining this time around. And a minute 48.3 that time around for Collins. 47.7 for Clifford, a 47.7 as well for Beswick. And Fawcett a 47.9. So 5 out of the 6 cars achieving their personal best lap times. The one who didn't was Eddie Beswick. Still hasn't been able to find a way past Jack Clifford. Let's see where he can make a move. He's right on the tail of Clifford as they head through turn number 5. And these two cars are railing in the race leader, Bailey Collins. They were both 0.6 of a second quicker than Collins last time through. So if they work together, they will make up some ground on the leader. There he is, he's in the same camera shot now. This is the section of the circuit where the cars are really sketchy and where there's a lot of water on the road. So 2 laps to go this time through. Let's have a look at the lap times. And Bailey Collins, 1 minute 47.4. 1 minute 47.8 that time around for Clifford and for Beswick. So Collins was able to respond, and he went 0.4 of a second quicker than these two cars that are battling. 47.4 for Fawcett, 48.0 for Frugas. Winton circuit now bathed in sunlight once again, which will dry out the circuit. And there is Joe Fawcett. He was the winner of race 2 earlier on, but as we saw at the beginning of this race, he got pitched into a spin. Track's still very damp up there. There's going to be a challenge for the Formula V's that are coming out next. Let's hope that it dries out for the Formula 5000s, because we want them to be able to race on slick tyres and on a track that's in good condition. time around for the Duratec Formula Fords. 1 minute 47.6 the time for Bailey Collins. And Jack Clifford, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 47.1 for him that time around. He's got the margin down to 3.4 seconds heading into the final lap. And that has allowed him just to extend a little bit of breathing space over Eddie Beswick. Beswick's still right there, though, on the tail of Clifford. And Clifford cannot afford to make a single mistake on this final lap. See that they're still struggling for traction, particularly out of turn 9. That seems to be about the wettest part of the track at the moment. Once they get down to turn 10 and between turns 10, 11 and 12, it's not so bad. Here is Bailey Collins. He's on his way home. He was the winner of race 1 yesterday. Finished second behind Joe Fawcett in race 2 earlier this morning, but he's on target to pick up his second race victory of the weekend in race number 3. Great drive in tricky conditions, and he will win race number 3 for the Formula 4 Duratec class cars here at Winton. Punches out his personal best lap of the race on the last lap at a 1 minute 47.3. Jack Clifford at 47.0 doing the outright fastest lap of the race. Eddie Beswick a 47.5, and in fact Joe Fawcett a 46.1 has done the outright fastest lap of the race on the final lap. The 10-second penalty for Eddie Beswick is going to put him back to position number 4. So he'll lose 1 position as a result of that penalty. Daniel Frugas and Fraser High rounding out our 6 Duratec finishes. And they will have 1 more race to come, which will actually be the final race of the day a bit later on this afternoon. We've got the Formula V 1200cc and historic cars up for you very soon. A quick break here in commentary. Plenty more action still to come here at the Winton Formula Festival.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back, everybody. Gearing up for our 4th and final heat race for the Formula V 1200cc and historic cars, which are about to make their way out onto the circuit. And Stephen De Vries, still some quite damp track conditions. It will dry fairly quickly now that the sun is out, but the lap times at the end of that Formula Ford race were still about 20 seconds slower than their optimum lap times in dry conditions. So it'll be a damp but drying track that these Formula V pilots will be contending with.
Yeah, you're not very wrong. And you did mention a few moments ago, too, that from about turn 10 down towards the last couple of corners, that's where it seems to be driest at the most. And from where we're standing up in the commentary box, we can see that the circuit has got that darker sort of shade to it at the moment. It's not completely dry. The UV's out and the sun's out as well, so it's going to try and help dry the track, but it's a difficult choice for these drivers to make. They will have been sitting there watching the back end of the last Formula V 1600 heat race. They will have no doubt had a little bit of an early look at the beginning of the Formula Ford race before they've had to go through to the marshalling area and grid up. And they've got to have to make this decision fairly early about what they do with tyres. Do they want to put a bit more air into the tyres and crown the tyre to try and open up the tread face, try and disperse a bit of water, or do they go with the dry setup and put them at the normal dry tyre pressures, live with it in the hope that it's actually going to dry out fairly quickly? That's the real question that a number of these drivers are going to have to ask themselves. Because if you get it wrong, you're going to be in the fence. If you get it right, you're going to look like an absolute hero. Starting grid for the final heat race for the combined 1200 and historic cars. Just the 10 cars out of the 12 that were entered and the 11 that started the weekend. So Max Bonney and Stephen Butcher off the front row again. Again, that's by virtue of the amount of points that each driver has accrued so far in the weekend's racing so far. They've got 3 races that have been completed. This is the 4th and final. So Bonney has a maximum at the moment of 145 points compared to Stephen Butcher 136. Dean Briggs is only 2 on the grid, and in the points is April Welsh with 121. Then Michael Olsen in the number 85. He has 97 points. He'll start out at position 6. Glenn Briggs out of 7th. He's got 74. You've got Peter George with 68, tied actually with the number 41 of Callum Ross. And then Nathan Clifton's got 35 points. He starts out at 10th. That's the black car on your screen there. And that's by virtue of the fact he hasn't finished the opening 2 races, or didn't finish the first race of the weekend, didn't start the second race on Saturday afternoon. He did finish the previous race, so at least he's still in the fight, and in a small field of cars, anything is possible. I just noticed there's an awful lot of water, a big sheen on the circuit still coming out of turn 9 heading to turn 10 on driver's right. So it's not a mooted sort of area where you expect cars to be running too wide.
But the area up around turn 7, 8 and 9 was the wettest part of the circuit, so that'll be the most challenging one for the drivers to be encountering. And the other interesting thing here off the start is which section of the circuit is drier. It's probably going to be the outside where the racing line is. So if anything, it's going to be a disadvantage to be starting on the inside of the grid.
Checking out the rubber as well at the number 1 grid stall, which is where Max Bonney is on the left of your shot there as well. There's a lot of rubber that's been laid down there over the course of the weekend, and thankfully not a lot of it seems to have been removed with the brief rain showers that we've had in the last few minutes or so.
However, the problem is because we've had rain, the water's going to sit on top of that rubber and potentially make it more slippery. So in the dry, that's going to be an advantage in terms of traction off the line, but in the wet, it could be quite a disadvantage. And we're hearing that we've got a delayed start situation here as well.
So I'm wondering if somebody's either... I believe it might be Dean Briggs. He was meant to be in behind Max Bonney, so I can see the front 2 are in the right spots. Then you've got Miles Lockett on the right side of your screen on the second row. He's in the correct spot, followed by Michael Olsen, who is, I think, out of position here. And then there's only 9 cars there out of the 10 that should be there.
So presumably they'll get them gridded up correctly. We're hearing that car number 2 of Peter George is in the incorrect grid position, and that's why we've got a delayed start.
Okay, well that explains something then as well, because if Peter George is in the wrong spot, then that means that Dean Briggs actually isn't whatsoever, so he hasn't made it out of the pit lane. So usually when this happens, everybody will go around for either another lap, and then they'll dock a lap off the end of the race, so to become 10 laps, or, as we can see here, they're trying to move somebody into position. So there we go. So now we're getting some other dramas as well. It looks like it's a suspension arm failure, word on the wire, for the number 3 positioned car of Dean Briggs. So that's some comments coming through on the YouTube live stream. It'll be one of the guys that's down there helping the team out for the weekend. So it's great to see that. It's a bit of a hard task for us this weekend, being able to get up and down from commentary to the grid positions and down into the pit lane to see what's going on. There's not a lot of turnaround time between a lot of these races. They've now moved one of the cars into the correct spot on the grid. So just the 9 cars are going to start this one, not the 10 we originally thought of. We're going to get a start procedure here, or are we going to get another formation lap because they've been sitting on the grid for a while? Nope, we're going to get a start procedure. So you'll see the lights go on just on the backside there. When the red lights go out, we are away. And after a very long hold, turns out that first place spot on the grid was not a bad spot to be, actually. Max Bonnie's had a fairly reasonable start from the pole position slot. And it's still very slippery, though. They're very ginger and very attentive. Look at that puddle that just gets kicked up, sitting on the apex there, right in the firing line of the drivers going into turn number 2. It's quite dry here now. You can see there's a little bit of a dry line forming, and there's not very many patches of water, very obvious to the naked eye, on the run down to turn 3. Still a little bit of standing water, though, in a few awkward spots. So on the first lap or 2 here, drivers will be sussing out whether or not they can take the traditional racing line through a lot of these turns, or whether they're going to have to take some evasive action. Turn 2 is certainly a little bit of an issue right now. There's some puddles right there in the braking zone for turn number 7, so that's a little bit of a challenge. You can see they're all taking the inside line about halfway across the track, not wanting to have any interest in any of the wet stuff on their left-hand side.
No, and this is still the wettest part of the circuit. You can see the plumes of water being thrown up around turns 8 and 9 in particular, so that's going to be the most challenging section of the track for these drivers to negotiate. There's another quite big puddle of water there just as you exit turn number 8. And there's a bit of a dry groove in the road there coming out of turn 9, but on drivers right at turn 9 there's still a lot of standing water, and we're hearing that the race has been shortened by 2 laps by race control as a result of that delayed start, so it'll now become a 9-lap race.
So 9-lap race, maybe a little bit used to what all these drivers are used to, actually, with the shortened way that it happens usually in their local state racing. So a little bit shorter distance, save a little bit of fuel. They don't have to put as much fuel in for the final race a bit later on this afternoon. Have a look at the start-finish straight there. It's almost bone dry now. A lot of sun on the circuit now as well, so that's helping the cause, but top end of the circuit is still going to keep our eyes on that and see what happens. Let's have a look again here as they come through the first couple of corners. It's still a bit wet there at turn number 1. Then there's that puddle right there that the number 3 of who's he here? That the number 3 machine of Glenn Briggs just went through.
So Glenn Briggs managed to get up the inside of
April Welsh
there at turn 11. So good start from Glenn Briggs, obviously with plenty of confidence in these conditions. Problems, unfortunately, for Nathan Clifton. He has come into the pits at the end of the opening lap.
Hasn't had any luck this weekend with the number 30 Mower Mates Spectre machine. Brings that one into the lane. He was at the back of the field anyway. Bonnie with a little bit of a sideways moment coming into the braking zone for turn number 7. In the traction zone as well, there you can just see that as they put the power down, still some very, very small rooster tails being emitted from behind both of the rear tyres. It's not the same sort of rooster tails you'd see in like a Formula 4 car. Oh, he's had a really awkward moment there as well as he tried to catch the car going through turn number 9. This comes back to what you mentioned yesterday, Lockie, about when you turn in for some of these corners, you don't want to catch curbs, you don't want to kill the momentum in these cars, and you can see why. He's just lost a huge chunk of ground, not only to Stephen Butcher in front, but a little bit more to Miles Lockett behind. So I was down having a chat to the man aboard the number 14 machine before the race unfolded this afternoon. He actually, in between times, we were trying to work out a couple of other things. He did actually pick up on the point that I mentioned yesterday. It's actually based around the 2013 Caterham Formula 1 livery aboard the AJ number 14 machine. He's a Formula 1 fan. He's actually a fellow commentator, I found out. He's actually done a fair bit in the day, back in the day before all the commercialised viewings of V8 racing and that over at Wanneroo. Does a little bit over there to help with the local car clubs as well, which is great to see. Not only involved in state racing in an on-track sense, but also in an off-track capacity as well.
Interesting looking at the lap times there on their first flying lap. So a minute 54.4, the fastest lap of the race for Stephen Butcher. Still about 15 seconds slower than their dry weather pace, so there's still some very, very slippery parts of the circuit at the moment.
Coming down from the 20 seconds we saw in the Formula V final heat race at the 1600s, where they were up to 20 seconds, and same with Formula Ford. They were in the 20 second or so slower bracket compared to their dry weather pace, but they did start to pick the pace up a little bit toward the end of that race, as evidenced by Joe Fawcett taking the fastest lap of the race on the final tour. So I'd say with the dry parts of the circuit, there's going to be a fair amount of confidence, especially once they get out of turn 9 right through to the start-finish straight. That'll be where the sort of less than 5 seconds out of the 20 is going to be coming from. A couple of different lines at play here. Number 2 of Peter George, being chased by the 85 of Michael Olsen. Looking for a high line versus the more traditional line through turn number 9. There's a couple of different schools of thought there as to why drivers do take the different approach to that part of the course. A lot of it is if you're running on your own or you're running solo, then you want to just take the normal line. But if you're looking for drive off the corner, being able to get to the accelerator pedal a little bit faster than your opponent for an opportunity to have a pass under brakes into turn 10, you need to take the high line, because you need to be able to get a bit more top terminal speed before you get to the braking zone, so you can actually close that gap in before you hit the anchors. It's actually the number 41 of Callum Ross there. I do apologise, it wasn't Michael Olsen. It's Callum Ross in his first ever Formula V weekend, having a fairly decent hit out. He's finished he's finished quite well throughout all of the races so far. Both historic cars heading down into turn 2 and 3. Oh, Glenn Briggs touring the infield. He's done that out of turn number 4. Now that was been a bit of a hot spot through not only Friday practice but in qualifying as well yesterday, with all the rain that had happened as well. A number of drivers getting caught out by taking the exit curb on the outside of turn number 4 and then being spat back across the track onto the right-hand side of turn 5. So maybe the curb's just still a little bit too slippery for the same amount of use that we've seen over the preceding races. It's going to take a little bit of time for them, likely, to dry out as well. They're not. They're a completely different construction to the track surface, which is tarmac. The curbs are a bit of a different nature, and on top of that, the exit curbs in a lot of cases are that sawtooth variety as well. So they're not exactly flat. They have ridges to them. So as you drop off of one part of the curb, the tyre then bounces into the rut and then comes back up again. So there's definitely bound to be a little bit of water probably still being held by those curbs.
Indeed. As we see, Miles Lockett in third position has just punched out the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 50.0. So Miles Lockett with good confidence in these variable conditions.
Very, very good confidence in the conditions at the moment. So it was a full 0.4 of a second faster than Stephen Butcher last time around. It was a full 0.6 of a second faster than Max Bonney last time around. And they're right now sort of sharing...
Max Bonney's gone.
He's gone. He has too. He's done the same thing that Glenn Briggs did a few moments ago. We're just looking out of our window here, and he's gone off on the other side of turn 4. So he coughs up position number 2, doing almost an identical replication of what Glenn Briggs did on the lap prior. Getting a little bit too greedy with the outside curb and being then given a punishment for doing so.
He did very well there to keep the car out of the wettest part of the infield section of the track, because he would have got all sorts of garbage over his tyres if he'd ventured too far into the infield. But that's problematic for Max Bonney. He was still leading in terms of points overall for the weekend, but having surrendered second position, I think that will now put Stephen Butcher in a favourable position. As we see, a big moment for Callum Ross through turn 7. He was closing onto the back of Peter George, but just lost traction there in what is still a very slippery section of the racetrack.
Good catch, though. Very, very good catch going through turn number 7. And you're right, we're going to wait to see what the timing intermediate is for Max Bonney. because he did have the points lead coming into this fourth race. He was ahead of Stephen Butcher by 4 points on the timing screens. But now with Lockett now going up into position number 2, the deficit's been reduced to just 2 points. So Bonnie still has a stranglehold on pole position, but he can't afford any more mistakes. He can't afford a non-finish here. He can't afford to drop another spot. So as it stands right now, Stephen Butcher has 186 to Max Bonnie's 188. And then Miles Lockett's actually got 170 ahead of April Welsh with 162. So that's all done a bit of an about-face in the last couple of minutes as well for who's going to be starting on the second row of the grid, with Dean Briggs not taking the start in this one. So that's going to demote him quite substantially down the order, and that's if they can get that car repaired in time.
And Miles Lockett once again, fastest lap of the race that last time through, 1 minute 48.4. 9/10 of a second quicker than the race leader, Stephen Butcher.
Images by Kim on the side of that car. Great little photography business over there in Western Australia. They've got a huge number of West Australian sponsors on board a number of the WA contingent cars this weekend, not just the 1200 of Miles Lockett and also the same one belonging to April Welsh, but also emblazoned across a number of the 1600 class cars as well. Here's your race leader, about to chalk up the completion of lap number 7. Actually, no, sorry, lap number 6, I do apologise. The timing's a little bit out. We've got a couple of different options here because there's 6 of 9 on our screen here, and then the other one we've got is laps remaining. So there's 3 laps remaining in this one. Butcher ahead of Miles Lockett. What's the gap this time when the margin comes down? 3.2 seconds. So 3 continuous fastest laps of the race for Miles Lockett. He's got confidence at the moment.
He's absolutely flying. He was 1.1 seconds quicker than Stephen Butcher that last time through.
This is going to be interesting here. If he's only about a second a lap quicker with 3 laps to run, he's going to be right on his gearbox by the time they get to the last couple of corners on the last lap, if that's how things are going. Again, this whole methodology or mentality of having a carrot and having something dangling in front of you to chase, it's right there for Miles Lockett at the moment, and in these tricky conditions he is well and truly shining as bright as the sun is right now on the Winton Motor Raceway circuit. Got a lot more dry sections of the track now. It's almost dry from the final corner all the way through to about the entrance to turn 5. There's hardly any major water on the racing line. This is where the trouble starts, and then you get to turn 6 right through to turn 9 is still where Butcher's got to take a little bit more care. He's just not quite 100% sure about the top part of the circuit. In the dry sections though, I'm just looking here, I'm wondering whether or not he's actually going as quickly as we've seen him go through the first couple of heat races. Maybe he tuned the car for a little bit more of a wet setup. Maybe the tyres have overpressured a little bit because he's opened them up a little bit more. That part we won't know until we get to the final race of the weekend. And when I've had a chance to have a chat with him and find out what direction he went, he actually set the fastest lap of the race that time around. Lockett with a personal best, but he was actually half a second slower that time around. So Butcher's stabilising the margin here.
Yeah, so the pendulum swinging back in favour of Stephen Butcher that time around. And again, I reckon that as the track gets drier, that probably works more in favour of Stephen Butcher. Max Bonnie sitting there in third position. He's now fallen to be 10.4 seconds off the lead. And April Welsh, she hasn't had the pace that we saw in the previous race, has she, where she was up inside the top 3?
No, she was locked in combat with Dean Briggs and Miles Lockett for the better part of the third race this morning, and then picked her move 2 laps from home and picked the pair of them off in quick succession. In about 3 corners she had position 4 and position then 3 sewn up almost immediately afterwards. Lap times as they come down now, we're down to around about 5 seconds off the dry weather pace. So in qualifying, Stephen Butcher was the only man to go under the 1 minute 40 bracket into the 39s. Everybody else was a 40.0 and later. We're now into the 45s, probably not too far away from going into the 44s as the drivers get more and more confident and as more and more of the damp patches become erased by the sun, we've only got the 1 lap to go now as well. So it's fair to say by the time the Formula 5000s get out there for not only the grid walk that's going to be coming up in a few moments' time, but also for the race, with a bit of luck, a fair chunk of the wet section up at turn 7, 8 and 9 should be evaporated, and hopefully we'll get a very, very entertaining F5000 race for the Rose City 10,000.
Yeah, that'll be a big relief for the Formula 5000 drivers, because the last thing they want to be dealing with is wet patches of racetrack when they're on those big slick tyres and with the copious amounts of horsepower that those vehicles produce.
So this battle between the number 2 of Peter George and the 41 of Callum Ross is still raging on. There's been no real attempted passing manoeuvres. Ross just hasn't been able to find a way through. Seems like he's been a little bit stronger up at the top end of the circuit, up through 7, 8 and 9. He just hasn't had anything in his bag of tricks to get past Peter George over the course of the 8 laps completed so far. A little bit of lap traffic, and this will be mad flashbacks for Stephen Butcher. He's about to come across the number 85 of Michael Olsen. Oh, and there we go. It says go right and stays left. So that'll be a relief to Stephen Butcher. He gets through there, and there's the acknowledgement saying thank you very much, which is great camaraderie. We see that a lot in Formula V racing, especially when there's a safety car out and drivers have seen the board. They've seen them all put their hands up in the air to acknowledge they've seen not only the yellow flags, but to tell the drivers behind that, hey, I'm slowing down. And no slowing down for Stephen Butcher. 9 green flag laps, and he's going to get what is going to be his second win of the 4 heat races. So they split them 2 and 2. Butcher with a pair of wins, Max Bonney with a pair of wins. It's just the ancillary places behind that are going to determine who starts where. So Miles Lockett home for second, and then Bonney, he'll get home for third place. He's just about to cross the line now, and he will remain in third place. So as it stands right now, it'll be Bonney and Butcher off of the front row of the grid, with Miles Lockett and April Welsh directly behind them, come a little bit later this afternoon, just after 4 o'clock, according to the schedule.
Indeed, so the reason for the difference in points is because in the races they didn't win. Max Bonney had a second and a third, whereas Stephen Butcher had a second and a fourth.
Correct, yeah, so not much in it at all. There's actually been a late change for position here as well between Peter George and Callum Ross. Ross has managed to find a way through on the final tour, so he did have a last thing in his bag of tricks. Is he going to be able to out-drag George to the line? George has got a fantastic run off the final corner. This might go the other way. I think it's gone back the other way. It has. So Peter George at the line by .074 with a fantastic drive off the final corner, manages to wrestle back position number 6 with the last-ditch effort at the line.
There you go. Great drag race to the line there between Peter George and Callum Ross. And next time we'll be seeing the Formula V 1200cc and historic cars on the track will be for their feature race a bit later on this afternoon. That is all the preliminaries completed here at the Winton Formula Festival. From now on, it's all feature races and finales, starting with the big one, the Rose City 10,000 for the Formula 5000 cars. I'm shortly going to be wandering down onto the grid, having a chat to some of the drivers, finding out a bit more background info on some of the cars as we count down to the Rose City 10,000. Here come the F5000 cars onto the track while they make their way onto the grid. We'll grab a quick break up here in Coventry, and we'll be back with the grid walk for you very soon.
So I'm Tom Tweedy. I'm driving the Chevron B24 28 1973 Formula 5000. So the cars are obviously very light, 600 horsepower roughly coming out of the back of them. They weigh about 800 kilos, so obviously very quick. They accelerate extremely hard out of the corners, nothing like your road car, and there's a lot of grip on the back. So to say they're probably the ultimate racing machine is probably a fair way to put it. They're wild, they're quick, a lot of grip, bit of aero. So I know the guys in the day enjoyed it. So it's a lot of fun. With this car, I'd probably say they suit the faster, bigger tracks. Phillip Island, I mean, you'll never get a better driving experience than Formula 5000 at Phillip Island. They do, 1 minute 25s, which is super quick, but just wide open, throttle open, 280k an hour down the end of the straight there. It's just, there's no better feeling with that engine a few inches off your back, just the raw grunt of it while you're powering around there, and then the smooth billiard table surface that's at the track's got. So it's a real pleasure to drive around there and a lot of fun. Today's been really good. I mean, we've had a heap of rain. The track was slippery. We've had rain on and off all day. In the wet this morning, ran some old intermediates and slid around, and it was a bit of fun. Still, car's reasonable to control. You just got to make sure you don't hit 100% throttle too often down the straight because it'll wheel spin. But then just had the first dry run of the weekend, and yeah, everything's beaut. It's nice to driving them in the dry is a real art, and getting your eye in takes a couple of laps. So you want to have that dry running before the weekend just to get your brain into gear and get used to the speeds. From A to B, it's super quick. So so far, touch wood. So I think the rain's going away and we'll have a good weekend.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is a little bit of a difference at the Winton Motor Raceway for a change. We're going to do an old-style grid walk, and we've got some royalty down there on the track. Not only have we got Lockie Mansell getting ready to go, we've also got a very, very special car in just behind him at the moment, the very car that James Hunt campaigned here back in the day when the Rose City 10,000 was a feature event. As we now cross down to Lockie Mansell.
Thank you, Stephen. Yes, down here on the grid here at Winton Motor Raceway, beautiful weather conditions. We had the shower of rain a little while ago. Fortunately, it's now cleared. It's going to be a dry track for these Formula 5000 vehicles to contend with. That's the good news. Now, it's fantastic to see here the car that won at the 1978 Rose City 10,000 in the hands of James Hunt, who the Benalla Auto Club paid to fly out from the UK specifically for that event. He came out. He saw, and he conquered. The car is now owned by Mike Glynn. We know that Mike struggled a bit with some of the floods that we've had in regional Victoria recently. But, Mike, fantastic to see you out here. How nice is this?
Oh, it's really good. It's good to see we've got good weather and there's a good crowd here.
You own this car. How long have you actually owned it for?
Well, I actually bought it to save it going overseas. Kenny Smith was going to buy it off Tomo, so I went and bought it to keep it in Australia.
You're here this weekend. You're not actually racing, but you are going to do some parade laps. Is there any chance that we could see you racing this car here at Winton at some stage?
Oh, we normally do. We normally do race it here.
Hopefully we get to see you back out there racing it again very soon, but fantastic to see this car on track, and thanks for bringing it out, Mike.
You're welcome.
There we go, Mike Glynn, the owner of a car that has a very special piece of history here at Winton Motor Raceway, the car that was driven by the late, great James Hunt to victory in the Rose City 10,000 in 1978. Now, a couple of very fast drivers down here on the grid. The driver who's going to start on pole position for the Rose City 10,000, he was a dominant winner in race number 1 yesterday. Race number 2 a lot closer due to some lapsed traffic. But Tom Tweedy, you've got your car honking along pretty nicely so far this weekend.
Yeah, it's first time hearing it, but it's going well so far. The last one was a bit nerve-wracking because we broke a header towards the end, so I had to slow down. But, yeah, the chevron's pretty quick around here. I mean, we got the setup well. I thought it was going to rain for this one. We had a bit of rain about half an hour ago. Now it's not. And now we've got young Josh a couple spots back who's also quick, and Tim's quick. So who knows what's going to happen out there.
Give us a bit of a sense from the driver's seat, because you've had lots of experience in lots of different types of race cars, of just what these cars are like to drive. Massive horsepower, huge tyres, and by the standards of a lot of modern race cars, not a massive amount of aero. How challenging are they from the driver's seat?
They're pretty wild. They'd have to be one of the ultimate race cars to drive, actually, from a purist perspective. You've got 600 horsepower in an 800 kilo chassis, heaps of weight at the back, heaps of grip. They tend to understeer a little bit, but yeah, you put your foot down, you get from A to B really quickly. So you just got to make sure your braking's on point and not make a mistake, because there's not a lot of runoff here if you do. So.
What would it mean to you if you could claim the Rose City 10,000 trophy this afternoon?
Oh, look, it's obviously a huge amount of history behind the race. Just an honour to be here on the grid. So many great cars, some great drivers, and look, if we can take out all three, obviously that'd be great. But we're just here to have some good fun racing and showcase the cars, which are a lot of fun as well.
Awesome to see you here, Tom. Go well this afternoon. We'll wander over to the driver who's going to join Tom on the front row of the grid, Tim Berryman. You're here with the ex-Alan Jones Theodore Racing Formula 5000. You've been pretty fast and competitive. We saw that you closed right in on Tom in the previous race. What are your plans for this one?
Yeah, hopefully we've had a few issues handling-wise. We think it's tyre-related, so yeah, we've gone back to some old rubber and fingers crossed we've got a bit more pace. Tom's been bloody quick this weekend, and yeah, we've got a bit to catch up, but hopefully we've got a bit more for this one.
How's your car? You said you've been suffering some handling issues. What exactly have you been struggling with?
Basically just a lack of grip compared to what we had on Friday. So I think it seems to be tyres, and hopefully the old rubber will be better than the new ones.
Fingers crossed you can get your car sorted out and really take the fight up to Tommy this race. That's what we want. We want an exciting, close race at the front of the field. Let's go wandering a bit further down the grid. Just beautiful cars all throughout this grid for the Rose City 10,000. So Paul Zasra, this is a car that originated from the US. A lot of the cars that you'll see on the grid here for the Rose City 10,000, they are cars that were imported from the UK in a lot of cases, but Paul Zasra's car was actually driven by Evan Noyes over in the US. It raced in the Long Beach Grand Prix. It raced at Laguna Seca, and in fact, Paul Zasra, and he took the car over to the US, raced it at Laguna Seca, and still to this day holds the fastest lap for a Formula 5000 car at that iconic Laguna Seca circuit. I can only imagine how awesome these cars would have been watching plunging down through the corkscrew. We've got Josh Buchan starting a bit further back as well. We'll grab a quick word with Josh. He was up with me in commentary for the Formula 4 races a bit earlier on, and we'll get you back up for the Formula 4 races a bit later on this afternoon as well. You've been struggling with a few fuel issues with your car. Are you confident you've got those resolved for this one?
I wouldn't say I'm confident, but we're here, so that's a start. So we'll go from there, fire it up on the grid here, and if it's good, then we're good, and hopefully we can put on a show.
Fingers crossed, because we want you out there making a race of it for this finale. We'll keep wandering down the grid. One driver who I do want to have a bit of a chat to. Here he is. He's got the helmet on and he's already in the car. But this is a driver who raced in the Rose City 10,000 back in 1978 with James Hunt. He finished in 5th position. He's back on the grid for the Rose City 10,000 this afternoon. Chaz Talbot, great to see you out here, mate. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling all right, but it's we've had a lot of problems this weekend. For some reason, these gremlins seem to occur when you don't want them. We've had a misfire all day in the previous sessions, and I thought we'd fix it. Distributor cap wires and all that sort of thing, and I think we got it back again just coming out of here. I think we've dropped a couple of cylinders. I hope it clears itself and comes good, because it's frustrating when you can't perform at your best.
We want to see you out there performing at your best. Now, tell us a bit, Chaz, about the history of this car, because this is not actually the car that you raced in 1978. It's a different one.
It's the car I had in 78. It won the European Championship. I bought that off Alf Costanzo. Alf did well with it, and it was a good car. I sold that to a doctor in America. He wanted to run in historic racing over there. But this car, this was the main person who raced it was the name on the car there. But as Jody Shetker's supposed to have raced it, it was one of the Hogan cars. They had 3 cars in the Hogan team. They had a number of drivers. But, Shetker was probably the most known. He was world champion at one stage. It's been a good car, but it was badly maintained. It was found in a shed with a pile of stuff on top of it. you try and restore these things, but often you try and make chocolate pudding out of horse dung, and it doesn't always work. And so we've had problems with it, but the basic car is good. We just got this misfire in the engine at the moment that's annoying.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you, Chaz, because it's great to have you on the grid. We really hope that we can get you to the finish of this race. And I just want to say a massive thank you on behalf of the entire motorsport community for coming out, because to have a driver who was part of the 1978 race back on the grid for this one, just absolutely fantastic.
Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be doing this sort of thing. It's probably a midlife crisis thing, but no, having a good time. I can still cope with it. And on the day, it was a really good turnout that the Winton and Benalla Auto Club put on at those days when Hunt won it. And of course, he was world champion at the time. Wasn't many people in the world could beat him. But we hope for a good weekend, and certainly the Benalla Auto Club's been very good in hosting this event. And of course, the attention from the media. And that's always nice when they promote these cars in this category. And like yourself, you go around and interview people. We appreciate that.
Awesome, and I love doing it as well. Go well this afternoon. Fingers crossed your car is running on all 8 cylinders and you can put on a show for us, Chaz. No, well, there we go. Chaz Talbot, one of the drivers on the grid for the Rose City 10,000 this afternoon. Now, we already had a look at James Hunt's car, now owned by Mike Glynn up the front of the field, but the sister car to that was this one, which is being driven this weekend by Bill Hemming. This is the car that was driven by, not obviously James Hunt, but Vern Schuppen drove it in the Tasman series. So lots of cars with lots of rich history. We saw a really good battle earlier on as well. We saw Bill Hemming battling it out with Jay Bondini. Jay Bondini, the driver with a lot of history in this category. I had dinner with Jay last night. In fact, I'll wander over and I'll have a quick chat to Jay. Good race between you and Bill in the last one.
Fantastic. Keep trying to keep up with the old bugger. He's pretty quick considering his age, but have a ball. I nearly ran up his backside a few times, so be careful not to swear. But it's all good. These things accelerate like you wouldn't believe, to the point where I actually suffer motion sickness. Right, so fantastic Peter kit. So you want to jump in one?
I'd love to. If you're brave enough to let me have the steer of yours, I'd love to. I can't guarantee that I'll behave myself all that well, but they do look like spectacular machines to drive. You do a lot of the work on your own car. Just give us a sense of what it's like having to manufacture all of your own components for these cars.
Yeah, I'm an engineer by trade, so a lot of CAD work, etc. Just draw them up, get them cast, make patterns, etc. So nothing's man built it in its day that can be reproduced now. So it's just one of these things, these cars, trying to keep them going, trying to get the parts is near impossible. So you've got no choice but to make them. So, no, it's good. I love the things.
What are your plans for this race? Obviously, it's 15 laps the distance, so it's a bit longer than the previous race. Do you think you can get past Bill in this one?
I could have put it past him a couple of times last time, but I thought this time, maybe you could follow me for a while. So, we'll see.
All right, we're getting the instructions down here on the grid for the drivers to get into their cars. The Rose City 10,000 not too far away. I'll let you get your helmet on. Jay, go well in the race this afternoon. We're counting down to the Rose City 10,000. We'll shortly be sending the field off behind the safety car. Let's head back up to the commentary box with Stephen DeVries as we prepare for the 2022 running of the Rose City 10,000 here at Winton.
Thanks very much, Lockie. What a great spectacle to prepare for the running of a historic event, and something that we have seen here many, many years ago and we're about to see again. It's the Rose City 10,000. It's the next event coming up here on the Formula Festival at Winton Motor Raceway. Short break, and then it'll be the Thunder from Down Under for 15 laps. Don't go anywhere.
We didn't get it. Getting ourselves set for the Rose City 10,000. The field moving off in formation behind the safety car. In fact, the safety car has now pulled off the circuit, so it'll be up to the drivers to roll around. They will get a couple of roll-up laps just to get themselves ready, make sure they've got plenty of temperature in the tyres before they get the race underway. And at the moment, on screen, we're looking at a car that has an amazing amount of history here at Winton Motor Raceway. It's fantastic that Mike Glynn has been able to get it out of his flood-ravaged property and onto the circuit here at Winton. It's the car that the late, great James Hunt drove to victory in the Rose City 10,000 here at Winton back in 1978, 44 years ago. James Hunt, of course, the 1976 Formula One world champion. Oh, and he's had a bit of a spin up at turn number 7 as he accelerates hard out of the corner. That's probably not something that was in the scripts there for Mike Glynn, but he's been able to gather up and will rejoin the circuit. But we saw that amazing showdown in 1976 between James Hunt and Nicky Lauda that was ultimately resolved in favour of James Hunt in that year's World Championship, and then a couple of years later the Benalla Auto Club flew him down under to compete in the Rose City 10,000 aboard that Formula 5000 here at Winton Raceway, which he duly won. And by all reports, not only did he come here and win the Rose City 10,000 and was extremely popular with the crowd, he was also very, very popular with the local ladies.
Yeah, well, we all know James Hunt's propensity to woo the ladies. I think that was kind of the hallmark of his time in Formula One, wasn't it? It was alcohol, cigarettes, motor racing, and women. That pretty much that's all was synonymous with James Hunt back in the day.
Correct, and he very much kept that tradition going when he visited Australia. But just to put things into a bit of perspective now, so that was the Benalla Auto Club who owned and continue to own Winton Motor Raceway, paying James Hunt to fly to Australia to compete in this race meeting. Imagine today Lewis Hamilton being paid by the Benalla Auto Club to come and race in an open wheel race here at Winton. That's pretty much the equivalent of what happened back then.
Yeah, modern day equivalent, and well, I mean something that probably wouldn't, I guess, happen in a modern day sort of way that modern day racing works. I think a few people nowadays cringe at the name Lewis Hamilton. You're either on one side of the fence or you're on the other side of the fence when it comes to, I guess, someone that's been a little bit of a polarising figure, in much the same way that James Hunt was a bit of a polarising figure back in the day. Look at the fans. They're all on the fence here for this one. They've had a great opportunity to go for a grid walk, an old-style grid walk, which you don't get to see very often in local motor racing, and they're hanging over the fence in anticipation. And I can see a lot of them didn't even bother to have the headphones or the earmuffs on, so to speak. They want to hear the raw power of these cars as they get unleashed in a few moments' time.
Why would you not want to soak up every decibel of the engine note from these amazing 5-litre V8 engines? 12 laps, so it has been shortened slightly from the original 15-lap distance. We are running slightly behind schedule here at Winton. Tom Tweedy and Tim Berryman on the front row of the grid. We go back to Paul Zasrin and Peter Brennan on row 2. David Crabtree and Josh Buchan on the third row of the grid. Hopefully Josh Buchan's car is reliable in this one. Back to Frank Harris and Rob Splatt, Bill Hemming and Jay Bondini, and then rounding out the field, Chaz Talbot and Dean Cam. We are underway for the Rose City 10,000 2022 edition here at Winton Motor Raceway. The field is released as they get the go signal, and it's Tom Tweedy who will lead them down into turn number 1. Tim Berryman slots into second position. Paul Zasra moving up into third spot at the head of Peter Brennan. Here comes Josh Buchan. Finally, they've got that number 2 car working, and he's straight up the inside and through into fourth position with a nice move through on Brennan at turn 3, and he's already attacking the back of Paul Zasra as well. So Josh Buchan, the TCR race, looking racing in the early stages of the Rose City 10,000.
A couple of squirms from the Zasra machine just in front as he went through turn 3. There's still a little bit of water on some of the exit curbs as well. They're going to have to be really careful up at this part of the circuit because we're not quite sure if conditions have cleared enough. It looks relatively dry, but then you've only got to look at what happened to the James Hunt mobile a few moments ago with the spin coming through turn 7. And there's still a little bit of standing water, and is that Chaz Talbot's been caught out. He's down at on the approach to turn 4.
Indeed it is, and unfortunately that is going to cause the safety car to be deployed. So a shame for Chaz Talbot. We heard him talking before about how the car was misfiring and he felt like it might have dropped a couple of cylinders on the rollout to the grid walk before. He's the driver, the only driver in the field who was on the grid for the Rose City 10,000 back in 1978, but unfortunately he's been caught out on the exit of turn number 3. He spun off the circuit and he's going to require some assistance from the officials to get that car mobile.
Certainly is. They're down there on the scene now. They're actually pushing him out of the grass to see if they can get it refired and if it can move under its own power. I dare say the car's probably stalled as well by the time he's moved there. You can actually see there's a couple of little patches of either water or some sort of fluid just sitting on the exit, on the outside of the approach curb there. They've actually just moved the safety truck into position to protect the priceless asset of Chaz Talbot as the field comes past under the control of the Hyundai Kona safety car.
So let's have a look at the order, take stock of our race positions as they sit under this safety car. So Tom Tweedy, your race leader, Tim Berryman in second position, then it's Paul Zasra in third, Josh Buchan in fourth. We saw that he was able to overtake Peter Brennan on the opening lap before the safety car was deployed. David Crabtree in sixth position, back to Frank Harris in seventh position. Rob Splatt, the president of the Formula 5000 Association, sitting in 8th position at the moment. Back to Dean Cam, who was a non-starter in the previous race, in 9th position. Bill Hemming and Jay Bondini resuming their battle from the previous race. They're sitting in positions 10 and 11 respectively. That's a shame for Chaz Talbot. We really wanted to see him have a good run and at least get to the finish of this race, but unfortunately it looks like his day is done after just a couple of corners.
Dean Camp starting at the back of the field. He's moved up a couple of spots up to position 9th, the accomplished sports sedan racer. We see regularly in the Victorian State Series along with Chaz Talbot, both with the Chevrolet variety of cars, and there is a very, very mixed field of cars these days in sports sedans. Great work as always by all the officials and the volunteers that are here this weekend to make this event happen. They've been extremely short-staffed all weekend long for obvious reasons. A number of people that live in the immediate areas surrounding the Benalla circuit have been caught up in floodwaters, or they've been forced into an evacuation situation, and understandably the numbers have been a little bit light on. There's the recovery vehicle moving back into position. Looks like the Chaz Talbot machine has managed to get going again. Not sure if he'll come into the pits or if he'll just be a lap down on the field. What are we reading there? Has he actually managed to catch up to the back of the field, or has he decided to come into pit lane?
He's working his way down towards turn 10 at the moment, so the good news is that his car has been able to get mobile under its own steam once he was retrieved from that rather awkward position on the exit of turn number 3. So wait and see if he joins onto the back of the train, or if in fact he decides to bring that number 10 car into the pits.
I guess it's a case as well as if he feels that it's got a misfire or something wrong with it, he may elect not to risk it, given the type of asset that it is and the amount of man hours that go into maintaining that car. He's coming across the start-finish line at the moment, so I dare say he's happy enough that mechanically the car is good and that he'll be continuing on. He'll just appear into your back a shot in just a few moments' time. There he is, just coming up and over the rise, just sort of now, just through turns 1 and 2.
So that's good news. And like I said, it'll be good to see him at least get to the finish line in this race after the problems that he's endured this weekend for the historical sake of this particular event. The driver who finished 5th in the 1978 Rose City 10,000, it would be very fitting to see him greet the checkered flag this afternoon. So I reckon that this will be the last lap behind the safety car.
Yeah, I dare say you're right there. It'll be the last lap under safety car conditions. I was having a look through the track records as well for the Winton Motor Raceway. Of course, they've not raced here in anger, so there's no lap record for the national layout, which is the modern day layout for the supercars and also in the state racing series, because the club circuit used to go straight on right where the safety car is there. You can see the little bit of road where it went in the day, and still in use, that part of the circuit as well. That would have been the circuit back in 1978 that they raced around, and it was Alfred Costanzo back in 1979 in October with a lap record at a 55.80 second lap for the short course here at Winton.
Yeah, that's a super fast lap time. We've seen this weekend them getting down into the 1 minute 18 bracket, which is extremely fast paced by any measure when you compare it to the other types of cars that we have racing here at Winton. Back underway, and a good restart from Josh Buchan. He's already on the attack, walking up the inside of Paul Zazran. All of the drivers have been very considerate this weekend when it comes to making overtaking manoeuvres, but Josh Buchan looking racy. Up the inside of Zazran into turn number 3. Manages to get the number 2 car pulled up. Zazran gives him room on the inside, and that is Buchan up to position number 3 aboard car number 2. It has a very different sounding engine note to all of the other cars because it's running a Repco Brabham V8 motor with a flat plane crank compared to the Chevrolet V8 engines that power all of the other Formula 5000s in the field.
He's clearing away as well. He's making a little bit of room while he's got the machine underneath him to do it. He's keeping an eye out in front. Berryman still keeping Tom Tweedy very honest at the moment at the restart here. Question is for how long, and can Buchan pull anything out of his bag of tricks and catch up to the number 6 machine? Just a few hundred metres just up the road. He's got sight of it as well. Looks like there's also been a jump start penalty levied for Chaz Talbot still in the field as well. That probably would have been for an infringement either at the restart, or it would have been going a little bit too early before the red light was extinguished at the beginning of lap 1.
Either way, it's probably not going to
make too much of a difference.
Position, given that he's a lap down. We've we've got confirmation from race control that, in fact, it is a restart infringement, so that would have been overlapping or overtaking before the start-finish line at that safety car restart. Top 20, your race leader, a 1 minute 19.1 for 20, a 1 minute 19.8 for Tim Berryman, 1 minute 20.4 for Josh Buchan that time through, but keep in mind that Buchan did have to make a passing manoeuvre on Paul Zazvarin, who sits in fourth. Then it's Brennan, Crabtree, Harris, back to Dean Cam, who's made up another position. He's got ahead of Rob Splatt, Bill Hemming and Jay Bondini in positions 10 and 11.
Cam's a little bit quicker than Harris the last time around as well, so we'll watch that one with interest because he's starting to range up onto the back of the number 33 quite quickly at the moment as well. He's got a full head of steam as Dean Cam, and I'm looking at there right now. Here he is looking down the inside very briefly on the number 33 up at turn 7. And this is the part of the circuit where these cars you don't really want to be running side by side because they're so big and they're so powerful, and one misstep will mean that it could end in disaster. The best opportunities for passing are into the heavy braking zones.
And the braking zones in these Formula 5000s are quite short as well, as we've discussed, because of the historical value and significance of these cars. The last thing the drivers want is contact with one another, so not seeing any dive bombs or aggressive passing manoeuvres. What we are seeing at the moment, though, is very, very rapid pace from Josh Buchan. He's just punched out the fastest lap of the race, the driver in third position at 1 minute 18.0. A whole second quicker than Tim Berryman and a couple of tenths quicker than top 20. So Buchan on the march here.
Definitely on the march. It's a big, big margin that he's pulled out. He's brought back in the last couple of minutes as well. He's going to be right on the number 6 of Berryman, probably coming down into the last couple of corners this time around. We're still looking at Dean Cam giving chase to the number 33 of Harris. A little bit quicker through the opening part of the lap. Harris seems to have the measure once they get out of turn number 9. A little bit further ahead of them. Here we go, the number 15, Crabtree. And he's chasing Brennan ahead in 22.
David Crabtree, another one of the drivers that I was fortunate enough to have dinner with last night, as we see Dean Camp getting up the inside, successfully making the move stick on Frank Harris. So that's another spot gains. That's position 7 for Dean Camp, who started this race at the rear of the field.
He's done really well there. Very smart pass. He had a little bit of a half look the previous tour at turn 7. He's got it done this time around. And Buchan's all over the back of Tim Berryman here, coming out of turn 2. Another fastest lap of the race last time around. Another 18 flat for Buchan aboard the number 2 machine.
He needs to get ahead of Tim Berryman as quickly as he can, so then he can set off after top 20. He's definitely got the pace, Josh Buchan, but Tim Berryman's no slouch either, and very experienced in lots of different types of high downforce cars is Tim Berryman. We've seen that he's raced the newer, the S5000 race cars, which are the modern equivalent of these Formula 5000 machines. We've seen that he's done some racing in Formula 3 and in Radical Cup as well. So he's certainly got both the speed and the racecraft, Tim Berryman, and he will be making his longer T33-2 very, very wide as he looks to hold out Josh Buchan, who, if anything, has just fallen off the back of Tim Berryman a bit on this lap.
I'm not sure if he's fallen off the back or if Berryman's just lifted his pace a little bit. Berryman did turn a fastest personal best lap last time around at 18.5, but was still caught by a half a second by Josh Buchan. Let's see if the lap time indicates this time around across the checkered stripe. Tweedy in 18.5, 18.8 for Berryman, and then Buchan is nowhere to be seen. Has the number 2 machine got problems? It has completely disappeared off the radar, as if it's disappeared into the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, it's in the pits.
And now it's in the pits.
Yeah, oh, what a shame. Obviously, some problems with the fuel system earlier in the weekend, which saw Josh Buchan failing to start races 1 and 2. They felt they got fixed for this final race, but once again, unfortunately, the temperamental nature of these particular cars.
I did hear you over talking with him a little bit earlier about the type of fuel they were using in that car, and that they'd actually gone back a grade of fuel to see if it would actually settle the car down. But it doesn't appear like it's been the case. There is the number 2 machine.
And there's Paul Liston, who works on and has restored that car, having a chat to Josh Buchan, but Unfortunately, there's no sense of urgency in getting that car back out onto the track, and it looks like his day is done. What a shame.
There won't be any quick fix for that car anytime soon, so he's going to be an observer from the sidelines for the remaining 5 laps. As up to turn 7 we go yet again with Peter Brennan and David Crabtree still lockstep every step of the way. They haven't really gotten too far apart in the last little bit. I'm interested in Dean Cam behind, as he's actually starting to gain time on them. He's about a half a second quicker a lap than the pair of them right now. So there is going to be a little bit of a sense of urgency here for David Crabtree in the next couple of minutes. As out in front, there's been a change for the lead, is there? Or is it a pass through lap traffic? There's some lap traffic in play here. Berryman's gotten through on the race leader with the lap traffic causing a little bit of trouble for Tom Tweedy.
And we heard that Tom Tweedy's car faded towards the end of the previous race with a mechanical problem that was costing him some horsepower. So I wonder if it's another mechanical glitch which has cost him, Tom Tweedy, some pace at the back end of this race. It's cost him the lead as well.
Doesn't look all that happy, does it? It looks fairly slow and fairly ginger going into the braking zones. Perhaps you're right. Maybe he's nursing something toward the checkered flag.
So Tim Berryman, yep, looks like Tom Tweedy's got a problem. Tim Berryman has capitalised, and car number 6 is through to the lead of the Rose City 10,000 here at Winton.
Now going to be a matter of can Tom Tweedy hang on to second place, because you've got Paul Zazarin a bit further behind. He's some 30 seconds adrift of the race lead last time around. So it's an awful margin to raise for Paul Zazarin, but is he going to have enough laps and enough time to do it? Here we go. So the pass actually happened a little bit earlier. It happened at turn 4, so the 21 machine was ailing before they encountered the lap traffic of Hemming.
Wow, what a disappointment for Tom Tweedy, the winner of races 1 and 2. But we get to the feature race, we get to the race where there's that big trophy on the line, and his car decides that it's not going to cooperate. And that's the thing about these cars, they are historic vehicles. They date from an era when speed was one challenge, the physicality of muscling these cars around the circuit for lap after lap after lap was another challenge. But the third challenge was reliability, and what the late great Peter Brock described as mechanical sympathy. Just getting these cars to the finish line of these races was an achievement in itself.
Yeah, it's another thing that they talk about in the modern day equivalent as well, as having good mechanical sympathy. And what that means is being able to drive the car fast, but not ask too much from the car to the point where you damage it, to the point where you're tearing corners off the car, and to the point where you can actually get the car to make it to the finish. So if that means upshifting a little bit early, not taking it all the way up to the red line, good mechanical sympathy results good race longevity, and it prolongs the amount of work and the amount of maintenance that you have to do on cars, especially in cars like this generation, where, as you said, they're quite temperamental, and if something breaks, more often than not, they're not easy to fix.
And Tom Tweedy in the pits, so game over for the driver of car number 21. The drivers, the 2 fast young drivers who we expected to be fighting for victory in the Rose City 10,000, their days done, out of the race, and it's the experienced and accomplished Tim Berryman, one of the more senior drivers, who now finds himself in the lead with just over a lap remaining.
Dean Cam has caught David Crabtree and Peter Brennan as well, so this is going to be a rather interesting fight now for what becomes the last step on the rostrum in about 2 laps time. So Berryman's on the second to last tour right now, so it's actually a lap and a half to go for these guys behind. And Cam, is he through? He's through on one of them. He's managed to get through on Peter Brennan. He hasn't managed to get through on David Crabtree. Just since Crabtree's gotten past Brennan as well. So is there another car with yet another ailment that's coughed up position at the back end of this race? And has Cam got anything left to throw at David Crabtree?
David Crabtree knows that Dean Cam's coming, because he's just punched out his personal best lap of the race on the previous lap of 1 minute 26.6. It was only a couple of tenths slower than Dean Cam, so Crabtree is going to put up a big fight to hold on to that final spot on the podium.
Through the top section of the circuit for the second to last time, Berryman's got a massive stranglehold on this race ahead of Paul Zasrin. I think he's probably about halfway around the track compared to Cam and Crabtree. He's actually up at turn 7 right now, whereas the cars we were just looking at, they're only on their way down to turn 10, so he's not that far away from lapping them. Had the race have gone the original distance, I dare say he probably would have.
So Tim Berryman, an accomplished pilot in Radical Cup, an accomplished pilot in Formula 3 and in historic Formula 4, now the owner of this beautiful Formula 5000 race car. His faster rivals have the speed, but not the reliability, not the longevity. And it's going to be Tim Berryman who is in the position to capitalise and get his car to the checkered flag when it counts. It is Tim Berryman who wins the Rose City 10,000 for 2022 with a beautifully measured drive at the front of the field. And in the end, it's going to be a big, big margin back to Paul Zasrin in second position.
Absolutely wrung the neck of that car to perfection. What a margin at the end of the day. 51.5 seconds, even with the safety car intervention. That is an exclamation point on a great weekend for Tim Berryman. We've got a replay coming up here. So this is Dean Cam. He did manage to get David Crabtree down the inside at turn 3. So that elevates Cam up into what is third place on the podium at the moment. They're just negotiating one of the back markers there through the top part of the course, and just 3 corners to go. Can Dean Cam hang on for the last kilometre of racetrack? Through turn 10 for the final time. I think he's going to do it. Zasrin's only just crossed the line now to register second place, but Dean Cam, after driving from rear of grid, he's picked off several cars and done it beautifully and very, very cleanly. And Crabtree just had a last minute sort of a moment at the final corner. He's not enough. Cam will take third.
Great drive from Dean Cam at rear of the field onto the podium. So he will pick up a Rose City 10,000 trophy. David Crabtree coming home in 4th position ahead of Peter Brennan. And then we go back to Frank Harris, Rob Swatt in 7th position, Bill Hemming in 8th position with Chaz Talbot. He does manage to get to the finish line. That's great to see in position number 9 aboard that number 10 car. And 3 retirements from the race. Tom Tweedy and Josh Buchan, the 2 young guns, the 2 hot shots, the 2 very, very fast drivers not making it to the checkered flag, and Jay Bondini in the number 98 car also retiring from proceedings in the Formula 5000 feature race. But it's Tim Berryman who claims the big trophy for victor of the Rose City 10,000 for 2022.
Here he is, exiting stage left into Parc Fermé, into the back of the pits. What a race. What a great curtain raiser to all the finales that we've had, or that we're going to experience rather, over the next couple of hours. So with Formula 5000 off the circuit, we're going to have a short break here, and then the next of the finales is about to get underway with historic Formula Ford. What a hard act to follow. It's going to be a real hard act to follow after what you've just seen. Back shortly.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
It is feature race and finale time here at the Winton Formula Festival, getting ourselves set for the final race of the weekend for the historic Formula Fords. This race has been shortened. It was going to be 15 laps. It has been reduced to 10 laps in distance. And the historic Formula Fords this weekend, supported by Lock and Load tie-down systems. Grant Walker Parts is the distributor of the world-class Lock and Load transport tie-down systems, which include ratchet straps, trailer tie-down tracks, and other general-purpose straps that have some fantastic applications in motorsport as well as other recreational pursuits such as boating and fishing. And Lock and Load tie-down systems will be presenting $600 prize money to the winners of each of our historic Formula Ford classes. FA, FB and FC. FA for the 1969 to 77 cars, FB for 1978 to 82 model cars, and FC for the 1983 to 89 year model cars. Let's check out our grid positions for the final race of the weekend for historic Formula Ford. It's Andrew Reid and Andrew McGuinness on the front row of the grid. We've got Andy Nethercote and Trevor Schumack starting on the second row of the grid. Back then to Ian Edgar and Grant Walker. Warwick Folletta out of 7th ahead of Phil Marinon. We saw those cars getting involved in a bit of wheel banging in the previous race earlier on. Matt Scott in 9th position with Craig Degatardi rounding out the top 10. And then we go back to Ewan Gales, Richard McQuire and Graham Degatardi completing the field. Best of your FC cars is Andrew Reid. He's on outright pole position. Trevor Schumack, the highest placed of the FB cars on the starting grid. And Grant Walker, the highest placed of the FA cars on the starting grid. So it'll be interesting to see how this race pans out. We've seen some terrific battles between Andrew McGuinness and Andrew Reid, but in the previous race, Andrew Reid was able to clear out and ended up winning the race by almost 10 seconds from Andrew McGuinness. Hopefully McGuinness can make a bit of a closer fight of it in this one. We actually saw in race 1 yesterday that Andrew Reid spun out of proceedings while he was battling against Andrew McGuinness. We do have some prize money on the line in this one, so this is where it's all to play for. And like so many of the other cars here at Winton Motor Raceway, a lot of history in amongst the cars that you see in the field this weekend, particularly the number 2 car of Andrew McGuinness. That is the ex-Russell Ingall Van Diemen RF89. So you would go not too far away from a race start here. Looks like Andy Nethercote might be missing from the grid. Grid position 3 is vacant, so it looks like our third place driver may not have made it out onto the starting grid for this race. That's a bit of a shame to see that car absent from the starting grid, but we are set for a race start here and underway for the final race for the historic Formula Fords. Good start from Andrew Reid from pole position. McGuinness running with him from the outside of the front row. But it will be Reid that will lead them into turn number 1. Trevor Schumack slots into position number 3. Great start from Grant Walker as well. The older FA class car moving up into 4th position outright. Big move up the inside from Craig Degatardi in car number 117 at turn number 3. As he slips down the inside of a couple of cars into turn number 3. He's just up behind Matt Scott in the 111 car as they negotiate their way through the sweeper on this opening lap. There's Grant Walker just ahead of Ian Edgar. Edgar walking down the inside as they head into turn 7. Decides to bail out of that one and tuck back in behind the number 74 machine. Edgar with a good turn of speed as they head down the short chute into turn number 10, just up the road from these two battling cars is Trevor Schumacher. Still a few patches of water if you put your wheels too far to the right of the circuit there on the approach to turn number 10. It's something the drivers will need to be just a little bit cautious about. And up the inside, there goes Ian Edgar with a nice move down the inside of Grant Walker into turn 11. So 1 lap complete, and it's a 0.8 of a second advantage to Andrew Reid as they complete lap number 1. Just seeing on the timing monitor as well that Andy Nethercote has a 5-second time penalty for a Glen line infringement, but that's going to become largely academic because he's not actually made it to the start of the race. In fact, there is Andy Nethercote. He's right at the tail end of the field. I'm wondering if he started from pit lane, because Nethercote right at the tail end of the field in position 12. And with the 5-second time penalty for a Glen line infringement, and we've got some problems for the number 4 car of Richard McQuire. It has stopped in the infield on the side of the road, and that's the exit of turn 2. And we're hearing that he did in fact spin, so hopefully he can get that car fired up and back out onto the racetrack. It's pretty boggy out there in the marsh. Must be on the left-hand side of the circuit, and we're hearing that the safety car is going to in fact be deployed to deal with that car in that position. Here comes the safety car out onto the circuit, so the car of Richard McQuire in a hazardous position, and the safety car has been deployed. The Hyundai Kona N getting out onto the Winton circuit, and there you can see Richard McQuire. That's a better angle to show exactly where the car is. It's just off to the what will be the driver's left-hand side of the road there at turn number 2. And we saw him trying to drive it back onto the circuit, but again, because we've had so much rain here at Winton, if you do go onto the grass, chances are you're not going to be able to get back on without some assistance from our recovery team here at Winton and their Ford Range Raptor recovery vehicles. So the order then, behind the safety car, Andrew Reid, your race leader. Andrew McGuinness in second position. Back to Trevor Schumacher in third spot, followed by Ian Edgar. Grant Walker, best of the FA cars, in position number 5. Back to Warwick Valletta. Matt Scott, Craig Degattati in 8th. Phil Marinon in 9th position, and Ewan Giles rounding out the top 10. And Nethercote, who has that 5-second penalty for the Glen line infringement, and who started, we believe, from pit lane, is in 11th position, and he will benefit from this field compression because at the restart he'll be right on the tail of his rivals, and he'll be looking to make up spots and get that car back up to the front running pack where it has been running for most of the weekend. The completion of this historic Formula Ford race will be having the final race of the weekend for the Formula Ford 1600 class, which is the modern Kent cars. And then we'll get into our feature race and our finale for the Formula V Nationals. Thoroughly looking forward to that one. That is going to be one of the highlights of the weekend. Big field of Formula Vs, and they're all going to be vying for the national title. And if the action in the heat races is anything to go by, it's going to be a highly competitive finale with lots of drivers in the mix. So the car of Richard McQuire has been retrieved, but the safety car is still on the circuit and still with the lights flashing, so we'll do another lap behind the safety car. So while we are under safety car conditions, we'll look at some of the other events that are coming up here at Winton. The big one is the final round of the AMRS, the Australian Motor Racing Series, which is coming up here at Winton on the 19th and 20th of November. Thoroughly looking forward to that event. It will encompass the final round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series for season 2022, and also the Winton 300 makes its return on that weekend as well. So a couple of very popular categories on the program at the Winton 300. It's always a terrific event from both the competitor and spectator point of view. And he's actually still in his race suit. He's doing the John Goss thing, a bit like what we saw with Will Liston earlier on. Josh Buchan, fresh from unfortunately retiring from the Formula 5000 race, has sprinted up to the commentary box just in time for the Formula Fords. Good afternoon to you, Josh.
Hello, mate. Lucky I'm fit. Bloody hell, that was a long run.
You didn't drive them. You didn't jump into your Hyundai Kona N, which is the same as the Winton safety car, to drive up to the commentary box?
No, unfortunately not. I thought I'd, after cutting my race short, I could do it a few more beats per minute. So here we are.
I have to ask the question, was it the same fuel issue that put you out of that race, or was it a different mechanical problem?
No, it was actually the brakes this time. So the car was running fine. We changed from 102 to 98, basically, to rectify the issue, which worked. And unfortunately, the brakes couldn't keep up with what we wanted to do. But car was going well. Did it pretty easy, to be honest. So I had to remember how to drive. I haven't driven for 2 days, so that was tough enough. But no, the car went well. It's unfortunate, but at least we got to put on a show for a little bit for everyone who, came out and saw the cars.
I know that it's probably not much consolation, but you did get the fastest lap of the race, so at least you can take bragging rights for fastest lap.
It was only going to get quicker, mate, but that's all right. That's how car racing goes. Speaking of,
here we go. At the race start, Andrew McGuinness, a move for the lead on Andrew Reid at turn number 1. Beautiful restart for McGuinness, and he is out in front in car number 2. So judged that restart to perfection and was able to dive up the inside of Andrew Reid into turn 1.
Yeah, and he's got pace from the last race, so if he can actually, do a job of putting the car in the right spot, he's half a chance here. So it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out in the old Russell Ingall car.
Indeed. Remember, there's $600 prize money up for grabs here as well for the winner of each of our classes. McGuinness on the defensive at turn number 7. Reid looking to do the over and under. They'll go side by side on the run into turn 8. If Reid can hang around the outside, he'll be well placed for turn 9. Not quite able to do it there, but McGuinness forced to take a shallow line into turn number 9. This is a good duel between these two Van Diemen's, battling it out at the front of the field.
Yeah, good little section of road there to do what we just saw. If someone, runs a little bit wide into that right-hander just after the sweeper, then you can get up the inside, but the next corner's the left, so you have to hang it brave on the outside. And unfortunately for McInnes, it wasn't enough to get the spot back.
So $600 prize money up for grabs, like I've said, in each of our classes, thanks to lock and load tie-down systems. We've got good battles in all 3 of our classes. So we've got Reid and McGuinness duelling over honours in Class FC. We've got Trevor Schumack and Ian Edgar battling it out for supremacy in Class FB at the moment. And we have got, in Class FA, Grant Walker and Warwick Folletta. They're going to be dicing for honours in that class. So good contests in all 3 of our historic Formula Ford classes.
Don't count out Trevor Schumack here. He's just feeling in the slips. Watching these two guys go at it. Looks like Reid at the moment just rolled off the throttle a little bit. Doesn't have as much pace as McInnes out in front. So track felt fine. When I was out there, it was the first race after the rain. Track felt okay, so I wonder if he may or may not have an issue, but as I say, he's closed up towards the infield.
Here's Craig Degatani. He looks pretty racy right from the outset. We saw him make a big move on the opening lap at turn 3. He's putting the pressure on Phil Marinon at the moment, heading up around the top end complex of the circuit. Phil Marinon still very heavily involved in the organisation of Formula Ford competition here in Australia. He's the administrator of the Australian Formula Ford Association, which runs the National Series as well as being involved in the organisation of a lot of the State Series. And here's a move down the inside, so it was Walker who ran wide, and that allows Andy Nethercoat, who's on the comeback trail after starting from pit lane, to get down the inside. So Grant Walker can't afford to be making too many of those sorts of mistakes, or they will be vulnerable in the Class A battle to Warwick Coletta, who's now only one position behind him.
And kind of as I expected.
Oh, problems for Andrew Reid. So car number 15 has ground to a halt, and Andrew Reid is going to pull the number 15 car off into the old pit lane area on the old pit straight here at Winton Raceway, and that is his day done. So one of our FC challengers bites the dust.
Great job by him, though, to park it on the side, avoid any safety cars or anything like that. Only a few laps remaining. That may well have been the end of the race if he parked it on the circuit, but yeah, like we saw, he didn't quite have the speed that he previously did, and whether he's carrying an issue or something's just popped up, he's out of the race.
That's a shame. So we've seen a bit of that, haven't we, so far in the feature races that we've had. We saw it in the Rose City 10,000 feature race for the Formula 5000s that Tom Tweedy, the winner of races 1 and 2, had problems in race 3 and had to retire, and now in this race as well we're seeing that Andrew Reid, who's won the last couple of Formula Ford races, problems in the final which have put him out of proceedings and into retirement. So Trevor Schumacher then now moves up into second position. So we've got an FC class car leading the way. We've got an FB car now running in not only position 2 but position 3 as well, and Andy Nethercoat, who started this race from pit lane, has moved up to 4th position outright.
He started from pit lane, did he?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, wow.
Not
Good
only
drive.
did he start from pit lane, but unfortunately when he exited pit lane he crossed the blend line, and hence he's picked up a 5-second time penalty for a blend line infringement.
Another blend line. I'm going to say it. Young bloke cold tyres. That's no good. This blend line thing has been going on all weekend. When you leave the pit lane, there is no need to spear straight to the right and make a corner of turn 1 and 2. I mean, they actually hold a blend line sign up at you as you leave pit lane.
They do, yeah.
I can sympathise with, the red mist, but yeah, that's no good.
But the reason the blend line's there, like a lot of people might think it's something quite trivial, but there is actually a safety component of having that blend line there, and it's so that when drivers are joining the racetrack on the approach to turn number 1, they're not swerving straight off the racing line.
It's actually a really, really big thing, particularly at other circuits like a Sydney Motorsport Park. The pit lane comes out between turns 1 and 2. You're doing, in pretty much every decent race car, upwards of 200. I know for us in 5,000 this weekend, we're doing 240 k's an hour into the first corner. And if someone came out of the pits and just went straight stage right, you'd have an airplane crash. So it is a big deal. It's rather annoying when you come in and you realise that you might be pinned for something that seems so minor, but you shouldn't be doing that.
Blend Line TV, where we give you all of the analysis and in-depth discussion about blend line infringement.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
So,
maybe the infringement notices are a cheeky sponsorship deal we don't know about to mention the word blend line every 5 seconds.
I'll have to have a chat to Daniel Beckinsale about that after the broadcast is finished. It's a bit like I always thought maybe Macca's or KFC should sponsor the drive-through penalties.
Yeah. But then, you'd get stopped at the end and have to wait. Oh, got a spin here, Trevor.
Schumacher out of second position and out of the lead of Class FB. That could potentially be a spin that costs Trevor Schumacher $600 because he was leading Class FB. He was on target for the prize money for winning Class FB, but he's given up that spot. And now he has to wait for the rest of the field to cruise on past before he can flick spin that car and rejoin the race. What a shame.
I don't recall seeing a Formula Ford Kent, let alone a historic one, do a flick spin before. So bonus points for that. He should get a share of the $600.
So that elevates Ian Edgar up to second position outright, and here is a replay.
So I wonder what happens. Has he compression locked it? Hard to say. It's a strange one.
He definitely locked the rears, didn't he? Whether it was a compression lock-up or a rear brake lock-up, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on him for this last lap and see if anything's out of the ordinary. But yeah, it's very easy to do there. You've got the car fully loaded at that point, and you're actually never braking straight. You're constantly braking with steering lock on. And particularly in these cars, you're turning right, the gear selector's on the right-hand side. It's actually quite difficult to select the cog, do the heel toe and everything that's involved. So, you know, even though it's a spin at slow speed, it's actually very, very easy to do. So I can sympathise with Trev there.
So here is the battle for what is now second position outright in the race. Ian Edgar coming under pressure from Andy Nethercote. Great driver, Andy Nethercote. He was helped by the safety car, which compressed the field and allowed him to close onto the back of the pack, but still he's had to do a lot of overtaking in this race, and he's right up behind Ian Edgar in what is the contest for second position, albeit they are in different classes. Ian Edgar in the slightly old model FB class Formula Ford, with Andy Nethercote in the FC car. But here is Andrew McGuinness, our race leader in car number 2. He's got just a couple of corners left to negotiate, and he had to play second fiddle to Andrew Reid in the last couple of Formula Ford sprint races, but things have all come good for Andrew McGuinness when it counts in the feature race, and thanks to lock and load tie-down systems, Andrew McGuinness is $600 richer. He's the winner of Class FC in the historic Formula Ford feature race. Ian Edgar's second position. He will also score $600 prize money for winning Class FB. Andy Nethercote could drive through the field up to position number 3 after starting at the rear of the field or from pit lane. The 5-second time penalty will not affect his finishing position because he manages to finish more than 5 seconds ahead of Grant Walker, who will come home as the winner of Class FA and also score $600 prize money thanks to lock and load tie-down systems. Running through the rest of the order, Warwick Coletta in 5th position outright, back to Matt Scott. Craig Degatati in 7th position. Trevor Schumack falling back to 8th after that spin with Ewan Gales, and Phil Marinon rounding out the top 10 finishers. And in fact, the only 10 cars that managed to finish this race. We had retirements from Andrew Reid, who was running in 2nd position at the time, and also Richard McQuire, who came off the track at turn 2. That is the historic Formula Fords done and dusted here at Winton. We've got the Formula Ford 1600 feature race for you on the other side of this break.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
cars being released from pit lane and heading out onto the circuit for the finale, the feature race for the Formula Ford 1600s, the modern Kent cars here at Winton Motor Raceway. This class presented by VHT, very high temperature. They produce all of your flame-proof paint products which can withstand temperatures up to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which makes VHT paint ideal for headers, exhaust systems, turbo housings and other car components that might be subjected to high temperatures. They'll be putting up prize money for the top three in this race. $1,000 for the winner, $700 for second place and $300 for third position. We've got Tim Hamilton on pole position for this one. He's been the dominant performer this weekend in the Formula Ford 1600s. Luke Ellery joining him on the front row. You're back then to Will Liston and Peter Fitzgerald on row 2 of the grid. Jason Liddell and Rob Rowe out of positions 5 and 6. Back to Jeff Senior, John Pereira and Byron Thomas. We saw that John Pereira and Byron Thomas had a bit of a coming together in the previous race, Josh, which resulted in some damage for Thomas and a flat tyre for Pereira.
Yeah, and I wonder what he's had to do there, because, as I said earlier, usually if you destroy a tyre, you've either got to put a really old one on that's probably no good, or if you buy a new one, you have to start from the back, and he's not exactly off the back.
Well, yeah, so maybe it is an old tyre that he's running. Now, we've seen this a few times, that Tim Hamilton has absolutely bolted out of the gate on the formational lap and ended up with a big gap back to the rest of the field. So
I think that's got to be Ellery. That's got to be Luke playing around with him a little bit, because, yeah, he's in a different postcode. So maybe it's Luke trying to tune him up a bit, but maybe he likes his short outlaps. I don't know. Interesting technique.
The problem with going too hard on the formational lap is that you end up having to sit on the grid for longer, which means that any temperature that you've generated in the brakes and tyres will tend to dissipate while you're just sitting there on the grid. So that's the disadvantage of being too fast on the warm-up lap.
Sometimes on a cold day, when you do sit on the grid for quite a while, if you've done a good enough job on the brakes and you've really got them going, sitting there for a couple extra seconds isn't too bad. You do, though, run the risk of then boiling the fluid in your brakes. So I don't know if there's any strategy at play here, but whatever Tim Hamilton's been doing for the last 2 days has been working. So he's won more races than me this weekend, so I can't judge.
So here come the cars down to the grid. Will Liston slotting into position number 3 in the Listec Formula Ford that runs that very distinctive shark fin. Not quite as big as what we've seen on that car in the past, but it's still there, and it's the conspicuous and distinguishing feature of the Listec chassis. Set for a race start. Hamilton and Ellery on the front row of the grid. And underway, good reaction time from Luke Ellery from second position on the grid, but a pretty good launch from Tim Hamilton as well. And it's Hamilton who will have that preferred inside line for turn number 1, so he goes through to take the lead of the race ahead of Luke Ellery. Will Liston slots into position 3. And a nice tidy start for all of these drivers, and I've just noticed that Byron Thomas, who was caught up in that contretemps with John Pereira at the start of the race, has not made the start of this one.
Yeah, it's hard to get a jump from the outside into turn 1, particularly with these cars that don't really suffer too much from, too much wheel spin here. But Ellery looks pretty racy at the start of this race, which is good. He's got Tim defending in a couple of key spots, so let's see if it's, just his cold tyre pace or whether he actually has something in this last race for Tim.
In terms of the start, we were chatting before, myself and Stephen to Breeze, about the benefits of starting on the inside versus the outside of the grid here at Winton, and if you're starting on pole position, you do have the advantage of being on the inside for turn 1, but if you're on the outside, it is the racing line, so sometimes there's a bit more grip there.
Yeah, certainly, and, if the run to turn 1 was significantly longer, then it would be even more of an issue. So, I still think having the inside, making it your corner, is still worthwhile here. And as you can see, that's been the case. There's Will listed on screen there with Peter Fitzgerald. I gave Will a few tips before going out, so if he goes better, I'll claim it. If he goes worse, then he didn't listen to me. So at this stage, he's got a little bit of pace. But
what advice did you give him?
Go harder, drive faster. No, so
brake later, accelerate.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. No, just a bit of strategic stuff for the race. He said he started to struggle with the tyres a little bit. Just gave him a few ideas on when that starts to kick in, how to manage that. When you start to lose your tyres in that peak mid-corner speed, there's still a lot of ways you can maintain, maybe not lap time, but certainly make it very hard to pass. So, if he starts to lose it, if you see him sliding around a little bit, then maybe he's got a few tricks left. He's under a fair bit of pressure here, so.
Peter Fitzgerald certainly keeping him honest at the moment.
Gap's not too bad between Hamilton and Ellery out the front. Only a few car lengths between them, so we'll see as they come through for this first lap. Be interested to see where Hamilton's main advantage is, because coming back to the infield, it looked quite tight.
It is quite a long race, this one as well. 15 laps, so it's the longest race of the weekend for these drivers and these cars. It actually is quite a long race by Formula Ford standards. In terms of how you would set the car up for a race this long, any significant differences, Josh?
Probably just tyre pressure. I'd say that'd be the main one. You'd have all your knowledge from the last few races in how your car behaves, and you wouldn't upset the balance too much on the assumption that the race is going to be 15 laps, because we could get, a couple laps in, there could be an issue, and all of a sudden, you've got a 5-lap dash to the finish, and you're spending 5 or 6 laps on the safety car. So you wouldn't change the car too much. You'd certainly go out with tyre pressures maybe a touch lower, but yeah, you don't want to reinvent the wheel, particularly when you're onto a good thing. If you're not onto a good thing, though, you'll turn the thing upside down. Great. Lap times are close, though. Hamilton and Ellery that last lap, there was a 10th in it, so let's have a look at the infield now. Ellery can find a bit of time on the infield in the slower speed sections, but as soon as it gets to the straight, Hamilton looks like he's just got really good drive off the corner. That gives him a bit of a reprieve every time. So interesting, the to and fro's between those two cars.
It's such a busy circuit here at Winton, isn't it? You don't really get any rest. There's always something to do, whether it's turning or braking or accelerating. It's not like a Sydney Motorsport Park or Bathurst where there's some long straights where you get a chance to have a bit of a breather. Here at Winton, you're always doing something. It's a very, very physically demanding circuit.
Yeah, and also just maintaining a concentration for that amount of time is tough. It's very easy to do, as what we just saw. Ellery pinch a brake, but that can very easily become a bit of an issue later on in the race. If you get a little bit lazy, seems odd saying the word lazy when you're out there racing a car, but you can get into too much of a groove, and with a few laps to go, you're just kind of thinking, oh, when's this going to end? And all of a sudden you've run wide and someone's got through. So it's a very busy circuit, particularly with an H-pattern gearbox on your right hand as well. So
when the Formula Fords do have a 4-speed H-pattern gearbox, and you do have to know how to heat and tow when you're downshifting, otherwise you'll suffer a compression or lock-up of the rear wheels,
which we've seen a few times. So it's certainly an art, certainly a skill, and it's something that every young driver should be trying to do.
So we saw that these two cars have swapped positions. So this is John Pereira and Rob Rowe.
Look at that right rear tyre doing its thing, that new one. Look at it go.
Good exit from turn number 12 for John Pereira, and he was able to make it down the inside of Rob Rowe heading into turn 1.
Yeah, good clean pass. little bit skatey in the middle of the corner for Rob there, and easy money for Pereira to cruise on through. So see if he can maintain it for the rest of the race.
Fastest lap of the race so far, Tim Hamilton, 1 minute 31.6, which he achieved on the previous lap. Best lap that we've seen so far in race conditions for the Formula Ford 1600 so far this weekend. We saw a 1 minute 30.8 set by Tim Hamilton in race number 2. So the pace just a fraction slower at the moment. They will have a heavier fuel load, obviously, because of the fact that it's a longer race.
But excellent to see Ellery here is actually pushing him along too. So this is the closest it's been between those two. So it'd be interesting to see if Luke was, had something in reserve. I suspected earlier he did, just because of the quality of driver that he is. So it'd be interesting to see as the race develops. Still 10 laps to go. It's a long way to go. If they've used the best out of the car or not. So it's all to play for as of yet. And he's right in the toe too. So as they come across the line, lap times are probably going to be pretty similar on this last lap. In fact, Ellery, wow, he's gone 0.4 faster and reset the fastest lap of the race over Tim Hamilton there. And Hamilton only 0.5 off his best lap, but certainly nowhere near Luke's effort just there. So it's on here, certainly on.
It's the prize money's up for grabs in this race, and you get the feeling that Luke Ellery might have just been, like you suggested, Josh, keeping his powder dry and saving his finest performance until last. So
if there is a little bit of that, that's well played, because it's so hard as a driver to go into a weekend with a plan to, save the best for last, particularly when you're out there and you're competing, in fairness to Luke, getting hosed for the first 2 races. And here he is now. If I was to, throw some money down at the TAB, it'd be on Luke at this point. So it's good to see a race between them. It's good to see Hamilton put under pressure, and it's good to see how he's going to respond in these last 10 laps.
Will Liston sitting pretty in position number 3. He actually opened up the margin to Peter Fitzgerald last time through as well. It's out to 3.3 seconds, the margin between position 3 and 4 at the moment. And remember, there is prize money up for grabs for the top 3 finishers at the moment. So the difference between finishing first and finishing second, it's $300, because it's $1,000 for the win, $700 for second.
So Hamilton's just responded there. He's reset the fastest lap by a few hundredths, although they both did pretty much the same time then, both 31.2. So they've turned the wick up here, these two. Really, really good stuff. It's good gear. Will Liston's got a good gap in third. He's trucking along quite nicely. Peter Fitzgerald's fallen off a little bit, but clearly my advice to Will's been good. I'm going to take that. Luke's driving that car really straight through those slow speed corners. Doesn't have much attitude about it, which tells me he certainly is thinking of keeping it tidy. But on this lap, it looks like Tim may have put the hammer down a little bit, because he certainly wasn't dead straight. He was hustling it through the slower section of the circuit. So again, they come around the final turn. We'll see what the lap times do this time round. If they can go quicker, it's very impressive. The tyres certainly don't usually like going faster towards the end of the race. Again, he does. Massive margin. 0.4 that time. So maybe it was Hamilton who had a little bit in reserve.
So 1 minute 30.86. So Hamilton pretty much matches his fastest race time of the weekend so far, matching what he did in race number 2 earlier on. Here is Will Liston, who's having a pretty lonely race at this stage. Out in third position, he's fallen back 13.1 seconds behind Luke Ellery, but he's now 5.5 seconds ahead of Peter Fitzgerald.
That clear visor will be hurting. That'll be tough on the old eyeballs. You want that tint. At this time of day, the sun gets starting to get a little bit lower. Surface gets nice and shiny. It's hard to see if it's a bit too bright, so see the concentration in his eyes. But
we had a bit of rain earlier in the day, Josh.
Yeah.
Which made things very interesting for the final Formula V heat race and also the Formula 4 Duratec race.
Yeah, I was watching that come down with great sadness, thinking that I'm not going to get out in 5,000 because we actually don't have any wet tyres for it. So luckily it dried up very, very quickly.
You could have just gone out on slicks.
I could have. You ever driven something with 600 horsepower that weighs 700 kilos with slicks in the rain?
No.
It's tough.
I can imagine.
So, yeah, but all worked out well in the end. But Hamilton here has just gone faster again. Another tenth quicker. Really putting the hammer down now and kind of breaking this race open. Ellery can't go any quicker than his 31.2, so that's probably all he had in reserve, and Hamilton's just put the hammer down. And very impressive, very, very impressive. So well done so far. It's certainly not over. They'd be feeling at this point it should be towards the end of the race. They've still got a third of it to go. So again, got to keep the concentration levels high. All the work off track, in the game pays off at about this point where you don't lose focus for that last little extra push.
This has been a good little battle that's been going on pretty much all race long between John Pereira and Rob Rowe. So we saw that John Pereira was able to get ahead of Rob Rowe a few laps ago at turn 1, but Rowe has not let Pereira go, and the margin between them is still only 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, and they're obviously very close to each other on track and on time, and they'd be loving this. They're all pitted together. They're all good guys, so this would be right up there for them. Pereira's starting to run a little bit wide in certain spots too. I wonder if he's getting maybe a little bit tired. So
yeah, because there's very much the physical human element to this as well. So we talk about car setup and tyre pressures and how you might try and set your car up to come on more strongly later on in the race, but as a driver you need to be physically fit enough and able to maintain your concentration and not get fatigued as well.
Yeah, and it's actually quite tough around here in the slower corners. The faster corners are pretty good. The slower corners, because you have to reef on that extra steering lock, you've really got to work the wheel, and obviously no power steering, so it's certainly a factor in these longer races, particularly at the end of a weekend after you've been, hammer and tonk for 2 days straight.
So Rob Rowe keeping John Pereira honest at the moment. That lap time, 1 minute 35.5 for John Pereira, minute 35.6 for Rob Rowe, so only a tenth of a second in it between their lap times.
He's wringing that thing's neck too, is Pereira. You could hear it come past here, just pinches an inside front. But right up in the revs for that thing, so he's pushing on hard.
There's an easy little off brakes in these cars.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously no ABS, and as the surface just gets to that point where it's a little bit too hot, it just doesn't bite to the surface quite like it should. And they've got better brakes than they do tyres, so it is actually easy to just pinch a front. You don't need a huge amount of brake pressure like some other cars, but it's easy to pinch a front. Obviously, no aero, so. It's only your inputs that control the car's grip. Ellery's still using all the road there. It's pretty game to be using that section of sausage curb. You can get knockoff sometimes on the brakes. He'd be well aware of that though. But he's still pressing on.
The margin first to second, 2.6 seconds. So we saw that Luke Ellery was able to run right with Tim Hamilton in the early laps, but as the race has progressed, Hamilton has been able to pull away. The margin first to second is now out to 2.6 seconds, so Hamilton just relieving some of that pressure from himself by putting a bit of a buffer between his car and Luke Ellery's car. Both these drivers running Spectrum 010 for Tim Hamilton, a Spectrum 06, so one of the older model Spectrums for Luke Ellery. We're looking at Jason Liddell in the number 80 Donate Life car on screen at the moment. Jason Liddell currently sitting in position 5. And we're hearing that we think that Jason Liddell might have had a bit of a spin at turn number 2. Fortunately for him, he's out all on his own at the moment, so not really in any danger of being under pressure for a position.
Be a lonely race, spinning out of a spot and having to do the rest of the race knowing you've given up a position. He's certainly quick enough to be 1 or 2 spots up, so but he's going along quite well. Luke Ellery's just done his personal best lap of the race. Seems like that's pretty much him tapped at that low 31 marker, whereas Hamilton's just started to cruise back in the times, but he's still easily punching out low 1 minute 31s. Will Liston, he's just done his best lap of the race. Good effort, considering it's 11 laps in. That's a few tenths off the guys in front, but he's got a pretty decent margin to fourth, so he'll just be cracking on and racing against his own stopwatch at this point, bringing it home safe.
Is he happy with how his weekend's gone?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, doesn't really have much expectation coming in just based off how little running he does. So I think he does a really good job. But yeah, he's a professional in what he does off the track, so he's pretty critical of himself. And if he doesn't perform to his perfection level, then he can get a bit upset with himself. But he's doing himself no disservice here. He's cracking along really well. And he, if you're listening and you don't know, Will actually works for Lockie's number 1, Neil Crompton.
Yeah,
works for him in the
commentary idol.
That's right. So the Ray Warren of car racing commentary. So yeah, that's his job off the circuit. He's an editor and sort of producer and video guy for Airtime Media, doing all the supercar stuff, which is an interesting role. He's got some pretty good stories of what actually happens when the production company doesn't let you see everything, which is always the juicy stories.
So Luke Ellery's actually taken 3 tenths out of Tim Hamilton on that lap, so the margin down to 2.4, with Ellery again punching out his personal best lap of the race. Been interesting to watch how the performance of these two leading cars has ebbed and flowed as the race has progressed. So we saw that Ellery was able to stick with Hamilton in opening laps. Then in the middle stages of the race, Hamilton was pulling away, but now it looks like Ellery's car is starting to come on a bit more strongly, that we're getting into the closing laps.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit too little too late for Luke. But again, impressive that he's able to go quicker towards the end of the race.
So there'll be 2 laps to go this time around. Here comes Luke Ellery in the number 5 Ellery Motorsport Enterprises Spectrum. Minute 31.3 for Tim Hamilton. Ellery at 31.7, so Ellery just a bit slow all that time around. Here is the battle continuing between John Pereira and Rob Rowe. They're pretty much glued together. Pereira actually opened up the margin to a bit over a second, but Rob Rowe has brought it back down again. So this is another one of those contests where the margin is ebbing and flowing in different parts of the track. The cars seem to have different strengths and weaknesses in different sections of the racetrack. That's something that we see a fair bit of in the category that you race in as well, Josh, in TCR, where there'll be cars that'll have strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the track, or in a lot of cases, some cars will be stronger at some tracks or better at some tracks than they are at others.
Yeah, and look, when something's built inherently differently, you're naturally going to have that strength in one part over something else, and likewise the other way around. So it feels great when your car is matched to the circuit that you're at. You're scratching your head when you go some places and it doesn't quite work, but that was the whole cool thing about Formula 4. It still is that, you know, the different cars do behave very differently, and it can be a matter of driving style as to whether you actually suit the car or not. Sometimes, if you prefer the way, you know, Miguel works over a spectrum, then that can increase your performance just based off it suiting your style, and likewise the other way. If you prefer a spectrum over a Megale, then sometimes that's just how it works. And whatever algorithm a driver's hands, feet and eyes need to go fast, some cars can do it, some cars can't.
So final lap, and Tim Hamilton has opened up the margin to 3 seconds over Luke Ellery, so sitting in a very comfortable position. Tim Hamilton, he has been, you would have to say, the class of the field in the Formula Ford 1600 class right throughout the weekend, with wins in all 3 of the preliminary races, and now he's just half a lap away from bringing it home for the win and claiming that $1,000 prize money thanks to VHT.
He's done a great job. He's controlled the race, went quick when he needed to go quick, pulled a little bit of time out of it when he had to, cruised when he needed to. Pretty all-round, a really good performance, and something he'll be happy with. I'm sure he was, driving to his mirrors at some point, but clearly had enough in the bag to go a bit quicker, so a job well done.
Here he comes out of the last corner, so it will be Tim Hamilton, your winner of the Formula Ford 1600s for the modern Kent class cars here at the Winton Formula Festival. He picks up $1,000 thanks to VHT. Luke Ellery, $700 prize money coming his way, and Will Liston will round out the podium and pick up $300 prize money thanks to VHT. Congratulations to our top 3 finishers in the Formula Ford Modern Kent class: Peter Fitzgerald, Jason Liddell, John Pereira, Rob Rowe, and Jeff Senior rounding out the finishers. Thanks for your expert comments for our live stream here on Glenline TV today, Josh.
Thank you, mate. Thanks for having me. I'm going to go and finally relax now, put my feet up, and still on here at the back though, isn't it?
Between John Pereira and Rob Rowe, yes.
Rob Rowe ran a little bit wide. That'll do it for him. But thanks, mate. And I'm going to go and enjoy some V racing. It should be on. Is the next race the final? Just for the green
Formula
plate?
V Nationals.
That's going to be awesome.
Up next. So
tell you what, there is still. I haven't raced a V before, but I would certainly love to. A Formula V race for a national title. There's stories from years ago still circulating about who did what and who should have won this and who should have won that. So I'm excited to see this year's chapter.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Josh, and all the best for your next and final round of TCR at Bathurst in a few weeks' time. We'll let Josh Buchan depart the commentary box. We'll grab a very quick break here on Glenline TV because we have got the Formula V Nationals, the finale, the decider, coming up next.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Getting to the business end of the day here at the Winton Formula Festival. We've got some excitement coming your way next. It's the Formula V Nationals, the feature race, the decider. It is coming your way right now here at the nation's action track, Winton Motor Raceway. Steve DeVries, we've seen plenty of action in all of the heat races, but now it's all on the line for the Formula V Nationals.
All bets are off. It is time for the 16-lap finale for the Formula V 1600s, with thanks to Australian VW Performance Centre. What a great way to bring them on board for a fitting finale. So we had 36 cars that are on the starting grid sheet for us up here. There's going to be a couple that are not taking part, but we'll cover those in just a few moments' time. But in addition to Australian VW Performance Centre, there's been a long list of sponsors that have put their money up for proceedings to take place this weekend. So it's with a big thank you that we acknowledge them as well, with thanks to Revolution Race Gear, who have actually given a 10% discount voucher to every single competitor, which is valid for 12 months. So that will go a long way towards replacing some of the old worn-out gear that we see up and down the pit lane. To Super Cheap Auto, thank you very much to them as well. GR Motorsport Electrics, Wolfchester Trade Shop, one of the most prominent suppliers of industrial trade and tool supplies for a number of competitors here in Victoria. Dunlop, of course, for the CR82 control tie-up. Joust Raceway, DocuLink Australia, Exotic Graphics, and Personalise Your Wine. There's actually been a great initiative from the Formula V Club as part of the National Challenge, where they've been able to put some bottles of wine into a package, and a number of competitors and competing teams have also put their hand up and said they wanted to take some of that stuff home. And I think the wine will be flowing a little bit later tonight up at the Benalla Bowls Club when we present the final Formula V National Challenge trophy to the winner of this 1600 heat race. Sorry, not heat race, final race. I was about to say heat because the heat's heating up. It's the crescendo's been building. It's been getting a little bit more desperate and a little bit more anxious with a number of drivers in this field, especially through the last two heat races that determined the final grid spots here for the final race. So to run through the list as quickly as we can as they're coming around to the grid, we've got Reef McCarthy and Michael Kinsella, the one who's looking for his first title and the one who's looking to make it 3 out of the last 4 National Challenge events. Daniel Reynolds, who's won this race 3 times, starts out at 3rd place, with the youngster Hayden Crossland next to him in the number 6 Jacer out of position 4. Heath Collinson, who recently was crowned the Victorian State Circuit Racing Champion for 2022, alongside his stablemate in Andre Curran out of 5th and 6th. Then comes the West Australian David Casely, who's going to leave it all on the line here and go for broke out of position 7, alongside Curtis Porter from Queensland in position 8. And then Darren Williams and Isaac Woodhouse round out the top 10 starters for this race. Then back to Matthew Pearce, Brandon Taylor, Ash Clifford. Dylan Thomas, we understand, is not going to take part in this one, so there'll be a vacant spot for grid position number 14 ahead of Gary Ogden, Adam Nicholson, Nick Jones. Jeffrey Bennett starts out of position number 18, and then rounding out the top 20, it will be Samuk Rudrapatna and Matthew Biliak out of 19th and 20th. Another notable non-starter, Stuart Vaughan, the damage too severe on the number 22 Stealth to take place in this particular race. So sadly for him, watching on from the sidelines as we get ready to rumble for 16 laps. Just waiting for the last couple of cars at the back of the grid again in position. A very quick hold and we are away. No time wasted whatsoever. Lights were on and they were out in a flash. And it's a very even start for the front row of cars. McCarthy gets the whole shot into turn number 1. Crossland gets a position off of Daniel Reynolds very early, who's looking for an early switchback out of position number 2. And then behind, a tardy starting Heath Collinson has already coughed up a couple of spots. In fact, both the JRD cars have coughed up a spot to David Casey, who's taken 2 positions in the opening 2 corners.
Nice tidy start from all of our front runners. Another quick car to watch coming through a bit further back in the pack because he's had a fraught weekend. Jake Rose starting down in 28th position. His speed a lot higher in the field than that, so watch for him to be charging up through the order.
Where's he at the moment out there on the tracks? As you said, he started down in the 28th position out of, I think, what was in 34 starters for this race. Looking for the GR Motorsport Electrics number 66, buried somewhere down the field as Collinson manages to nab a spot off of Curtis Porter after a bit of a tardy start. The JRD car's starting to get their act together. Tagged onto the back of David Casely's number 10, Jacer. Through turn 10 we go. We've got Ash Clifford ahead of Gary Ogden here, and Adam Nicholson, who we saw involved in that spectacular coming together with Curtis Porter at the final heat race for those two drivers. It's actually been adjudged that I thought it was going to be a case of Nicholson maybe leaving not enough room on the outside, but they actually gave Curtis Porter a 2-place grid penalty for this start of the feature race, which means he would have been starting 6th. So a little bit of an unusual set of circumstances there. And McCarthy and McKinsella getting it on like Donkey Kong, wasting no time through turn number 2. This has been ended in tears at this part of the track before, and Reynolds is sticking his nose in there, keeping very interested. A little bit of a mistake, lock break from the number 35 New South Welshman down into turn 3, and he almost loses a second spot to Crossland at 4.
So in trying to go for the lead there, Michael Kinsella's ended up getting out high and wide at turn number 3 and instead surrendering a spot to Daniel Reynolds. So Reef McCarthy, the talented young gun in car number 61, is your race leader. Daniel Reynolds, the Canberra driver, multiple state and national Formula V champion, up to position number 2 in car number 78, which has been super quick all weekend. And Michael Kinsella, who's also been right in the thick of the front running battle, gets relegated back to position 3.
Keeping an eye out for Jake Rose still as well in the number 66 machine. Looks like he's managed to get up into number 19, so he's 19th in the running order. So already a great haul of positions on the opening lap, 9 in total, as Reynolds challenging for the lead on the outside on the run to turn 11 here. McCarthy has the high ground. Can Reynolds slide back up the inside before turn 12 if he can get half a run? Not just yet. Not just yet. Got to bide your time for a little bit longer. But this is an interesting pack of cars as well. It's about 8 or 9 cars deep for the top 8 positions at the moment. Reynolds actually now goes to the lead of this race. Kinsella back up the inside. Little wiggle from the number 35 Jacer, just in the braking zone, but he managed to get it stopped and slide up in front of the Beecham number 61. On to turn 3 we go, and that solidifies that position for Kinsella. So the man from the ACT, Daniel Reynolds, assumes the lead of this race from the 2-time winner, Michael Kinsella. Crossland now getting glued to the gearbox of Reef McCarthy as they head through the sweeper up at turn 5.
Reef McCarthy was quite defensive on the run into turn number 1, and I can't help but feel that might have just upset his rhythm a little bit. And we've got some dramas for the number 29 car a bit further back in the pack. That car has rotated. That is Brandon Taylor. He's off the road.
He was at turn 4 as well, so he's sort of come a cropper. Same sort of spot we've seen a few drivers in the last couple of races come unstuck, getting a little bit too greedy on the exit of turn number 4. So that's going to drop him right down the order. He actually started a bit sort of in the midfield, and that's going to drop him right to the tail of the field. A couple of combatants a bit further down the back end of the top 10 order. Darren Williams in the number 79 giving chase to Isaac Woodhouse, who he had those couple of 5-second penalties from his last heat race. That one for the safety car restart infringement, one for the jump start. It did cost him a couple of positions in the end. It only cost him 3 spots in that heat race overall. Didn't have a huge impact on his grid starting position for the finale. We said off air that we think that the winner was going to come from the top 3 cars. This Casely's very loose. He's lost the momentum out of turn 2. That's enough for Collinson to be down the inside. Can Kieran go with him? Yes, he can. Porter looks to try and go down the inside as well. He just wasn't quite close enough, and that brought Woodhouse and Darren Williams back into the fray as well. This is a frenetic pace out in front at the moment, being held by Kinsella and Reynolds. They are doing their best to break the spirits of not only McCarthy and Crossland behind, but also for these guys from 5th on back all the way through to 10th. They are setting a rapid pace right now in front. They're in the 34s relative to all these guys on screen in the 36s.
Fastest lap of the race at 34.7 for Daniel Reynolds, our race leader last time around.
Oh, we've got someone off the road here as well. That's up at the top end of the circuit, I think, as well, up at turn 7. Can't see who that is. That's the 25. It's John Casamati, second of the Beecham cars. He's been for a bit of a ride through a puddle there as well. There's mud from one end of the car to the other.
It's all congested in this mid-pack, isn't it? So good battle at the moment. That's Curtis Porter in the number 12 car, but Isaac Woodhouse
Big
up
lunge.
the inside, a big dive at turn number 11.
Locked a break in there as well, and that's left him vulnerable to Williams now out of turn 12. If he can get a really good run here. Couldn't see whether it was the inside right or the rear right on the frontal rear that locked on the way into there, but whatever it was, it did just enough to avoid the contact with Curtis Porter, who probably opened steering a little bit as well to make sure he had enough room. Williams unable to take advantage of the rookie's mistake. Nicholson and Matthew Pearce have tacked onto the back of this group as well. So this is a train from Heath Collinson in 5th all the way back to, what are we looking at here? We're looking now going down all the way back to 12th place at the moment. So you've got your lead 2 pair out in front, then the next 2 pair of McCarthy and Crossland, and then you've got a massive train all the way from 5th through to 12th. And this is further down the order we're looking at here, with Josh Munro giving chase to Matthew Bielek from South Australia. And ahead of them, Samuk Rudrapatna, and then behind them, it looks like you've got Benjamin Forgan and Rod Glisson, or potentially that might be the number 29 of Taylor, sort of trying to recover. I just can't see from that shot who the last car in the queue is. It's Rod Glisson that's the last one in the queue. There he is.
I said watch out for Jake Rowe, and he has made progress. He's worked his way up into position number 15 after starting 28, so made up some 13 spots since the start of this race, Jake Rowe.
So here we go, Samuk Rudrapatna was just having a bit of a look there at Morgan Fremantle, another one of the Canberra drivers. These two are clearing out. We suspected at the beginning of the weekend it would be probably down to these 2 drivers, one of these 2 to either make it their 3rd or their 4th title respectively. So Kinsella now assumes the lead at turn 1. Again, they were quicker last time around, 33.8. These are qualifying laps for them. These are the times that they set at the beginning of Saturday morning in the qualifying sessions, where they're now still only a couple of tenths of a second quicker than the chasing pack, which are now into the 34s, but they are absolutely booking it out in front at the moment. Another position for Jake Rowe. Picks one off on Gary Ogden. That's enough to move him up to 13th place, so he's made really great progress through the field, but the next sort of car up the road from him is some 8 seconds in advance of the next position. So you can see as they go through the sweeper here at 5, the next car's not even in the frame. It's actually just coming through the bottom of the shot at the moment, going through turn 7. So he's got a fair way to go, Jake Rowe, to get the next spot on the radar, position 12, which belongs to Matthew Pearce.
Oh, more problems.
Not again.
Ogden,
and safety car.
Safety car, yep.
It is. There we go. They called it straight away. There was no ifs, buts or maybes. The stranded number 38, checkmate again, having dramas. It's not been their weekend over there in pit lane. So thankfully this will probably only be a fairly short tow off the circuit and just the 1 lap under safety car. But all the hard work that Reynolds and Kinsella have done over the last couple of laps, they had the margin out to 3.2 seconds. It is gone.
So the field will compress. It's good news for Jake Rowe, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Because that 8-second margin up to the next car ahead, which will be Matthew Pearce, that will get eroded by this safety car.
Absolutely brilliant news for Jake Rowe. Precisely what he wanted, not what the crew at the head of the field were expecting to see. And here they come. So we've had a very frenetic opening to this race. Thankfully, no contact, no damage, just a couple of wounded pride moments for a number of drivers in the cockpits, having been off track or come to a little bit of grief of their own volition. But this is where it really gets interesting. This is almost on the half distance mark. We're on lap 7. It is a 16-lap final race, so it's almost like a competition caution now in the middle of a NASCAR race where they throw the flag, everyone gets a little bit of a breather, and it's right on the half distance point. So you've done a fair bit of hard work already, but now the mental games, I think, really start to kick in. You've got to execute the restart properly. You've got to make sure there's no overlapping. We've already seen a penalty applied to that man on screen there for that offence, the number 12 machine of Isaac Woodhouse. So you don't want to repeat the same mistake again. Just a quick note for our Facebook viewers, you've got to switch over to Blendline TV /live if you would like to continue watching. There is a little bit of a drama with how long the Blendline TV crew are able to post onto Facebook before it gives up the ghost. YouTube's still okay. Blendline TV /live still okay. Just if you're watching on Facebook, please move over to one of those two options.
Once again, good job by the Winton recovery crew with their Ford Ranger Raptor. They have got Corey Ogden's car out of the way. Malachi Windsor has come into the pits as well, so unfortunately some problems for the number 88 car. And apart from Thomas and Vaughan, also noticed there's a few other non-starters as well. Unfortunately, Vile, Lennox, Darren Power, who had the clutch issue earlier on, not making it to the start.
Yeah, so a couple of extra drivers that we weren't expecting to miss the start have missed the start. I was actually down there seeing, I thought that they might have been able to get the Claudia Lennox Sabre 01 back up and running. They did have the nose cone off and working pretty feverishly on it, but it looks like they've not been able to get that done in time for the finale. So, Michael Kinsella's got control of the field. Second time he's had to do this on Sunday. Executed the restart pretty perfectly earlier in the day with the heat race restart, and he's done pretty well here as well. He went just before turn 11. He's caught Reynolds a little bit unawares, got an extra couple of car lengths out of that, so that's a good restart. The most important thing is no overlapping by any of the drivers before the control line. All looks pretty well controlled heading down into turn 1. That gives a bit of a free kick to Crossland and to McCarthy, who had lost touch with the leading group of cars. Where's Jake Rowe in all of this? He was 11th coming into proceedings. He's just in the back of shot there behind Pearce. There was a move being sized up. I think it might have been Nicholson down the inside of Pearce, and he's got him. So Adam Nicholson moves back ahead of Matthew Pearce. I think there was an exchange actually through turn 1 and 2, and then he returned the favour on the other side. And Rose getting very interested now in the back of the number 37 chaser of Matthew Pearce. Likewise, Casely getting very interested in the Collinson Black Angus Sabre 02 of Heath Collinson. And as he managed to get through, he got it for a brief moment. Tries to keep his nose in there and keep the wheel in there through turn 8, but he had to withdraw.
Not a great restart from Heath Collinson. He gave away a number of car lengths off the restart to the 4 cars ahead on the racetrack, and he's now vulnerable to Casely and Curran and Porter. There's a big freight train of cars forming up, in fact.
Well, there's
and
a move
Woodhouse
down
the inside of Porter as well at turn 10.
So he's caught him napping there as well, and Darren Williams is going to get the job done as well. Porter with poor drive off of turn 10 as well. So that passing move from Isaac Woodhouse not only opened up the door for him to get through, it opened the door for Williams to get through as well. And then, well, actually, it's also opened the door for Adam Nicholson to get through as well. Remember, those two came together a little bit earlier in the day as well, and I don't think Porter wants any further piece of that. There is a penalty for car number 81, which is going to, we're not sure what that is. It's for Benjamin Forgan, possibly for either a restart infringement or something else, but the drive-through penalty, normally that's for a pretty severe offence. Here goes Woodhouse down the inside. He got very close to tagging his teammate there, forces a couple of cars behind to check up. That's benefited Darren Williams massively, and it's given a huge hampering there to Adam Nicholson, who was first on the scene, had to hit the anchors to check up, and surrenders a couple of positions as a result. Now he's got to hang on around the long way. We saw this end in tears for Jake Rowe earlier. Porter on the outside, and he's going to try the long way here at the sweeper. We've got a car off, we do.
David Casely.
Casely in the DMC air conditioning entry is off at 7. Wow, what a shame. He did say he was not going to leave anything on the table. He was going to leave it all out there, and he's pushed the envelope just a little bit too far at turn number 7.
He's been right on the ragged edge this weekend, David Casely, but just pushing a little bit too hard up there at turn number 7, and that mistake will drop him outside the top 10.
Been on the edge of being out of control. I think we've seen him a few times with wheels over curbs. That's just the way he likes to drive, but when you overstep the boundary just a little bit too much, it normally ends in disaster. Thankfully, he's kept it out of the wall. He's kept going. And that's an extra position for all these drivers on the screen at the moment. They'll all move up one spot. That'll put Jake Rowe now up into, I think it would be 12th place. The lead 2 pair have cleared out again, so It hasn't taken very long for Kinsella and Reynolds to clear away from McCarthy and Crossland at the restart here. It's only taken them 2 laps. Williams now through on Isaac Woodhouse. Likewise, Andre Curran looking for the same treatment down the inside at 3, consolidates at 4. Collinson off the road. Has he been off the circuit? Has he actually either missed a gear or has he gone through the grass there? What's wrong with the number 31 Sabre 02? He's dropped a bunch of spots. He's dropped all the way back, I think, to about 14th or 15th. Just looking at my math, he's actually gone further than that. He's gone back behind Nick Grigg, who himself was actually outside the top 20. So that's disastrous for Heath Collinson. What an angry freight train this is. Led by Darren Williams. Heading down towards turn number 10. So this is the battle group from 7th. Is it 7th? No, 6th. 6th on back now, which will soon become 5th when they get to the timing beacon and it all updates. Looks like Jake Rose about to pick up another spot here down the inside of the Pierce Plumbing number 37 entry. Heading towards turn 11. And through goes the GR Motorsport Electrics number 66 Sabre 02. Next target up. Looks like it's going to be Curtis Porter, who's about half a second to 3/4 of a second up the road. Hayden Crossland's done fairly well here, Lockie, to hang on to the back of probably what's a more experienced campaigner in Reef McCarthy, and they have had a few gremlins with that Jacer over the course of the weekend, and they've had to adapt their driving style to suit.
And those swaps positions a couple of times as well, as we see Adam Nicholson really throwing it into turn number 3, almost back to the car. You could say that he was getting 4-wheel drift happening, had to wind on a bit of opposite lock as well to get that car back up, and that has made him a bit vulnerable to Curtis Porter. As we look back at this battle for positions 3 and 4 between Reef McCarthy and Hayden Crossland. Both of them have had experience in different types of vehicles. Reef McCarthy coming off the back of an appearance in the Double Up Super 2 Series up at the Bathurst 1000 last weekend, where he subbed for Jay Robotham. And Hayden Crossland has done some production car racing in the Bathurst 6 Hour, teaming up with his brother Ben Crossland.
I was just checking out the suspension travel, and the tyres just sort of juddering up and down on the surface of the circuit as they came through turn 8. They're really pushing hard to try and catch these two a bit further up the road. At the moment, the margin between 2nd and 3rd place is around 3 seconds. It's going to be a bit bigger than that the next time we get around, because these two again are dipping into the 1 minute 33 lap times. Last time around again in the 33s, and McCarthy and Crossland into, actually that time McCarthy was in the 35s and Crossland in a 34.9, so they're losing touch. They're losing touch steadily. They're going to need a miracle out in front to catch Kinsella and Reynolds. Have a look at this angry pack, though, still on the march out of turn number 2, headed by Isaac Woodhouse. This has been a very, very close fought group for the balance of the top 10. Woodhouse holding 6th ahead of Curran, Nicholson, Porter, and then Nick Jones a bit further down the order. Here's Matthew Pearce. He's sort of drifted backwards after being passed by Jake Rowe. I think maybe he's made a mistake somewhere, because he definitely wasn't that close to David Casely after Casely'd been off the road at turn 7. So he's made a little bit of a boo-boo somewhere out there on the circuit and has drifted now outside the top 10, completely lost touch with the remainder of the top 10 runners. We saw this car was off the road a little bit earlier as well. Brandon Taylor giving chase to Sabre 01 of Samut Rudrapatna out of the Cura Motorsport stable. They're just ahead of this group of 3 cars, Pearce, Casely and Bilayak. So 3 different drivers from 3 different states. And then further up the order again, here's a change for one of the places inside the 10, firmly down the inside. Andre Curran, oh, there's major contact and over! Almost a full roll goes Andre Curran, so contact between Nicholson and Curran. I'm not sure if we're going to see these guys get out of jail anytime soon. I've got a funny feeling that we're going to see a yellow flag and possibly a safety car to pick at least one of these cars up if you can't get out of there. It's in a bit of a precarious position. So it was Nicholson who was passed by Curran, looking for the switchback, and some contact at the point of turn-in. Almost rolled the number 32 Aussie Boat Sales and IntelliTrack entry, and he's going nowhere. That was scary.
It was, and with that car in that position, you would have to say it's likely to produce a safety car. Let's have a look at the replay. So this is on the run down into the final two corners, turns 11 and 12.
Fair
Shearing
pass.
up the inside. Nicholson trying to do the switchback, and they locked wheels. Oh, just at the turn-in point for turn number 12.
That's going to be messy, and that would have been scary too, because we've seen a couple of years ago Brett Burden went over onto his lid in similar circumstances at that part of the track. At the moment, we haven't thrown the yellow flag just yet, so maybe just some localised yellows, unless we're doing it right about now. It has. It's gone right now because Kieran can't get out. He's tried to get out. The safety car has been called. It's a full course yellow, and this essentially, I think, will come very close to finishing this race under safety car, which would be a bit of a shame if it does, because I was looking forward to seeing whether or not Reynolds had anything in store for Kinsella. There's still 3 laps on the board showing. The safety car has picked them up at the beginning of lap 14. So if they can get the number 32 Sabre 02 clear from turn 12 at any great rate, then it'll be done. Look at this as well. Jake Rowe's given up on chasing here. I think maybe Andre thinks maybe he's a bit winded or something because he hasn't gotten out of the car. So Jake Rowe's naturally concerned for his competitor. I think that he's going to be a little bit bruised out of that one. And then Nicholson's now gone and done a lap. I think he's doing the same thing. Just wanting to make sure that they're okay. So that's great camaraderie to show that, you know what, it is motor racing, but there's more that matters than just motor racing. It also matters to make sure that your fellow driver is okay.
Good sign seeing Andre Curran get out of that car and walk away from it. That's the good news, that he's okay. The bad news is that we are under safety car conditions with 2.5 laps to go. Good camaraderie between all of the drivers down there. That's really, really good to see. The recovery crews are down there as well. The big question now is how quickly can they get this recovery done and potentially get this race back underway, or will we be finishing behind the safety car?
That is the question we don't have the answer to just yet. So we're just waiting to see how much time's required to move this car. So this is the replay again. So it's a fair pass. So Kieran's more than entitled to it up the inside here. You go just a little bit wide and then looking for the switchback here. And it's front left corner to rear right corner contact between the two cars. And what sort of worried me there is, and I've said this to Brett Burden a bit earlier on in the day, I was worried that if a car went over, because the outfield has been so sodden with rain, that someone was going to dig in. And I think we're pretty thankful in that circumstance that it wasn't too far offline and that the car actually didn't roll over or fully do a barrel roll and didn't dig into the turf, because it could have actually been a lot worse, because they've got certain requirements with where the roll hoop needs to be and where the front roll point needs to be, so therefore when the driver's sitting in the car, their head is protected as much as possible. But when the earth is so soft, that a gap that's meant to be there, I think it's meant to be about 75 millimetres, it's not much at all, but when that gap is there and the ground is so soft, the gap just goes. If a car digs in, it's almost non-existent. So I think we're very lucky in that situation that the car hasn't rolled. So this will mean the start of the 15th lap under safety car. We will get an indication coming out of turn 9 whether or not this race is going to be restarted with a lap remaining or not. That's where our telltale point will be. I'm just looking to see our recovery vehicles on track. There's a flatbed tow vehicle just moving in the old pit complex at the moment, and I was wondering if they were going to have to send it out there, then this race would essentially be over. With a bit of luck, they'll be able to just hook a tow rope onto the back of the Curran number 32 machine and then just tow it around and into pit lane. I think that's what they're all hoping for. Looks like, I think Adam Nicholson, has he managed to just get going again? He has. He's at the back of the field. He's also a lap down now as well, or possibly more than one lap down. Let's having a look at our timing. No, he's only just the one lap down. So he will finish the race. Jake Rowe, I'm wondering, has he actually got going against... Well, no, he's actually come into the pit. So he's decided enough's enough. and there isn't a point continuing after giving up his race to make sure his fellow competitor was still okay after what was a pretty frightening rollover. So safety car up to the top of the circuit. Still waiting on word whether the car has been cleared out of turn number 12. This is where we'll start to get our indication now. We've got binoculars out, keeping an eye on whether or not the lights get extinguished out of the safety car on top of its roof this time around. And if they're going to go out, they'll go out right about now out of turn 9. If it gets to turn 10 and the lights are still on, then this race is effectively over, and they haven't gone out just yet. So my suggestion is that it maybe has been a little bit too long. Here we go, actually pulling the vehicle in. Actually, we're going to get a late call. Very lucky. Very lucky. So they've got it cleared just in the nick of time.
So we're going to have a grandstand finish, and we're going to have a one-lap dash to the checkered flag to decide who will be our National Formula V champion for 2022. Well done to the ever hard-working officials and recovery crews here at Winton.
Well, could this be Abu Dhabi 2021 eat your heart out Formula One style thing? We're going to get a one-lap dash to the checkered flag. Here we go. It's Kinsella, Reynolds, McCarthy, Crossland. Then it's back to the number 12 of Isaac Woodhouse, Williams, Porter, Jones, Jeff Bennett and Ash Clifford, the top 10 as they stand right now. Who's got the muscle to make the last move count in the final lap of the 1600s for Formula V National Challenge 2022? Very wide on the outside of turn number 2 was Kinsella. He almost made the fence. That was wild at the restart here as he pushes to the maximum extent. 11 tenths, wringing the neck of the chaser through turn 2 and survives on the other side of turn 4. For the moment, he's done all the hard work. He's still got half a dozen corners to go.
He's done a really good job, Michael Kinsella. It was super wide on the exit of turn 2, but if anything, he's opened up the gap to Daniel Reynolds, who's running out of overtaking opportunities. Turn number 7 was one of the overtaking spots. Reynolds was not close enough there. The other 2 spots to overtake will be turns 10 and 11. At the moment, Reynolds is not close enough. Kinsella's done enough. He's opened up enough of a margin to protect his lead at the moment.
Oh, it's contact further back in the field.
Ashley Clifford's involved.
Clifford, you've got, looks like David Casely. Is he in that as well? I think he is. And also Brandon Taylor. They're all involved in it. Back to the lead. It looks like Kinsella's done enough through the last couple of corners. So the man he was fighting for the National Challenge title had 3 of them coming into the weekend. Reynolds won 3 across the years of 2009, 11 and 12. Kinsella's won it in 2017 and 18, and he joins Reynolds with 3, making it a win here in 2022 at the Winton Motor Raceway. And not only that, he's probably a very deserving winner after all of that. Led most of the feature race from the beginning, survived the safety car restart, and takes home the honours. Here's the replay of what happened up at the top of the circuit. So there was a spin, some evasive contact, and I think Matthew Pearce got out, luckily, out of that one. So he took the evasive action. So it was a spin from Brandon Taylor, and then there was a coming together between Casely and Ash Clifford as they tried to navigate the spinning number 29 machine. And then Matthew Pearce was the lucky one out of the lot. He managed to go the long way around the back and just emerge with maybe a little bit of garbage on his tyres. There's your National Challenge champion for 2022 in the 1600s, Michael Kinsella, one of the favourites coming into the weekend, and he's going to be mighty pleased with his weekend's work.
So running through the final top 10 finishes, Michael Kinsella, your winner and your Formula V champion for 2022. Daniel Reynolds coming home in second position, punched out the fastest lap of the race on lap number 9 as well. Reef McCarthy rounding out the podium after starting from pole position. Back to Hayden Crossland in fourth position. Isaac Woodhouse rounding out the top 5, and then it was Darren Williams ahead of Curtis Porter. Back to Nick Jones. Jeff Bennett getting up to 9th position. by dodging all of that last lap drama. And Heath Collinson, he's had an up and down race, but he finishes it by rounding out the top 10 in car number 31.
That's one hell of a recovery drive from Heath Collinson, considering he was, well down outside the top 20 towards the end of the race as well. Towards the end of the first safety car period, I should say, after he went off the road at turn 1 and 2. Well, we keep saying everything's a hard act to follow at the moment after a frenetic pace being set out in front by Reynolds in Kinsella and surviving 2 safety car restarts and a last lap finish like that. Is going to be having a smile from ear to ear. They're going to have to go through scrutineering, as is the process and the protocol for the top 3. That's the choice that they go. The scrutineering sheds are one of the first couple of sheds up there in pit lane. The rest of the field will probably have to go back into the garages. They'll call a couple of random cars, I think, here as well. So there's the 4th place man of Hayden Crossland. Darren Williams going through there as well. They may potentially be bringing them all in for some sort of scrutineering. We'll just have to see. So the results will be official as long as the minimum weights are met and everything from there. The minimum weight for the 1,600 cars, driver, and whatever fuel you've got left in the tank at the end of the race is 500 kilograms. So we'll wait to see. As long as they all pass those inspections, everything will be confirmed and official. There's the clean-up crews hard at work. There's going to be a bit of oil down there, I can see already. There's plenty of the Speedy Dry being put down on the outside of the circuit. So someone who's spun has left a little bit of the rich black stuff on top of the black stuff. And they'll have to get that rectified before they send the 1,200 class cars out. A couple of them look like they might be able to drive back. I think Ash Clifford's about to fly into back into the circuit. So if he can start that car, he'll be right to just drive that back to pit lane under its own steam. And a couple of the others are going to need a crane. What a finish. What a finish to National Challenge 2022 for the 1600s. There's still one more Formula V race to go. On the other side of this very, very short ad break, it'll be the opposite end of the spectrum, the 1200s and the historic cars. Don't go anywhere.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back, everybody, to Winton Motor Raceway. It's the other half of the Formula V National Challenge for 2022. We're just waiting for the clean-up still to be completed down at turn number 7. There's one of the cars I can see is actually coming back on a flatbed truck at the moment. And they've got the crane and a few other things down there as well. So there's a fair bit of work to make sure all the oil is actually been cleaned up from that incident. So Brandon Taylor's car at the moment on the back of one of the Winton flatbed machines. So too the Jacer of David Casely. So it's going to be about a 5-minute delay here. And we're just going to wait until we've got everything under control before we release the 1200 class cars. I actually can't even see them taking their positions in the pit lane at the moment. So going to be a little bit of a hold here, Lockie Mansell, with all the work that the recovery crews have had to do over the course of the last, pretty much over the course of the last half a day. They've not had very much to do all weekend long, and I guess when it counts, they've been called upon and they've delivered in fine style.
They sure have, and we do say a very big thank you to our ever hard-working volunteer officials, our fire rescue and recovery crews, all of our volunteer flag marshals, and all of the officials in race control as well. While we do have this bit of a break in proceedings, it's a good opportunity to have a look at some of the other events that we've got coming up here at Winton Motor Raceway throughout the rest of the season, and a couple of big race meetings coming up in November. So the 12th and 13th of November we'll be having the fourth round of the VMRC, the Victorian Motor Racing Championship, which will include the XL Memorial endurance races, a pair of 90-minute endurance races over the course of that weekend. So by all reports, there's going to be some pretty high-profile drivers competing in that. I know that Jet Blue Meris, who's one of the regular competitors in the Victorian XL Series, he is the nephew of Stephen Richards and the grandson of Jim Richards. And from what I've been told, it's going to be Stephen Richards, the 5-time Bathurst 1000 winner, who will join Jet in that car for that endurance race. So,
very nice. So, and it always attracts a big field here as well for the Winton Enduro. There's always a very, very high number of cars. I know that even a couple of the Formula V drivers have stepped into running with some of the more seasoned veterans. I think one stage Jake Rowe and I think Benjamin Grice had paired up for an Enduro a couple of years ago. So it does attract not only drivers from other categories that, you know, can translate their skills into from like an open wheeler to a tin top type of car, but it does also attract a number of high profile drivers. You've only got to look at places like Queensland Raceway when they run their Enduro. They're attracting drivers from supercar fraternity to come down and want to try and pit their skills in a bit more of a lower level class to what they're used to running in.
Some other good categories on the program that weekend as well. A lot of our popular Victorian categories like Super TT will be on the program, but also the Legend Car Nationals that weekend as well. So the Pocket Rocket Legend Cars, motorcycle-powered vehicles that can run on both speedway and tarmac, they'll be holding their nationals, so they should get a good field of cars that weekend as well. And then the following weekend, on the 19th and 20th of November, it's the 6th and final round of the AMRS, the Australian Motor Racing Series. It started at Sydney Motorsport Park. There's been a couple of rounds here at Winton, went up to Queensland Raceway in August. The last round was held at Sydney Motorsport Park, and it will finish up back here at Winton Motor Raceway. We'll have the stock cars and Thunder Sports here. We'll have the TA2 Muscle Car Series for the final round of their series as well. And we'll also have the return of the Winton 300 kilometre endurance race for a variety of production and Super TT type cars. We always get a big field of cars for the Winton 300, and we always get spectacular racing. One of the best races I've ever called, the 2014 Winton 300, which came down to the very, very last lap with a passing move for the lead on the 100th and final lap. So thoroughly looking forward to that being part of the final round of the AMRS. And then very quickly, because I know that we've got cars coming out onto the circuit, but the final big race meeting of the year here at Winton, the HQ Holden 4-hour is back on the 3rd and 4th of December. It will be hot weather, but it will be hot action on track as well for a big field of HQ Holdens. Again, it's an event where we'll see two drivers sharing each car for a long-distance endurance race for those classic Holdens that are now 50 years old.
Hard to believe, 50-year-old vehicles still going around. I mean, we see this as well with historic touring cars. There's events coming up at Sandown with historic Sandown. I think there's already 60 historic cars entered in the touring car category for that one as well. I mean, some of them are just as old as the HQ Holden, even older in some cases.
They are.
And they're still going, and they can't obviously be modified either. They've got to be the exact same specification that they were when they raced around the circuit back in the day. So there's not a lot you can do with regards to those sorts of cars nowadays. Same sort of thing with the HQs. They've got a very, very specific set of rules about what you can and can't do. The old Holden red motor's still in them. The only things I do notice with the HQ Holdens is whether you want to have the one with 2 headlights on the front or whether you want to have the one with 4 headlights on the front. That's about as far as it gets.
The Kingswood or the Premier front end.
That's right.
Pretty much the the option there. All right, so getting ourselves ready for the final race for the Formula V 1200cc and historic class cars. We've got a
blowfly or a bee. I'm not quite sure what's going on with here, but we're
had some weird wildlife in the commentary box today. We had a welcome swallow actually flew into the commentary box during one of the Formula Ford races a bit earlier on.
Not as bad as the mouse that was up here for the Vic State series that we chased down the hole and got him out of here in a pretty great hurry. He didn't want to eat any of our food, so we got rid of him.
I'm glad. There was another event here where a huge European wasp found its way into the commentary box, and I can tell you that it's very distracting having a wasp buzzing around while you're trying to call motor racing action.
I can imagine there was actually a spider that caught a fly here down in the corner on yesterday's broadcast and pretty promptly wrapped him up and got ready to eat him at some point. I haven't seen the spider since, so he must have had a good meal.
All right, so here we go. Formula V, 1200cc and historics. We've got Max Bonney and Stephen Butcher. They've been the two front runners. They've been the two race winners in the preliminary races that we've had so far, the heat races. They will share the front row of the grid. Miles Lockett and April Welsh on the second row of the grid, back to Michael Olsen. And is Dean Briggs back out there for this one?
I believe he is. Yes, yep. There he is on the right-hand side of the screen. So those suspension control arms that he had the dramas with and didn't get to partake in the final heat race have been solved. The crew at JRD very kindly lended a hand to weld that up and get that fixed. So he's back out there on the grid for this one, albeit probably a position or two further down than what he'd ideally be starting at if he was in the correct spot. Also noticing there's a car missing. Michael Olsen, the number 85, does not appear to be in his grid spot.
No, which is a bit of a shame because he's been a consistent performer right throughout the weekend, but underway. Good start from pole position for Max Bonney, and he will lead the field down into turn one with a clear advantage over Stephen Butcher as they head into turns 1 and 2. Stephen Butcher was very fast in the previous heat race, managed to clear out, and he gets a good run out of turn number 2. He's up the inside of Max Bonney, and he'll be through into the race lead with Bonney leaving him just enough space to slip through on the inside at turn 3.
Good start by both the front row drivers. Also good start for Dean Briggs. He's got a spot over April Welsh at the start here as well. He'll be setting his sights on the back of Miles Lockett as they go through turn 5 for the first time. Butcher's rear end of the car was dancing through turn number 5, almost to the point where he needed to counter steer to keep the car under control, but he gathers it up, heads down through turn 7. Lockett was quite wide, actually went through a bit of the speedy dry that's been put down to pick up some of the oil from the collision in the previous race. They'll settle into the groove for the long haul. Now, it was scheduled to be a 16-lap distance for the 1200 class cars. We're getting word through that that's been shortened to 12 laps. So it's only 1 lap longer than the distance that they've been travelling in all 4 of the heat races across the weekend. They were all 11 laps. The feature will be 12.
Good start from Stephen Butcher. We saw in the first of the heat races yesterday afternoon some great braking duels between Stephen Butcher and Max Bonney heading down into turn number 1. Butcher has the ascendancy, but we know that Max Bonney's car is pretty handy in a straight line and pretty handy under brakes as well. Butcher's aware of it. You can see that Butcher is covering to the inside. Bonney ranging up on the outside, not quite able to draw alongside Butcher when they get to the braking zone for turn 1.
I don't think he can keep that up for 12 laps. That's the part that'll be very interesting to see. If Butcher's already moving over to the left-hand side of the circuit, knowing that that's where Bonney's strong suit is, Bonney's going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat somewhere else around the circuit. And Butcher's going to cover that off every time. And it's a 12-lap duration. I'll be a bit interested to see if he can manage to do it every single time. Going back to a comment I think it was Josh Buchan made a few races ago in Formula Ford, a number of drivers that didn't opt for the tinted visor. There's a bit of a concern because the sun's starting to get a little bit lower in the corner. It's actually they're looking at the sun as they come down the main straight into turn 1 and 2 and then up through the short chute up to turn 3. I actually have seen a number of drivers in the field this weekend deciding they want to substitute the tinted visor for some sunglasses instead. So a little bit of an unusual choice. Some people preferring the clear visor and the sunglasses underneath, and some people preferring just to swap out for the tinted visor. It's only sort of good for a little bit of the track. You can see Miles Lockett here in the number 14 AJ has got the tinted visor on the front of his lid. I think Stephen Butch has gone for the, if my memory serves me correctly, he's gone for the clear visor because he actually wears glasses by default anyway, so probably swapped out for just a set of shades that will do the job just nicely.
Yeah, it's interesting the personal preferences of different drivers. Jim Richards always used to wear sunglasses. That was his preferred option.
It's sort of a similar concept to whether or not drivers prefer like the open face crash helmet back in the day or whether they opted for the full sort of kit. You know, Dick Johnson was one very famously that just wore the helmet that came down to the sides around the cheeks, didn't go the full distance in front.
Glenn Seaton was
another one of those as well. Yep, correct. And I think for a little while Jamie Whincup was in a very similar sort of style, but then obviously transitioned into the full face helmet, but still had that little peak coming out the front of the helmet as well. So just had a little bit of an extended visor, I guess, rather than having just the glass visor that shut, or the plastic visor that shuts up and down. Actually had a little bit more of an extension on the front of the helmet, and almost like a little strip that had like just an opening for the eyes, and preferred to run with an open face type of helmet for the eyes, just and just closed around the bottom, around the mouth, especially because they've got the microphones built into that. But in Formula V racing, and especially in open wheel racing, you've got to have the full face kit.
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
correct.
choice.
No, because open wheel race cars, and I think these days most drivers in tin top cars have gone for the full face option as well. There is a safety benefit to having a full face helmet, even if you're not in an open wheeler, because, and we actually saw it with Glenn Seaton at Adelaide 500 in 2002, where he had a big crash at the infamous turn 8 corner and cut his chin on the harness, and that was an injury that would have been prevented by wearing a full face helmet.
There's such a lot that's gone into safety innovations and that over the years as well. Everything from the Hans device, which of course is mandatory now in local state racing circles, been mandatory for some time actually. It started, it's interesting how things from the top tier of motorsport start to flow down into the lower tiers, and eventually they make it once it becomes quite affordable. A lot of things now are mandatory, such as rain lights. They've been tightened up. The regulations around that have been tightened up to make sure that everyone has a functioning rain light, which would have been pretty useful on a day like Friday, where they would have had to switch them all on with all the rain coming down and affecting practice. This battle here's a bit further down the order. This is Nathan Clifton, who's had his fair share of dramas throughout the weekend in the Moa8 Spectre machine, giving chase to the number 2 of Peter George. Had a bit of a better drive there out of turn number 4, but just couldn't do anything with it on the short shoot up to the sweeper at turn number 5. We've already seen people on the outside through here throughout the weekend come to grief. It's not a spot you want to be for very long. For the moment, Peter George holds sway here. It's the battle over 7th and 8th. The only car behind them on the track at the moment is the number 41 of Callum Ross. These two pair are about 3 to 4 seconds behind the number 3 machine at Glyn Briggs, who we'd seen had an excursion in the previous heat race as well. The Briggs brothers have painstakingly restored one of their 2 cars over the course of 12 months or so, and the other car that was bought was in pretty good condition. They've both opted for a rather nice Spectre chassis, one of the older historic Spectre chassis. You can see the real differences between the Nathan Clifton number 30 Spectre machine, and when you take a look at the Dean Briggs and Glyn Briggs machines a bit further up the order, different style of bodywork, different mounting points for things such as suspension and the whatnot, and also the wheels are a little bit different as well, a bit more akin to back in the day. I was actually having a look through the history books at the Formula V National Challenge just before we went on air for the 1600 race, just to see how many different drivers had actually won the championship over the course of time. I hadn't finished counting all the numbers, but I can tell you the first person that actually won it, Ian Hill, who was a Victorian back in 1969. It actually wasn't even run at a single race meet. It actually says here various circuits, so that's actually probably back in the day when they were actually contesting the national challenge, or national champion was determined by virtue of the national series. So it wasn't a case of the modern day equivalent where all the different drivers from different states converge on one location to have a single race to determine a national champion. It was back in the day where you would have had a whole bunch of drivers that travelled all the way around the country, and it was decided over the course of a full season. So a bit of different now compared to the Australian series where they only have 4 or 5 rounds, and that's an Australian series victor versus a national champion. So a little bit of a different sort of look and feel about things, almost the same sort of way that you have nowadays a sports sedan, local, sort of racing. Then you have the national series, and then you've got the sports sedan nationals as a completely different sort of case in point.
So, who are some of the other notable Formula V champions from years gone by?
All right, let's have a look through here as well. There's actually some circuits that don't exist anymore. 2 races actually held at Hume Weir.
Oh, wow.
Which is back in the day. That's back in 1971-72. It was up at Albury. Actually, both those races in 71-72 won by New South Welshmen, Enno Busselman and Paul Berlusconi.
So Paul Berlusconi went on to win the National Formula Ford Championship as well.
He did. So then you've got a number of them have been held at Phillip Island over the course of time. Plenty of them have been held at Phillip Island. A couple held at Calder. Lakeside's hosted a couple. There's actually one in here from back in the day in 1981 when the old Surfers Paradise circuit, before what is now the modern equivalent, even existed. There was a circuit at Surfers Paradise. There's one in South Australia, which is the old Adelaide International Raceway, AIR, back in the day in 1979, which, there's still a little bit of that circuit to date that sort of exists in a paddock somewhere, but it's not the full circuit, and obviously it sees absolutely zero use nowadays. The record holder for the most amount of titles in the Formula V National Challenge is actually Frank Hare with 5 of them, and his last one of those came all the way back in 1999, back at Barbagallo across in Western Australia. So he's the one that a lot of these modern day drivers are chasing. Michael Kinsella with 3, Daniel Reynolds with 3. They're the next best of the modern equivalents that are trying to close in on the record held by Frank Hare. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to get there. There's also a couple, I think, here for Ian Simpson. He got himself 3 over the space of 5 years as well, and there's plenty of drivers sitting there on 3. Doug Angus is another one that got 3 in about 5 years. So it's going to take a little bit of time for a number of the modern greats to catch, I guess, the greats of years gone by. So times have changed, I guess. That's the bit we look at as well. We look at the day where people like that would campaign these cars like Max Bonney has on screen right now, and then to what we have the modern equivalent nowadays with the cars behind. So this one right there from Miles Lockett, a little bit more of a modern equivalent, and then Dean Briggs in the number 5 machine. Times have moved on so substantially just in terms of car technology and what you can do with the vehicle, but the core essence of these cars remains the same around tube space frame, 4 wheels on your wagon, rear-wheel drive, whether or not you want the more modern 1600 engine versus the 1200 engine, and then the bodywork to suit around it, creating, as we said, that close racing, but also giving a little bit of variation to the look of how these cars appear on track.
So, for a while there, Dean Briggs was right up behind Miles Lockett in the battle for 3rd position, but the last couple of laps, Miles Lockett has punched out some personal best times, and he's just been able to stretch out that margin.
Butcher's moved the lead out to around 7 seconds now. It was 6.6 last time around over Max Bonney. And it's now 7.5 seconds from what we're seeing on there. For the minute I got a little bit worried because the margin was 6.666, so I was a bit worried the devil had taken over the timing for a moment and then something was about to go wrong. But Bonney hasn't had the answers all Sunday. This is the bit for me that's sort of been a little bit curious. Max Bonney won the pair of races yesterday. First one of those was after a pretty decent dice for most of the race with Stephen Butcher. He then cleared away to a fairly nice win in race 2, but Butcher's had his measure all Sunday long and hasn't really relented. Every time that there's been an early challenge from Bonney, Butcher's responded and continued to pull the margin out in front. And coming into the weekend, I pretty much had penciled Stephen Butcher in to stand on the top step of the podium for the 1200 and the historic class cars. I just didn't know who would be on position 2 and position 3. So I think it's pretty clear to see now that barring a disaster, the second place is going to be held by Max Bonney. And then it's probably still a little bit undecided whether it's going to be Miles Lockett or Dean Briggs. They're pretty closely matched on lap time. It's only about a half a second difference in lap time. Last time around, they were separated by 1.7 seconds across the line. Just wait to see if Briggs has got anything left in reserve for the West Australian in position number 3. Down to turn 7 we go, with Nathan Clifton still giving chase to Peter George. It's been a pretty spirited battle and pretty clean battle for most of the race. I think the two of them just looking to bring these cars home. They're not going to pull anything silly. They're not going to make a bandside dive bomb move down the inside and have each other off or make contact like we saw in the previous finale with down at turn number 12 with Nicholson and Curran coming together. So the one thing they do have to remember is not only they've got to get these cars home, they've then got to repair them if there's any damage. Clifton looks to the outside of Peter George, sort of had a half a look and then sort of backed out of it, and then he had another stab under the brakes there as well. Just second guessing a little bit at the moment, perhaps, whether or not there's a chance to make a pass here. He can get a good drive off the final corner. He's actually got a pretty decent drive off the last corner and has got the racing line down into turn number 1, but with the number 2 machine right over his left side at the moment, there's just no way through for Nathan Clifton. All right, so working lap number 9 of the 12-lap duration here. The margin out in front still Stephen Butcher at 7.3 seconds. Here is our race leader, coming down to the final couple of corners. Margin only shrunk by 0.2 of a second. Stephen Butcher's been a great asset, I think, Lockie, for Formula V over many, many years, building the Stinger chassis, passing those chassis on to a number of drivers. We said before, Dylan Thomas has got one in the field, Stuart Vaughan under his banner. There's also been a number of drivers over the years that have stepped aboard Stinger chassis and done fairly well with them.
Indeed, and Stephen Butcher very passionate about this category, based in Newcastle, a couple of hours north of Sydney in New South Wales. Still travels to all of the New South Wales state Formula D events, as well as the national rounds.
He's been down here 3 times already this year as well now, so he's been to Winton twice, once for the National Challenge this weekend, once for Victorian State title, which was a combined round with the Australian Series. And then with the demise of Wakefield Park, they actually moved the final round of the Australian Series to Phillip Island, linked up again with the Victorian State Race Series for round 5. So he travels to every single national event, whether it be on this side of the country or another side of the country. As I said, he's very passionate about Formula V racing. And I expect we're probably going to see him probably racing well, by the time, or well past by the time a lot of drivers would have probably hung their helmet up and given up the ghost.
Here we go. This is starting to get a bit more racing now. So Nathan Clifton drew right up alongside Peter George in the braking zone to turn 1. This has been going on for a number of laps, this battle, hasn't it?
It's been going all race. I can't imagine, or I can't remember rather, another time throughout this whole entire race where they haven't been separated by the same sort of distances they are now. Maybe apart from the start. That's about it. Clifton is sort of just stuck like glue to the back of Peter George's number 2 machine all race long. And just looking now, a couple of occasions in the opening part of this lap to see whether there's any opportunity being afforded. Puff of smoke from the number 2 ahead. And would be very brave to hang around the outside here, taking a later apex. I'm going to use the strategy that I think I was talking about a bit earlier on, to stay a little bit wider out here out of turn number 9 and try and get a late apex off the corner so you can actually make an attempted passing move down here into 10. Because right now that move's being covered off. Compromised line for Peter George, but because that turn just goes on and on and on for so much longer than you expected, you can't get on the power early enough to really get proper drive out of that corner. Apart from the top part of the circuit, one of the slowest parts off the track. Oh, we've got Dean Briggs has been passed here for position number 3 by April Welsh from Western Australia. So is there still a couple of gremlins that have crept into car number 5? Sorry, this is for 4th place, sorry, not 3rd. 4th place for April Welsh. And it's still got a fair way to go now because Miles Lockett is well and truly up the road to the tune of 14 seconds. So that position's not going to change hands anytime soon. There is Miles Lockett on the other side of turn 9 heading for turn 10. So it'll be the West Australians at the moment as it stands right now coming home in 3rd and 4th place. Clifton still in vain trying to find a way past the number 2 of Peter George. Just can't get the drive off the couple of corners that he needs to really make that pass stick.
The last lap coming up here for Stephen Butcher this time around.
He's taken the white flag this time around, so only 3 kilometres more to go. I don't think there's going to be any lap traffic in the way for Stephen Butcher. He might be lucky to close up to the back of Callum Ross by the end of the race. He's about 3 or 4 seconds behind. They're coming up to the sweeper at turn 5 now while we keep an eye on this battle. Said the heavyweight slugfest for 7th place. It's been good and fair exchange for 2. Oh, here we go, Mr. Gear. I think Peter George might have missed a gear coming out of turn number 10. And finally, after 10 laps of persistence, Clifton finally gets through.
And he had to really work hard for that one, didn't he?
Yeah, he took a long time to do that. Either that or it was a mechanical drama for the number 2 of Peter George because he's dropped a long way back following that little misdemeanor out of turn number 10. Actually, speaking of turn 10, here is Stephen Butcher negotiating turn 10. Doesn't look like he's going to catch the lap traffic of Callum Ross before the end of the race. In fact, Peter George has come into the lane, so it wasn't a missed gear. It's actually a bit more serious than we thought. Stephen Butcher has had the measure of the historic and 1200 class field for all of Sunday's heat races. And on top of that, he's also done the business here in the 1200s and salutes in the second to last race here at Winton Motor Raceway on Championship Sunday.
So checkered flag out, final margin 4.9 seconds between Stephen Butcher and Max Bonney. Miles Lockett, who's been super consistent all weekend, coming home in 3rd position. And a good result it will be as well for April Welsh, getting ahead of Dean Briggs there. A couple of laps from home to finish up in position 4.
Yeah, so the brothers Briggs are going to come home in 5th and 6th place on the road as it stands right now. And they're going to be comfortably ahead here of Nathan Clifton to the tune of about 20 or so seconds. And then the last classified man is going to be Callum Ross. He actually did get across the line just before Stephen Butcher approached and took the checkered flag. So Callum Ross is actually going to complete the full distance of 12 laps here. He's just going to be a pretty substantial distance behind Nathan Clifton. So with Clifton down at turn number 12 right now, just looking to see where Callum Ross actually is. I think he's going to be coming around the Gumtree section of the course, and he's going to be about 30 to 40 seconds in rears. Actually, a little bit less than that. He's actually coming through turn 10 now. Here he is. It's a little bit further up the field than I originally thought. Just as the timing is saying it's about 32 seconds adrift at the moment. And in your first Formula V race weekend, even in a historic car, getting to the checkered flag in the feature race is a pretty good achievement for a newbie.
Indeed it is, just getting to the finish line, making sure that he completed plenty of laps and kept it on the track. Callum Ross has certainly accumulated plenty of seat time this weekend, so brings the car across the line in 8th position, and that completes the Formula V 1200cc and historic class cars here at the Winton Formula Festival. We've got one last race on the program this afternoon, and that will be the final feature race for the Formula 4 Duratec cars. And grab the last break here in commentary on Blendline TV, and we'll have the Formula 4s back on track very soon.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Well, what a weekend it's been, ladies and gentlemen. What a weekend it's been, Lockie Manson. We've still got one more race to go. There's the Formula V's in the lane there. Looks like everything has been taken care of and accounted for. There's some opportunities, I think, for some photos and some other pieces going on down there. They're going to award the National Challenge trophies a little bit later on this evening over at the Benalla Bowls Club. They're going to have a bit of a, I guess, drown your sorrows, have a meal, have a chat with some of your fellow Formula V colleagues, and I guess just enjoy what the Winton Formula Festival has had to offer. There's still one more race to go. The modern Duratec Formula Fords just rolling up to the holding position here. 15 laps will be on the board for this one to close out the Winton Formula Festival of 2022.
Indeed, and we saw some pretty dramatic stuff in the previous race for the Formula Ford Duratec class cars, which was held on a wet track. We saw one pretty significant incident at turn number 1 where Eddie Beswick got into the back of Joe Fawcett and turned him around. Eddie Beswick received a 10-second time penalty for that driving infringement, which relegated him back to 4th position, one spot behind the driver that he made contact with that first corner, which meant that Bailey Collins took the win. So far then this weekend, Bailey Collins has had a pair of race victories in the Duratec class for the Formula Fords. Joe Fawcett has had one race win, but other drivers have had good pace at various stages throughout the weekend, including Daniel Frug of the race in one of the earlier races. The Formula Ford Duratec cars presented this weekend by VFS, Victorian Freight Specialists. They've got depots in Dandenong, Altona and Wodonga, and they specialise in delivery to regional Victoria and southern New South Wales. They will be presenting prize money to the top 3 finishers in this race. $1,000 for the winner, $700 for second place, and $300 for third position.
It's interesting you mentioned VFS as well. We probably also should mention a lot of the logistics providers that are doing a huge amount of work to not only keep all the stores stocked really well, and they're facing a lot of challenges at the moment with a lot of the floods that are causing a lot of communities to be cut off. But it's at times like this where people like VFS band together and come through stronger, and they make sure that no matter what, all the freight gets delivered, all the food are on people's shelves, everybody can buy what they need to buy, and keep the economy going. So a big shout out to not only to them for putting up some money for the Formula Fords this weekend, but also for the work that they do and that they've done so over many years. And I know that coming from the logistics sector over the last 11 years and working with a completely different company, that it's not a case of rival companies fighting for business. It's actually a case of companies working together. In a lot of cases, people will employ another contractor like a VFS to help where they need to get more manpower, and for everybody, they're in it for the right reasons. So hats off to VFS for putting some money up as well, and hats off to the work that they do and continue to do to keep the economy and everything going for us as consumers.
All right, let's run through the grid positions for this final Formula 4 Duratec race of the weekend. Bailey Collins on pole for this one ahead of Jack Clifford. Back then to Joe Fawcett out of position 3. Eddie Beswick in 4th spot, back to Daniel Frugas in position 5, and Fraser High rounding out the 6-car field for this final race of the weekend. As mentioned all weekend, the numbers are down for the Duratec Formula 4 to what we would normally see in the National Series, where typically we have National Series, and the fact that the final round of the Australian Formula 4 Series is being held in a fortnight's time at Sydney Motorsport Park. Logistically, it's just made it a bit difficult for some of the regular front-running drivers and teams to be in attendance at Winton this weekend. It's still good that we've been able to get a selection of Duratec cars to make sure that we are showcasing all of the different Formula 4s across all of the different eras here at Winton Motor Raceway as part of the Formula Festival this weekend.
Yeah, I was a bit worried when I saw the list come out that there was only a small number of the Formula 4 Duratecs there, but what you've just said makes a little bit of sense now as to where a few of the drivers have decided to put some of their priorities. For Bailey Collins, that means that he's put his priorities into this particular event. He's been a regular competitor in the Formula Ford Victoria Series this year. There's been some great racing throughout a number of the national state series this year. Edison Beswick, who you mentioned, has had a few dramas throughout the weekend. He's come down on a couple of occasions and actually taken it up to the Victorians on a number of occasions. Plenty of race wins throughout the season as well. Ultimately didn't get the Victorian State Series title. That went to Matthew Hillier.
And Richard Davison won the series for the Kent class cars, the father of Will and Alex Davison.
And in the same car that these two sons have competed in their lives before they got into their own endeavours in supercars and other forms of motorsport. So here we go for the final race of the Winton Formula Festival, and away we go with Collins off of pole alongside Jack Clifford, and a very even start wheel to wheel, and Collins just pulls ahead in the braking zone for turn number 1. No incidents this time, no spinners, there's no wet track to deal with. They set sail toward the sunshine that is beaming down on turn number 3 and 4.
Joe Fawcett slots into position number 3, ahead of Eddie Beswick, and then Daniel Frugas in 5th position. It is Bailey Collins, though, 2 out of the 3 race wins for him so far this weekend, who leads the way. Jack Clifford tucking into 2nd position aboard, car number 61. Fawcett, Ballarat, Bolton, Fastness, Spectrum 015, sitting in position number 3. We go back to Eddie Beswick, who is behind the wheel of the Justin Cotter-owned run Synergy Motorsport Spectrum 014.
Fraser High just starting to drop a little bit off the back of the field here, just starting to lose a little bit of touch as the first 5 cars all running line astern, just starting to drop the number 11 ever so slightly on the opening lap. 15 laps the duration, so still very much a long way to go. Collins looking to gap the number 61 of Jack Clifford as quickly as he possibly can. The Collins clan have had a fair old run around the country in the last couple of weeks as well. They have not only the number 96 machine there for Bailey Collins, they've also got the Super 3 machine. It's owned by his father. They've had that for Gary Collins. They've had that up at Bathurst as well, I believe, in the last couple of weeks. And I think he was, if memory serves me correctly, he was actually competing down at Phillip Island in the 2 weeks prior to Bathurst as well.
It's an ex-Jack Daniels Kelly Racing Commodore, that car, Gary Collins. Yep.
Plenty of those cars obviously found their way not only into Super 3, they've found their way into sports sedans as well. They're starting to find a fair old home as all the machinery starts getting handed down throughout the ranks, which is something that obviously we're going to be seeing coming up in the new year as the supercars move to the Gen 3 platform. Means all the current Gen 2 platforms will be handed down into the Super 2 ranks, the ZB Commodore and the Ford Mustang GT, which then means all those tiers will then get pushed down towards Super 3.
Correct. So the VF Commodore and the FG X Falcon, they will become Super 3 cars, and then the cars that They're currently eligible for Super 3, so basically the pre-car of the future spec cars. They will be eligible for the Kumo V8 Touring Car Series, and also, like you said, we can run with sports sedans and some state-level motorsport categories as well.
Correct, yeah. A number of them will find their home into that particular series, no doubt. And you're probably wondering why that's relevant with regards to Formula 4 that we're talking about. It's not just because a number of the drivers over the years that have won Formula 4 national titles or state titles have gone on to drive in supercars. It's because there's actually a bit of a tie-in in the National Formula Ford series between Dick Johnson Racing and Formula Ford Australia, because the winner of the Australian series actually gets a test day outing with the Dick Johnson Racing stable, and they usually do that up there at Queensland Raceway. They bring them in along with a couple of other drivers, and they actually get to spend time with the DJR crew. I think the last person, I believe, that went through that might have been Tom Sargent, I think, from memory.
Yeah, and I caught up with Tom after that test, in fact, at QR, and he had a great time driving the DJR Mustang supercar at Queensland Raceway. So, really, really good, and further, I suppose, cementing Formula Ford's pathway as a great junior development category. And we've seen Tom Sargent, who won the National Formula Ford Championship with the CHE racing team last year. He's progressed to the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge this season, driving the same car that Cameron Hill, another former Australian Formula Ford champion, used to win the Carrera Cup title last year.
Absolutely. So Cameron Hill moving on to bigger and better things. Same way that there was a little exchange of position there in the last couple of corners. It's Joe Fawcett and Edison Beswick exchanging positions in the last couple of corners. Very cleanly done. Beswick very firmly up the inside at turn 11 and having to be given some space to consolidate the pass. So Fraser High has pretty much been left to his own devices here. He's about 4 seconds off the group of cars that we've got on the screen here, with Collins attempting to check out now as the likes of Clifford, Beswick, Fawcett and Frugas all scrap over second, third, fourth and fifth. Collins has got his head down. It's a bit more than the 7/10 of a second margin that he had when he crossed the line. It's probably about 1.5, I would suggest, right now. So on the march now down to turn number 10. There goes Collins. Pretty handy margin right now over Jack Clifford, Edison Beswick and Joe Fawcett. So a number of these competitors have spent time not only travelling between states to contest other rounds of other state championships, but spent some time, especially this year, running in Formula Ford in Victoria. Having a look at the point score from the Victorian standings from this year, they actually haven't fully been completed. The round 5 results haven't actually been published yet to make sure all the championship spots were filled, but actually can confirm it was Matthew Hillier that took the honours at Phillip Island at the end of September. And looking down here to see Joe Fawcett actually entered round 5 with a tie on points with Jack Clifford. So they were tied for 7th entering the Phillip Island weekend. Bailey Collins entered that weekend in 10th place overall. And Edison Beswick, who'd actually contested only 2 rounds. He came in at Sandown and then raced again at Phillip Island. Actually was already 12th in points by the time they entered the Sandown round, because not every driver opts to do the full calendar season. Some of them have priorities around doing the national events. Sometimes those national rounds will cross over with a local state series event. So from that point of view, they give a little bit more priority to whichever of the series they want to run in. And a lot of the drivers, the focus is on the local series, because the national competition can be quite competitive at times. There's many, many stories about drivers that have torn corners off of cars very, very easily in national series, but the hard-working crews usually get those cars turned around pretty quickly in between races, such as the structure of how a number of those race weekends come to be structured. So Edison Beswick has now gone through to second place, ahead of Jack Clifford. Margin currently stands at 1.8 seconds, and pretty evenly matched from Edison Beswick's best lap of the race. He did his personal best last time around, a 1 minute 27.6, a full tenth of a second faster than Bailey Collins just up the road. Not that far off the fastest time of the race, which is still held by Collins, 1 minute 27.45. He'll be in shot here just in a few seconds' time. There is the number 96 Intercapital Express Ford, Formula Ford rather, heading down into turn 10. So now that Edison Beswick has gotten to the front of this pack, is he able to drag all of them up to the back of Bailey Collins? That'll be the next question that we need to answer. How much pace can he extract from the number 30 machine? Not much difference, a couple of models difference between the cars in first place. The Spectrum 015 of Bailey Collins being pursued by the Spectrum 014 of Beswick. Last time around, pretty evenly stacked on the lap time. Margin did not go up or down at any great rate. Both drivers in first and second place with a 1 minute 27.6 lap. And we see here Joe Fawcett now back down the inside of the number 27 of Frugus going into turn number 3. So the lead, that pack of 4 cars that was fighting over second, third, fourth and fifth is now split apart, with Beswick taking over second place from Jack Clifford. They're now trying to break away from Fawcett and Frugus, and that's why Fawcett was pretty intensively trying to get past Frugus at a very, very quick clip so he can try and catch back up. He doesn't want this pair of cars on screen to get away and miss out on potentially competing for a podium finish.
What they need to do here is work together to try and close down the margin to Bailey Collins. If they keep dueling for position, all they'll achieve is to slow each other down. So the margin's 1.8 seconds. It's certainly not insurmountable, but they need to work together here and not slow each other down by dicing too aggressively for position.
So across the line this time around, 1 minute 27.7, 27.8 and a 28 flat. So margins, as you said, it's not insurmountable, but it's not going up or down at any great rate. It's just ebbing and flowing back and forth, a 10th here, a 100th there. It's stable at the moment from Collins to Beswick. It's not going up in Collins' favour, and it's not coming down in Beswick's favour at the moment either. So there's still a very long way to go. We're only just crossing over the half distance mark of this race. So 10 minutes, or nearly 11 minutes into the race, gives you an idea of how long these drivers are going to be on track for. The better part of 20 minutes, as per most of the races this weekend for the finales, all around the 20-minute mark, just with different lap lengths and a different style of car and different lap times to go along with it. It's quite content to sit there. What you were talking about before, Lockie, is just they're working. No one say they're working together, because traditionally when you work together in a category like Formula 4, that entails quite a lot of positional swapping and using the draft to try and not only pull each other along, slingshot the next person around who can then pull you along for a little bit, and that's where you traditionally gain a lot of time by working together. This is a different mindset. You've got faster car of Edison Beswick out in front, and then you've got the next car of Jack Clifford trying his best to just tuck in behind. He doesn't want to make any silly moves. He just wants to be towed along. He doesn't want to upset, potentially catching up to the back of the Bailey Collins number 96 Spectrum 015, although he's lost touch now as Jack Clifford with Edison Beswick coming out of the first couple of corners.
Yeah, he made a mistake there through turns 1 and 2. Jack Clifford, and that's seen him fall back into the clutches of Joe Fawcett, which is a pity because he had actually set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, the 1 minute 27.3. All of the lap times very evenly matched between the front runners. In fact, when you look at the lap times set by the top 5 cars, there's only a couple of tenths of a second separating all their lap times.
Yeah, having looked the last time around, 5 of the 6 drivers on the circuit all did personal bests, and looking at most of them, especially in this mid-group here, you've got Beswick, Clifford, Fawcett and Frugas. They were all within about a tenth and a half of each other for their personal best lap time. So there's nothing between them at the moment on this track. It's just all about how quickly can they catch Collins. Can they either work together and just let the faster car lead and erase that gap, or are they going to be left to fight it out amongst themselves? Let's check the margin this time around. It looks like it's shrunk a little bit, actually. It looks like it's come down by a bit. It has. It's come down to 1.2 seconds, and fastest lap of the race at a 27 flat for Edison Beswick last time around. So he's leaving this group of cars behind and almost got very close to taking about a third of the advantage out of Bailey Collins on the last lap.
Yeah, it was a 0.6 of a second difference in their lap times that last time through. A minute 27.6 for Collins versus a minute 27.0 for Beswick. So Beswick showing a good turn of speed as we get into the final 6 laps of this race.
Now, Beswick didn't race here in the earlier Formula Ford State Series race for the Victorians back in March and April. He didn't actually arrive on the scene to have a run until Sandown. So this will be quite, I guess, new territory for him, unless he's been here as a previous run through a New South Wales series or a different Formula Ford series. But whatever the case, he's doing quite well at the moment, leaving the 3 cars on screen at the moment in his wake, leaving Clifford to fend off Joe Fawcett, who's had that spin earlier on in the race this morning when the rain came down at the beginning of the race and had to work his way back through the field. I mean, not that it sort of mattered very much in a very small field of cars, especially coming into the final. All that mattered was where you were going to be starting the next race. He's looking very, very anxious and very, very aggressive on the back of the number 61 here in the opening couple of corners here as we started lap 11. So 2/3 of the way through this race now. The margin out the front now under a second. Collins is responding, has turned his best lap of the race, but it's still 0.3 of a second slower than the pursuing Spectrum 014 behind. So this is going to get interesting in the next couple of laps. If Beswick keeps this pace up, there's probably going to be a lunge somewhere in the final 2 or 3 laps.
Its margins come right down now. The 2 cars pretty much nose to tail as they exit turn number 9. So Beswick looking racy here. He's latched onto the back of Bailey Collins, and he'll be looking to put Collins under some pressure in the last 4 laps.
So he's had the lion's share of the lead in this race, Bailey Collins. He's been pretty much unchallenged up until this point, and he needs to dig deep right about now because the margin, it's basically academic right now. There's nothing there. This is going to be probably about a 2 or 3/10 of a second margin as they cross the line this time around. I expect about another 6/10 or so has been erased off the deficit. And I'll tell you what, I wasn't far wrong there. It's gone from 9/10 of a second to just under 4/10 of a second margin, first to second. And a new fastest lap of the race too for Beswick at a 26.7. He is on the warpath.
Remember, prize money up for grabs for this race as well, $1,000 for the winner of the Formula Ford Duratec feature race, $700 for second place, $300 for third place. So there is cash up for grabs here, and you can see that Bailey Collins' car just starting to move around. In fact, both of them really sliding around as they enter the top end complex at turn 7.
I think the worst of the 2 slides was from Beswick in that one. The car jumped sideways before he hit the brake pedal, but gathered it up very, very nicely. Didn't lose too much ground to the number 96 machine just in front of his front suspension here. Closes up under brakes for turn 10, but that's a little bit too far back, but that's a signal of intent. And just reminding the youngster Bailey Collins that he is under siege.
So we'll have 3 laps remaining this time around, and now if these 2 start dicing, it could allow the next group of cars back, Clifford, Fawcett and Frugas, to catch up as well.
Keeping an eye on them as well at the moment. Clifford had a personal best last time around. Collins responds personal best for him. Again, he's done that 3 consecutive laps now, and he needs to keep doing that if he's going to have any hope of keeping Beswick behind.
So through turn number 3, just watching the attitude, both of them were right out over the exit ripple strip there at turn number 3. Collins almost dropped the left wheels over the back edge of that exit curb. That's something that we really want to avoid, especially at the moment here at Winton with the amount of rain that we've had here. Turn number 7, this is the corner where we saw both drivers getting line crossed up on the previous lap. Both of them managing to keep it a bit tidy this time through. Bailey Collins, I reckon that he has responded once again. Beswick a few fastest laps of the race, but Bailey Collins doing just enough to manage the margin first to second.
This comes back to what you were talking about very early in the day too, Lockie, that you've got a number of drivers tuning their car to be faster at the back end of the race. You can see evidence from that right now. 4 of the 6 drivers in this race all turned personal best laps on the last tour. The only people that didn't was Beswick, who was actually about 1/10 of a second shy, and then Frugus in 5th place. He was about 3/10 of a second shy of the quickest laps last time around. So Collins still holds sway at the moment, turns another personal best at the head of the field. So too Clifford and Fawcett. They've now dropped into the 26s, whereas Collins and Beswick are in the 27s. There's not much in it. There's only 4/10 of a second difference in the lap time last time around. But these two are running out of time and running out of laps to catch Beswick and Collins. I'll tell you what, as you said, if they start to dice out in front for positions 1 and 2, then Clifford and Fawcett will be there. All it takes is for a little misstep, a little bit of a wiggle there. Collins had a wheel up over the curb on the inside of 6, and Fawcett had a little bit of a moment coming through, a very fast kick at turn 6 as well behind. They both pop out the other side of turn 9 with cars still intact. Second last lap, so running out of options, running out of corners, and running out of racetrack to make the move stick. What's the run like out of turn 10 here for the number 30 pilot, Edison Beswick? Has he got anywhere near close? A big late lunge came from 2 car lengths back. Collins saw it coming, avoided the contact, left the door open, knowing that there was going to be a little bit of contact if he turned in that late. Beswick decisively makes his move at the end of lap 14 with 1 lap to go.
And amazingly, he managed to get the car stopped. He came from a long way back, and I thought that he would struggle to get the car stopped, and super crossed up through turn number 1. Manages to gather it up. He'll have to run down the inside of the road on the run into turn 3 because Bailey Collins is still right there. The Formula 4 Duratec class setting up a blockbuster finish for us here to round out proceedings at the Winton Formula Festival. Here is the move from Eddie Beswick for the move on the run into turn 11. He came from a long way back. Like I said, I thought that he would really struggle to get that car stopped, but somehow he managed to pull it up and slow it up at the apex so that Collins was not able to do the switchback in the final corner, and it's Beswick who hits the front of the field with just a lap to go here. Opportunities running out for Collins to recapture the position. Turns 10 and 11 really the only 2 spots left if he wants to fight back to the front.
Margin second to third actually has shrunk a little bit here too. It's not shrunk decisively enough to drag Clifford and Fawcett into the battle.
Beswick was slow out of turn 10. He locked an inside front. That slightly compromised his exit. Does Collins go for a big lunge at turn 11? He's too far back. Beswick has control under brakes. 1 corner left to run for Eddie Beswick. It took a while to build up this race, but it certainly entertained us at the finish. And it's going to be Eddie Beswick with a great late lunge on the second to last lap, who will take victory and pick up the $1,000 prize money in the Formula 4 Duratec class presented by Victorian Freight Specialists here at Winton Motor Raceway. 0.2 of a second. The final margin back to Bailey Collins with Jack Clifford in 3rd spot ahead of Joe Fawcett. And then Daniel Frugus rounding out the top 5 ahead of Fraser Heil in position 6.
Great finish. Great dice and a great finish, and what a great way to round off proceedings here at the Winton Formula Festival. We've had some great racing across the weekend and just capped off with a great grandstand finish there. For a little while, it was going to be about 4 or 5 cars that could possibly win that one. Bailey Collins kicked away and then was reeled in by a very, very fast Edison Beswick. I can't think of a better way to finish the weekend.
No, that was a great finish, wasn't it, to the weekend? They might have had a modest field, but they certainly turned it on for us here at Winton. A fantastic weekend of racing it has been here at the nation's action track for the inaugural Winton Formula Festival. What was your highlight of the weekend, Steve?
For me personally, I know I'm a little bit biased with Formula V, but I'm going to throw that out the window. It was having the grid walk for the F5000. What great machinery to see out there. That was cool.
Cool to have cars with such great historical significance, but certainly Formula V, they turned it on for us all weekend as well. Not just the final finale, but all of the heat races were thoroughly entertaining as well.
Absolutely, all the way through. You couldn't pick a winner, I think, probably until the last race when Kinsella and Reynolds started to clear out, and then we're like, well, the winner's now going to come from this two pair. Coming into the weekend, they were the favourite. McCarthy sort of threw down the gauntlet a bit early with the 3 heat wins, sort of maybe made them think, you know what, maybe we've got to keep an eye out for him. No contest. It was going to be from those top 2, I think, from the beginning of the weekend.
Indeed it was, and congratulations to Michael Kinsella, the 2022 Australian Formula V champion. Congratulations as well to Tim Berryman, who took out the Rose City 10,000 for the Formula 5000 cars in the feature race today as well. All right, lots of people that we have to thank. All of our volunteer officials here at Winton Motor Raceway, our ever hard-working fire, rescue and recovery crews, all of the volunteer officials in race control as well. Big thank you to my co-commentators, Steve DeVries, who's joined me all weekend, not just for Formula V, but been there to support for a few of the other races as well. Josh Buchan, who joined me today for the Formula Ford races. Will Liston popped in for a guest appearance for one of the Formula 5000 races as well. Massive thank you to all of the team at Blendline TV, Daniel Beckinsale, Shane Rogers, all of our camera crews, and the rest of the Blendline TV team as well, and all of the event staff here at Winton Motor Raceway. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the Winton Formula Festival. You've been watching it right here on Blendline TV. On behalf of the entire team, I'm Lockie Mansell. See you next time. Bye for now.